Vet Tech Meets the Alpha by Kalin. Summary. Jack's life has always been weird, with the stereotypically snobby rich parents that never pay attention to her and gave her a boy's name, to the mysterious butler that shows up on her front porch. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. We love hearing from our listeners. Summary. Jack's life has always been weird, with the stereotypically snobby rich parents that never pay attention to her and gave her a boy's name, to the mysterious butler that shows up on her front porch. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. We love hearing from our listeners. Prologue. Jack's life has always been weird, with the stereotypical snobby rich parents that never pay attention to her and gave her a boy's name, to the mysterious butler that shows up on her front porch, to the two wolves that keep coming to her house. Jack is a vet tech at the local clinic up in the Montana mountains. When the vet is on a call and two abnormally gigantic wolves show up at her clinic, Jack must take the lead and help them before it's too late. With the help of her best friend Micah and her pet baby raccoon named Critter, her life gets better. But of course it gets ruined when her cheating ex-boyfriend wants her back. River is the alpha of the Black Moon Pack up in the mountains. He and his beta were on patrol when they were ambushed by a giant group of rogues. Lucky for them, they made it to a running path. When two runners spot the bleeding wolves, they call the local clinic that Jack works at. When River sees Jack for the first time, time freezes. He knows right then and there that Jack is his mate, and he'll do anything to get her, even if it means showing up in his wolf form in her backyard every night.
Chapter 1. The Wolves. "Jack!" I groaned as my alarm clock rang through my room. "What the hell?" I yelled as I slammed my hand down on the snooze button. I sat up and slowly rubbed my eyes. I wanted to scream as I saw that I have 1 hour before work, but I like my job. I'm a vet tech at the local clinic and I love it. I've always loved animals more than people, and I finally finished vet tech school, and getting the job at the clinic wasn't hard. Emily is the owner, and she is like a second mom to me. She knew my parents and my problem. My parents are what you would call the stereotypical rich parents. My mom was a very successful lawyer, and my dad was a very successful doctor. My mom never lost a case, and my dad never lost a patient. Yeah, they were that good. But seeing as they were so good at their job, they were never home. Emily was the one who always took care of me. To make up for never being here for me, they bought me everything I wanted. If I so much as looked in its direction, my parents were buying it. I was pretty sure they didn't know what love was either. Them buying me stuff was their way of being parents. And they would always send me a giant check once a week for the bills and any food that I want. Even after I buy everything I need, I still have a bunch left over. I hated it. I would rather be poor and have them here than be rich and them gone all the time. My parents live somewhere in California right now. They decided that once I was in college, they hit the hills, leaving our house behind for me when I was done with college. It absolutely sucked. I sighed as I thought about it. And if you are wondering about my name, yes, I know it's a boy's name. I guess when my mom was looking at the picture of me on the screen, a pixel was out and made it look like I had a boy part, so thus the name Jack was born. But when I came out a girl, my parents didn't have any other name picked out, and to be honest, I don't think my mom really cared either way, so they kept the name Jack. I jumped in surprise when Critter crawled into my lap. I smiled and petted him behind his ear. Critter is my pet raccoon. I was coming home one night when I saw a small black dot on the ground by a tree. I picked it up without thinking because it was pouring outside and I wasn't just gonna leave it. I was astonished when I saw that it was a baby raccoon. The next morning I went out to find the nest and its mother, but there wasn't a nest to be seen anywhere, so I just gave up and decided to keep the little guy. I took him into work that morning and helped him, gave him all the shots, got him some food and water, and bathed him. I named him Critter, and he never left my side. That was 5 months ago. He got bigger, but he is still nowhere close to being full grown. He jumped off my lap and ran over to his litter box in my bathroom. He is house-trained. I followed him so I could use the bathroom as well. I watched as he climbed the tiny ladder to the sink. He pushed the nozzle back and small drops of water came out. I smiled as he put his tiny little paws under the water and rubbed them together. He actually got that from me. Because he is still a baby, he needs to be with me 24/7, and that meant coming to work with me. Emily was a little skeptical about me bringing in a wild animal, but after some convincing, she finally agreed. But she said that he would have to stay clean, so teaching him how to wash his hands was worth it. Time to get ready for work, I mumbled to myself. After I was done getting ready, Critter and I both grabbed something to eat and walked outside to leave. Which one should we take today? I asked Critter, who was sitting on my shoulder. Critter climbed down my leg and ran over to my motorcycle. I smiled as I nodded. Melinda is it, I said, smiling at my baby. I usually drive my motorcycle in the summer and spring, whereas I drive my truck in the winter and fall. It saves a lot of gas, too. Hop in. I smiled as I grabbed Critter's tiny goggles. He jumped in the little basket and let me put the goggles on. After I strapped him in, I grabbed my helmet and put it on. Time for work. About time you showed up, my best friend Micah teased. I rolled my eyes and took my helmet off. I'm 10 minutes early, I laughed as I unstrapped Critter. Critter jumped down and ran over to Micah. She giggled as he climbed up her leg and curled up on her shoulder. Hi, Critter. She smiled, giving him a kiss on top of his head. He made a purr noise and jumped down, running back to me. I smiled as I remember how Micah and I met. Flashback, I pulled up to the stoplight and blasted my music. I don't mess with you, I screamed, half singing the words. You little stubborn pain, I'm done with you. I was about to sing the next line when another voice suddenly joined in. You little stubborn pain, I'm done with you. I've got a million better things I'd rather do, a girl's voice sang. I looked over and saw a girl with short brown hair and blue eyes jamming to the same song in her Chevy Silverado. Bad breakup? I called out. She jumped and turned to look at me. She nodded. Yep, caught my girlfriend cheating. I laughed. Same thing. I caught my boyfriend cheating on me with my best friend, I said, putting air quotes around best friend. Me too, she laughed. I got a green arrow and I turned back to the girl. See you later. Bye, she yelled over her music. I pulled up to Walmart and parked my truck in the lot. I'll be right back, Critter, I said. Don't unlock the truck to strangers. As I turned around, I bumped into someone. I'm so sorry, we both said at the same time. Hey, it's you, we both laughed. I'm Micah, she smiled. I'm Jack. I smiled back as we shook hands. And that is how we became friends 3 months ago. End of flashback. I carried Critter in the building and waved at our reception lady. Hi, girls, Mrs. Underwood smiled. Hi, Mrs. Underwood, Micah and I both said. Hi, Critter, she laughed. Critter looked like she was smiling, and Mrs. Underwood laughed before she went back to her phone call. Get cleaned up, Critter, I said. Critter understood what that meant. He jumped down and ran over to the sink. Emily came over and gave me a hug. Hello, she smiled. Hi, I said back. I still can't believe her learned that. Emily laughed as we watched Critter. He climbed up to the sink and pressed down on the soap nozzle. The soap squirted into the sink, and Critter rolled around in it, getting it all over his body. Because we work at a vet clinic, all the soap in this building is animal-friendly. Emily won't buy any kind of soap that isn't. I stood there amazed as Critter stopped rolling and turned on the water. Then he got back to rolling. After he was done, he stopped the water and waited for me in the sink. I smiled as I grabbed a small towel and dried him off. This is his routine every time he comes into work with me. I need to leave. I got an emergency call before you got here, so you're in charge, Jack, Emily said as she quickly put on her overalls and grabbed her it. I nodded. Emily made me second in charge since I have been studying vet medicine longer than anyone else has. Well, everyone else but Emily. Good luck, Micah and I called out. Emily gave us a thumbs up and ran out of the clinic to her truck. Right as Emily left, another vet tech named Jennifer came running in. What's wrong? I asked, worried. 2 joggers found 2 giant wolves. Troy picked them up and he is on his way here. They are hurt pretty bad, Jack. I don't know if they will make it, Jennifer said, worried. Oh, they will make it, Micah said, determined. Jack has never lost a patient. She's right. In all my years working here, I have never lost an animal. It's weird, I can always heal them back right away. But hey, I'm not complaining. Bring them in, I said, determined. I'll get the staff to help. Chapter 2, The Sparks. Jack, everyone watched in shock as Troy and Zach pushed 2 giant wolves into the operating room. Oh my gosh, I said, amazed. They were the biggest wolves I have ever seen in my entire life. These are wolves? I asked. Troy nodded, heavy as. The brown wolf growled slightly. Be thankful he brought you in here, I said to the wolf. Micah put the gloves on my hands after I washed them. Okay, start the IV, I instructed Micah. She nodded and quickly grabbed the needle. The brown wolf winced. The blonde-colored wolf winced as well when Micah put it in him too. Both boys, I mumbled as I checked them over. I walked up to the blonde wolf and placed my hands on him. I felt around his body to check his bones. Broken leg, I said to Micah, and a couple deep wounds. I'm gonna need a splint and cast material. Got it, Micah said as she ran to the other side of the room. Troy, hand me the disinfectant, I said. Troy grabbed everything and laid it on the table. I opened it and grabbed the spray. I'm sorry, little guy, I whispered. I sprayed it and started to clean his wound. He howled and started to thrash. Hold still or I will castrate you, I threatened. The wolf immediately stopped and whimpered. I put some numbing cream on the cut so I could sew him up. Critter, needle, I said while applying the cream. Critter ran over and carefully picked up the needle and the stitches. After sewing up the cut and finished cleaning it, Micah came back with what I asked for. Okay, guys, hold him down, I said, walking up to his leg. I'm gonna have to re-break his leg if he wants it to heal properly. The blonde wolf whimpered, and everyone held him down. I'm sorry, I said right before I pulled. Crack! The wolf howled in pain, and everyone cringed. The wolf slumped down on the table and started to breathe heavily. I know, I whispered with a smile as I put the oxygen mask on him. You're gonna be okay. I promise. The wolf looked up at me and I looked at him confused. He was giving me this weird look. I couldn't decipher it. I petted his head and put the splint and cast on his leg. All done, I mumbled to myself. Troy, put him in the healing room. Find a cage that is big enough for him. Troy laughed and nodded. I turned to the brown wolf. He was beautiful. His fur was shiny and soft, and his eyes were a beautiful gold. It matched his fur perfectly. I placed my hands on his body and I gasped. I quickly retracted my hands and took a step back. I watched amazed as his gold eyes shined brighter and his pupils dilated. I'm just imaging these things. I did not just feel sparks from a wolf. I put my hands back and tried to ignore the amazing sparks. The hell? I sighed and got to work. Of course he had a broken leg too. Re-breaking it was a nightmare. This wolf was a lot stronger and slightly bigger than the other wolf. He also had a lot more cuts too. After cleaning out his wound, I petted his head. You'll be okay. I smiled down at him. I promise. You need to get some rest. I stood back amazed as the wolf's golden eyes started into mine. It was like he was reading my soul. He looked at me with love. Dafuk? I shook it off and motioned Zach over. Please take him to where the other wolf is, I said. Zach nodded and wheeled the wolf out. The wolf watched me until he couldn't see me anymore. Good job. Like usual, Micah smiled. Thanks, I mumbled as I looked at the door swinging back and forth before it finally stopped. You okay, Jack? She asked, worried. I snapped out of it and looked at her. Yeah, I was just worried. Those cuts were pretty deep. They both had a lot of them too. I'm surprised they didn't bleed to death. Micah laughed as we walked out past the cleaning crew. Are you kidding me? You're Jack. As in, never lost a patient, Jack. You can heal anything. I laughed and nodded. I'm just glad they are okay. Micah and I both jumped as Zach and Troy barged into the waiting room. "They are gone," Zach yelled. "What do you mean they are gone?" I asked as I ran up to them. "The wolves," Troy said, worried. "They disappeared." "How the hell do giant wolves just disappear?" I asked, getting mad. "I don't know. Zach and I left them in the room to go get the water. We walked back in the room and bam, no wolves," Troy explained. I felt like screaming. I pushed past him and ran to the healing room with Micah on my tail. I opened the door and stood there staring at the small patch of blood on the floor. "What the hell?" I yelled. "You need to calm down," Micah said quickly. "Calm down. Those 2 wolves are seriously injured. They won't survive out in the wild yet," I said, worried. "I can't those them!" "I don't think you will. They are humorous. I think they will survive," Micah said calmingly. I sighed, but the window caught my eye. I walked over to it and saw that it was broken from the inside. "Who jumped through the window?" I asked. "No one," Troy said. "Zach and I were the only ones in here." "Weird," I muttered. "We need to fix that." Underscore, I sighed as I sunk into the chair at my kitchen island. This was such a stressful day, I mumbled to Critter as he ate supper. I can't believe I lost 2 giant wolves. Critter came over and cuddled up against my neck. I lifted my head up and picked him up in my arms. "Thank you," I smiled. He purred and rested his head under my chin, but that was cut short when I heard growled and scratching on my back door. Critter jumped out of my arms and stood up on his hind legs and growled at the kitchen window that leads to my backyard. And of course my backyard is also the woods. Just great. I heard scratching on my door and squeaked in fear. It sounded like my door would break any second, and my shotgun was upstairs. No time to get that, so I went to plan B. I ran to my cabinet and grabbed a frying pan. Critter gave me the "Are you serious?" look. Hey, if it worked for the mom in Emperor's New Groove and for Rapunzel in Tangled, then it will work for me. I shot back at him. I clutched the frying pan tighter and made my way to my back door. "Critter, go hide in your safe spot," I demanded as I neared the back door. The scratching and growled was getting louder, and I gulped in fear. Critter ran over to me and jumped on my shoulder. I sighed. Of course he would try to protect me. I grasped the handle and counted to 3. Before I opened it, I gave a warrior cry and started to hit whatever was on my back porch. I stopped once I saw it was the 2 wolves that I fixed up today. You! I yelled as I dropped the frying pan to my side. The wolves looked little dizzy and started to sway around. "Shit," I mumbled. "Stay here. Let me get you guys some water." I left my door open and ran to my kitchen. I put the pan back and opened the cupboard. "I'm gonna leave the knife drawer open, just in case," I said as I pulled it open. "Okay, not to find bowls for them. Can't use cereal bowl. Too small," I mumbled to myself. Screw it. I grabbed 2 giant popcorn bowls and filled them with water. I carefully walked back and set them down in front of them. They looked extremely happy and started to lap up the water right away. I giggled and carefully sat down, but I got really confused when I saw no cuts and no broken legs. What the? I decided to shrug it off and just be glad that they are both okay. "I'm glad you guys are okay," I said suddenly. They both stopped drinking the water and jumped towards me. I laughed as they licked my face. The brown wolf growled at the blonde wolf. The blonde wolf rolled his eyes and stepped back away from me. Critter jumped on my lap and hissed at the wolves. It was his warning hiss, the "you better back off before I kill you" hiss. The brown wolf growled and I quickly grabbed Critter. "Don't you dare growl at him," I said sternly as I narrowed my eyes at the wolf. The blonde wolf let out a small wolf-like chuckle. I thought I was hearing things, so I ignored it. The brown wolf whimpered and lowered his gaze. I sighed. "I'm sorry for yelling at you. Just don't growl at Critter. He's just doing his job." I smiled as I scratched Critter behind the ear and he started to purr. The 2 wolves suddenly stood up and darted back towards the forest, leaving me confused as hell. Well, this was an interesting night. Chapter 3. The Run-In with the Ex. Jack. As I was brushing my teeth, back to the other night. It's been 2 nights since the first time I saw the wolves, but now only the brown wolf comes. I spit out the toothpaste and drank some water. Ready? I asked Critter. Since today was my day off, I decided to go to the mall. I needed some new clothes for work and everyday clothes, plus PetSmart was right next door, so I needed to get some toys and food for Critter. I grabbed my black leather jacket, and Critter followed me outside. Melinda or Duke? I asked. Critter ran up to Duke. Duke it is, I smiled. I opened my door and Critter hopped in. He sat down on the center console and I started up my beauty. I love the sound of diesel in the morning. I laughed. I pulled out of my driveway and my phone started to ring. Hello? I asked as I answered. Yo! Micah screamed. Since you are off today and I am as well, wanna hang? Sure. I'm heading over to the mall right now, I said as I stopped at a stoplight. I have to get clothes and also stop in at PetSmart for Critter. Ooh, goody! Micah laughed. I have to run there for Betsy. Micah has a pet opossum. She's had her for about a year now. I laughed. Well then hurry up, girl. I'm coming, bitch. Toodaloo, Edna, Micah said as she hung up the phone. Gosh, I have weird friends. I finally pulled up to the mall and saw Micah standing next to her black Silverado. 'Bout time, bitch, she laughed as we hooked arms and skipped to the mall. Sorry, it's not like I'm the one that lives closer to the mall or anything. I chuckled. Micah only lives about 10 minutes from the city, whereas I live 20 minutes away. My parents had people build the house in the woods. We finally made it in the store and saw Rue 21. Ooh, that's cute, Micah laughed as she ran towards Rue 21. Oh, course it's cute, I laughed. It's Rue 21. True dat, she laughed. Look what the cat dragged in, a squeaky voice said from behind us. I rolled my eyes as I saw Georgia and my ex, Derek. What do you want? Micah asked in disgust. Just shopping with my boyfriend. Georgia smiled as she rubbed Derek's arm. I love your foundation. It makes you look like an orange Dorito. Micah laughed. I guess orange really is the new black. Georgia gasped. Shut up, gay wad. Loud and proud. Micah laughed. Can I talk to you for a minute? Derek asked while Georgia and Micah were in the process of yelling at each other. Not really, I said. Derek sighed as he grabbed my arm and pulled me out of Rue 21. Critter hissed and Derek finally let go. Good to see you too, Critter, Derek said. Critter only hissed at him and curled back up in my pocket. What do you want? I asked Derek. I miss you, he said sadly. I stared at him for a couple seconds before laughing my ass off. Oh gosh, I smiled, wiping a tear. Oh, that's gold. You should be a comedian. I'm serious here, Jack, Derek yelled, getting mad. I regret what I did. Oh, you mean sleeping with my ex-best friend? I laughed. He nodded. Yes, I still love you. Oh, this really is gold. I laughed again. You should know that he doesn't love you anymore, Georgia said, as she walked over to Derek, and Micah walked over to me. We are so in love, and we are so happy together. That's okay, I laughed. It was a sign from God saying he wasn't the one. Derek's face fell, and Georgia looked pissed that she wasn't getting under my skin. And the chemistry is amazing, Georgia added with a wink. I shrugged. Emily always taught me to give my toys to the less fortunate. Georgia was more red than orange now. And besides, I said, letting out a small laugh, real men can't be stolen. I gave them both one last wink and walked away with a laughing Micah. That was great, Micah laughed. Did you see their faces? I nodded, laughing. Man, what idiots. So how did you find out that he was cheating on you? Micah asked as we walked to PetSmart. You never did tell me. I laughed at the thought. Well, I realized something wasn't right when Derek was late to pick me up for our date, I started. He was never late. And even if he knew he was going to be late, he would call, and even then he would almost make it on time. But this time was different. He didn't call, and he was half an hour late. Well, damn, Micah said as she opened the door to PetSmart. I nodded. I had no idea what was happening. Then I noticed something on the floor, a small box partially hidden beneath my seat. I caught just a glimpse of it, and confusion washed over me. I couldn't understand why he would have something like that, when he knew I wasn't ready to take that step with him anytime soon. Maybe he was being prepared in case you change your mind? Micah asked as she picked up a small toy. I shook my head. He knew that I wouldn't. So when he dropped me off that night, I took them with me. I opened it and saw that there was only 2 left. I wanted to see who he was sleeping with, so I poked holes in them and soaked them in jalapeno juice. That's diabolical, Micah laughed. I like it. I chuckled. I put them back in his car the next day when he picked me up for breakfast. Later on, I got a call from my best friend saying that she was burning down there. You and Georgia were best friends? Micah asked, shocked. Well, shitcakes, I smiled. It was so funny. I tried not to laugh over the phone. I asked her why, and she made up that she dumped a pot of pepper juice on her lap, and it soaked through her jeans. Then Derek came to my house. Ooh, what happened? Micah pressed. I smirked at the memory. He walked in with an ice pack on his crotch. Said something about how he was lifting weights and it slipped out of his grasp. Needless to say, he lost his girlfriend and she lost her best friend. I'm so proud to call you my best friend, Micah cried as she hugged me. Oh, I know. I winked as we continued to shop. I jumped from my bed as I heard scratching. I grabbed my shotgun and quietly walked down the stairs with Critter following me. My back door was shaking slightly and I pointed my gun. Whoever is there better get off my property before I shoot your brains out. I yelled as I cocked my gun. I heard whining, and I slowly brought my gun down. When I opened the door, I saw a huge brown wolf. Oh, hey! I smiled as I walked outside and sat on the porch. I didn't realize it was you. I let out a nervous giggle as the wolf eyed the gun. My bad, I laughed as I put it behind me. The wolf trotted over to me and curled up by my feet. Critter hissed and jumped in my lap. I laughed softly and scratched behind his ear as he continued to have a stare-off with the wolf. The wolf huffed and looked away. How are you feeling? I asked the wolf. Does anything hurt? I looked over the wolf, and there still were no signs of scratches. It looked like he hasn't even been touched. I sighed in relief. I'm glad you're okay, I smiled as I bent down and rubbed his head. The wolf purred and closed his eyes. There are those weird sparks again. I shrugged it off and looked at the sky. I smiled as I saw a flock of birds fly overhead. I'm jealous of birds, I said suddenly. The wolf opened his eyes and gave me a confused look. They are so free, I sighed as I continued to watch them. They are so carefree and can go wherever they want. They have a family that loves them, and no one gets left behind. I wish my parents were like that. The wolf stood up and sat down so his front leg was touching my arm. I wish my parents cared about me, I said, looking at the wolf. They could care less about me. My parents were always working, so they let Emily take care of me when they couldn't, which was always. My mom's way of being a motherly figure is giving me whatever I wanted. I hated it. Even now, she gives me a check every week for food and the bills, and she gave me a credit card with unlimited money. The wolf looked surprised. I would give all that up if she and my dad would hang around. They live in California now, I said, glaring at the ground. They left their only child when she was out of college, handed me the house and left. Critter sensed my mood and he stood up, reaching out his arms. I smiled as I picked him up and hugged him. The only reason I stay here is because Micah and Emily are here. If it weren't for them, I'd leave. The wolf nudged me with his head and rubbed it against my arm. I know you can't understand anything I'm saying, but thank you for listening. I smiled as I kissed the top of his head. Good night, Wolfie. I grabbed Critter and waved at the wolf. I just want my bed.
River! River! My beta Nolan yelled through the link. I groaned as I tried to get off the ground. I'm good. I winced as I tried to stand up. You? I'm okay. But you don't look so good, he said, worried. Stupid rogues and their stupid ambushes. Oh my gosh! Honey, come quick! A girl voice yelled. I looked up to see 2 joggers. The girl sprinted towards me, and a male popped out from behind the tree. What happened, my gosh? Those poor wolves. We have to get them to the clinic, the male said, worried. The hell? Nolan asked. Just roll with it. She said clinic. So that means people will take care of us. I said. Good point. Nolan laughed. Not long after that, a truck came into view. I watched as two guys hopped out of the truck. It's okay there, big guy, one of them whispered. Our vet will take good care of you. Damn, he's lucky I can't bite him. Nolan growled through the link. He hit my leg. I laughed as Nolan growled at the guy slightly, and he jumped back. Sorry, he said as he scratched the back of his head. Didn't mean to hit your leg. Dumbass, Nolan said. After they got us in the truck, it took roughly about half an hour to get us to wherever we are going. I winced when these two big guys set us down on this cart thing. Zach, we have to get them in now. They are losing a lot of blood, this big guy said. The guy who I'm guessing is Zach nodded his head and wheeled us in the clinic. Do you smell that? Leo asked. I was about to ask what he meant, but stopped once we entered the clinic. I moaned at the smell. Lilacs and daisies. Yes, Leo growled. Our maid is here. I struggled to get off the table so I could find her. We gotta hurry. He's in pain, Zach said. No, idiot. My mate is here. What's wrong? Nolan asked. Mate, I yelled. She's her man. 'Bout time. I need a Luna. He laughed. I was about to jump, but Zach rolled me into a room. I froze when I saw the girl that I have been searching for 25 years. Mate, I said. Which one is she? Nolan asked. Blonde. With the amazing eyes. One blue and green, I said, amazed. Oh my gosh. My angel of a mate said, amazed. These are wolves? I know I'm good looking, babe, but come on. You're heavier than you look. The guy who had pushed Nolan muttered between strained breaths. I growled at him. Be thankful he brought you here. My mate laughed. Okay, start the IV. I watched as a girl with short brown hair nodded and grabbed the needle. I winced as she put it in my leg. Damn, that hurt. My mate looked both of us over. Both boys. She walked over to Nolan and started to feel his body. That should be us that she is feeling. Leo growled. I know, but this is her job. She has to do that, I said. But I did agree with him. I don't want her touching any more guys. Broken leg, she mumbled, and a couple deep wounds. I'm gonna need a splint and cast material. Got it. The girl with short brown hair nodded. Troy, hand me the disinfectant, my mate said. The guy that wheeled Nolan in nodded and grabbed a giant box. I watched as my mate opened it and grabbed the spray. Shit, that stuff hurts like hell. I'm sorry, little guy, she whispered to Nolan before she sprayed. Nolan howled and started to thrash around. Hold still or I will castrate you, my mate threatened. That got Nolan to stay still. Damn, man, don't get her angry. I laughed. You're telling me? Nolan gulped. I zoned out and just watched my mate. She was so beautiful when she was focused, but I snapped out of it when she walked up to me. Oh gosh, Leo said quickly. Do I look okay? If not, then she's gonna think I'm ugly. I rolled my eyes at him. I purred when she put her hands on me. I'm guessing she felt the sparks because she jumped back and gasped. Leo growled approvingly, and I could feel my gold eyes shine brighter. I howled in pain, and she had to re-break my leg. She had to get everyone to hold me down. You'll be okay, she said, smiling down at me. I promise. You need to get some rest. I sighed in content as she rubbed my head, and I looked at her with love. Please take him to where the other wolf is, she said as she motioned Zach over. Zach nodded and pushed me out of the room. No, take me back to my mate Zach. I groaned as he laid me down next to Nolan. Once he left, Nolan and I quickly shifted back. Dude, Nolan said, amazed. I'm perfectly fine. I stood up and looked at his chest. No cuts whatsoever. I looked down at my body and my leg was perfectly fine. Dude, I said, happy as I jumped up and down on my right leg. I'm healed. Damn, my mate is good. We gotta leave. Tell the pack. Nolan smirked. I nodded. They are gonna be happy to hear that they have a Luna. We both high-fived and jumped out through the window and shifted back to our wolves. There it is, I said as I saw my mate through the kitchen window. Damn, man, her house is as big as our pack house, Nolan said. We both walked up to her back door. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Nolan asked. "I don't care. I just want to see her," I whined. I stood on my hind legs and scratched at her door. "Hey, if it worked for the mom in Emperor's New Groove, and for Rapunzel in Tangled, then it will work for me," I heard my mate say. Who is she talking to? And what did she mean by that? But my question was answered when the door flung open and she gave a warrior cry. Nolan and I had no time to react because she started to hit us with a frying pan. She stopped and gasped. You, she yelled. "Tell the world to stop spinning," Nolan said as he swayed back and forth. "Only if you do the same for me," I said, matching his sway. "Shit," my mate mumbled. "Stay here. Let me get you guys some water." I tried my best nod but ended up falling over. Ow. She came back a minute later with giant bowls. "Are those popcorn bowl?" Nolan asked, laughing as she shook his head. "Yep," I said happily as I started to drink the water. "I'm glad you guys are okay." My mate smiled. Nolan and I stopped drinking and jumped towards her. She started to giggle as we both licked her face. "Wait," I growled at Nolan. "No touchy," I growled. Nolan rolled his eyes and stepped back. Good. But I jumped back when a small raccoon jumped on my mate's lap and hissed at us. "Well then," I growled back, but my mate quickly grabbed the small thing. "Don't you dare growl at him," my mate said as she narrowed her eyes at me. Nolan let out a small chuckle. "Shut up," I grumbled to him. I whimpered and lowered my gaze from her. She sighed. "I'm sorry for yelling at you. Just don't growl at Critter. He's just doing his job." "His job? Is he like her guard dog or something?" "Son, you need to get home. Rogues at the border," my dad yelled. "Coming," I said as I looked at Nolan. Nolan nodded, and we darted towards the forest. This was a fun night.
Chapter 5, The Starbucks Run-In, Jack. It's been a couple days since I last talked to the wolf. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna miss him. "What are you thinking about?" Micah asked as we waited for our coffee before work. "Just the wolf," I said, standing in line. "Has he come by again?" Micah asked. I told her all about the wolf and how he and the other one will come and visit me. I shook my head. "It's been a couple days. What if something happened to him?" Micah laughed. "Have you seen the size of that thing? I think they will be perfectly fine." "I hope so," I said, sighing. I heard my phone ding and I grabbed it out of my pocket. One new message, it read. I opened it and smiled. "Harold, still on for tonight?" "Me? I am. Harold, I'll talk to you later. Have fun at work." "Ooh," Micah giggled. "I know that smile. Harold texted you?" I nodded. Critter lost one of his toys, so I made a quick run to PetSmart yesterday. I ran into a guy my age and it was Harold. After talking for a little bit, we exchanged numbers and he asked if he could take me out tonight. Of course I said yes. "Maybe he'll ask you to be his girlfriend." Micah winked, I giggled. "You think?" Micah nodded. "Oh yeah, he totally fancies you." "Jack," the lady at the counter called. "That's me," I smiled. "Have a nice day." She smiled as she handed me my coffee. "Thank you. You too." I smiled back. "Hot guy at 3 o'clock." Micah winked as she nudged me. "Where?" I asked as I turned around. Only to run into a chest. I gasped as my coffee covered both of us. "Found the hot guy. I am so sorry," I said as I took my napkin and tried to wipe off his shirt. "Why does this shit always happen to me?" "It's okay," the guy laughed as he softly grabbed my hand. I froze, and I thought my dad had a deep voice. I slowly looked up and I was met with beautiful deep brown eyes that seemed to be getting darker and darker by the second. The guy had short brown hair. Holy fudge cakes. He had to be at least over 6'5" or something. "Are you all right?" he asked with a dazzling smile. I gulped and nodded. I focused on his hand that was still holding mine. I felt sparks. The same kind of sparks that I felt when I touched the wolf. "Jack?" I heard Micah call me. I snapped out of it and quickly stepped away from the man. I'm good," I said, nodding. "Jack?" The man laughed. "Isn't that a boy's name?" I chuckled and nodded. "Yeah, the screen during the ultrasound had a missing pixel or something, so it made it look like I had a guy part. So my parents named me Jack." "Well, I like it," the sexy man smiled. It's unique. It fits you. Thank you. I blushed. I'm River, he smiled as he stuck his hand out. I shook it and felt the amazing sparks again. Jack, but you already found that out. He laughed and gave me a big, warm smile. Come on, Jack. Micah laughed. We have work to go to. Then you have to get ready for your date. I blushed and River frowned. You have a date tonight? He asked tightly. I nodded. Yeah, it's nothing major. Nothing major? Micah asked, astonished. He could ask you to be his girlfriend tonight. You have to look hot. Micah! I yelling, laughing. I don't think that's a good idea, River said suddenly. He could be an axe murderer or something. It's okay, River, I laughed. I have Critter to protect me. He's so cute, River gushed as he looked at Critter. Critter hissed and swatted at him. Critter! I yelled and took him away from River. I'm so sorry. He's never like this. He loves people. River laughed. It's okay. Honest. Okay, I sighed. So where is your date? River asked. I got a good look at his facial expression. He looked pissed and jealous. Why, I would never know. He's taking me to Red Lobster, I said, smiling. I love seafood. You shouldn't go, River said, frowning. Why? I asked, confused. Because I don't want you to go, he mumbled. I scoffed and put my hands on my hips. You aren't the boss of me. River let out a small growl. He gave me one last look and turned around. That was interesting. Micah laughed. Come on, duty calls. Underscore, I sighed as I got home from work. I jumped as I heard scratching on my back door. I opened it and smiled as I saw the brown wolf. Hey, I smiled as I sat down on the back porch with him. He let out a purr as I rubbed his head. I really need to find you a name, I mumbled. The wolf looked happy and nodded. So let's see, I said, studying him. Todd? The wolf shook his head. Brownie? The wolf gave me the look. Okay, I said, laughing. It was a cute name, though. What about Leo? I love that name. I got it from Will and Grace. He is Grace's husband. The wolf nodded and started to jump around. Okay, I giggled. Leo it is. The wolf purred and started to lick my face. I giggled and pushed him away. I sighed and rested my chin on my arms. The wolf looked at me and titled his head. I'm okay, I mumbled. Leo gave me the look again. Fine. I met this really cute guy today at Starbucks this morning. Well, more like ran into the cute guy. I laughed. It was weird. It felt like a part of me is missing, but when I saw him, I felt whole. I got the warmest feeling ever. It was strange, but I liked it. The wolf walked over and sat down next to me and put his head on my shoulder. His name is River. Tall, tan, and handsome. Leo let out a small laugh. He was really nice, and rocked cowboy boots if I do say so myself. But then he got mad. I mentioned that I have a date tonight, and River got all defensive. What does that mean? I groaned and looked over at Leo. I don't know what to do. Once I met River, the thought of the date flew out the window. I feel sick just thinking about going. I sighed. But I already said I would. So I have to go get ready. I'll talk to you later, Leo. I petted his head and gave him a kiss. Critter hissed at him and ran inside the house. I rolled my eyes. Weird little raccoon. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments.
Chapter 6. The date is ruined. River, you think this is a good idea? Cooper, my third, asked me. I nodded. Oh yeah, I want to meet her in person. You already have. Nolan laughed. I chuckled. She met me in wolf form, not in human form. The guys laughed and gave me a thumbs up as I got out of the Hummer. I got this, I told myself again as I walked up to Starbucks. Don't mess this up or anything, Leo growled. You've got to love the little pep talks my wolf gives me. I walked in and stood behind my beautiful mate. Hot guy at 3 o'clock. I heard my mate's friends laugh. Where? My mate asked as she turned around. I chuckled as she ran into me, but stopped once I felt her coffee go all over me. I am so sorry, she said as she took her napkin and tried to wipe off my shirt. She is so damn cute. It's okay. I laughed as I softly grabbed her hand. Man, her hands are so soft. Gotta love her smell. Lilacs and daisies. Are you all right? I asked her with a big smile. She gulped and nodded. I kept on smiling. I knew she felt the sparks. How can she not? The sparks were making me want to take her right now. Jack? I heard her friend ask. So that's her name. I like it, I'm good. I'm good, Jack said, nodding. Jack? I laughed. Isn't that a boy's name? She chuckled and nodded. Yeah, the screen during the ultrasound had a missing pixel or something, so it made it look like I had a guy part. So my parents named me Jack. Well, I like it, I smiled. It's unique. It fits you. Thank you. She blushed. Damn, man, Leo said lovingly. That blush is killing me. You and me both. I'm River. I smiled as I stuck my hand out. She shook it, and I felt those incredible sparks between us once again. Jack. But you already knew that. I laughed. Come on, Jack. Her friend laughed. We have work to go to. Then you have to get ready for your date. She blushed, and I frowned. She has a date? Fine. But I will just rip the bastard's throat out then. You have a date tonight? I asked tightly. She nodded. Yeah. It's nothing major. It's major to me. Nothing major? Her friend asked, astonished. He could ask you to be his girlfriend tonight. You have to look hot. Micah, Jack yelled, laughing. So her friend's name is Micah. I don't think that's a good idea, I said suddenly. He could be an axe killer or something. It's okay, River, she laughed. I have Critter to protect me. He's so cute, I gushed as I looked at the baby raccoon. Critter hissed and swatted at me. Well, damn. Critter, Jack yelled and took him away from me. I'm so sorry. He's never like this. He loves people. I laughed. It's okay. Honest. Okay, Jack sighed. So where is your date? I asked. She needs to tell me so I can crash it. He's taking me to Red Lobster, she said, smiling. I love seafood. Good to know. You shouldn't go, I said, frowning. Why? Jack asked me, confused. Because I don't want you to go, I mumbled. She scoffed and put her hands on her hips. You aren't the boss of me. I let out a small growl. I gave her one last look and marched out of Starbucks. I slammed the door shut once I got in the Hummer and pouted. So how was it? Cooper asked, smirking. I flipped him off. My mate thinks she has a date tonight. How cute. Let me guess. Nolan laughed as he shook his head. We are crashing her date tonight. I smirked. Hell yeah, we are. Nolan sighed. Fine. Now who wants to tell my mate that I'm gonna miss our date night? Not me, I said first. Aw, man, Cooper whined. Julia scares the hell out of me. She's gonna kill me. Nolan and I both shrugged. Oh well.
Jack, you look lovely tonight. Harold smiled as he pulled my chair out for me. I giggled. You already told me that. Yes, I just wanted to tell you again. Harold winked. I rolled my eyes and smiled. You're so charming, he smirked. I try my hardest. Hi, my name is Bailey and I'll be your waitress tonight. Can I start you off with some drinks? The waitress asked with a smile. I'll take a Sprite, please. I smiled. She nodded and wrote it down. And for you, sir, do you have Pepsi? Harold asked hopefully. Bailey nodded. Of course. I will be right back with your drinks. Thank you. Harold and I both said. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. I laughed. How about a Sprite instead? Harold teased. I'll take it. I laughed. So tell me about yourself. Harold smiled. Well, I'm 20 years old. I have a pet raccoon named Critter. I'm working as a vet tech now at the local clinic, and hopefully go back to school later to become a veterinarian. I smiled. My favorite color is red, my lucky number is 6, and my favorite animal is a wolf. Why a wolf? Harold asked. I shrugged. I don't know really. I've always been fascinated by them. That was the first animal that I would ever look at in a zoo, and my grandma got me a stuffed wolf for my first birthday present. I would never let that thing go. Harold laughed. That is cute. I blushed. Thank you. What about you? Harold was about to answer but stopped when a drink landed on him. Harold, are you okay? I asked as I grabbed all the napkins. Yeah, he said as he looked up. What the hell, man? I gasped as I saw River holding a now empty cup with two guys behind him. "Oh, sorry, dude," River smirked. "My bad. I tripped. Tripped my ass," I said as I glared at River. "What is your deal, River?" River turned to look at me. "Nothing." I put my hands on my hip. "Really? So what you just did there was nothing?" River nodded. "I told you not to go on this date. You're not my boyfriend." I shot at him. River's expression darkened. "Whatever." I groaned as the River and the other two guys walked away. "I'm so sorry, Harold," I said sadly. "I'm sorry, Jack. But this isn't gonna work out." Harold said suddenly. "Okay, now I'm confused." "Huh?" I asked. "You and I like you, but this isn't worth it," he said as he wiped his shirt off. "What do you mean? What the hell is happening? I don't want to date you if all your ex-boyfriends are gonna pop up out of nowhere and mess with me." "I'm sorry, Jack," Harold sighed as he turned to walk away. "You have got to be kidding me." I groaned as I pulled out my phone. I dialed Micah's number and hit the green button. "Ring, ring, ree, yellow?" Micah asked. "Can you please come get me?" I sighed as I dragged my hand down my face. "What's wrong?" Micah asked, worried. "My date just left me," I said sadly as I played with my fork. "I'm on my way, babe," Micah said sadly. "I thought he liked you," I sighed. "Yeah, me too. What happened?" "River happened," I said, practically growling in the phone. "The guy from Starbucks?" Micah asked, shocked. "Yep," I said, walking outside. "He showed up with two guys and River dumped his drink all over Harold." Then Harold said how if my ex-boyfriends keep popping up, it's not worth anything to date me. But you don't even know River. Trust me, I know. Harold didn't give me any chance to talk. He just left. I sighed. "I'm almost there, hun," Micah said. "I'm sorry it didn't work out." "It's okay, I guess." I sighed. Maybe it's just the universe's way of telling me I'm destined to be alone. Seriously. Every relationship I've had has fallen apart because I wasn't ready to give them what they wanted. And now that I finally have a chance to find someone, something goes wrong again. I hung up the phone when I saw Micah park in front of me and roll down the window. "It's just bad timing," Micah said as I opened the door. "Maybe God just doesn't want you to have a boyfriend right now. Or he's telling you that you have picked the wrong guys. Well, then why can't the right guy just show up or something?" I asked, groaning. "Isn't that River?" Micah asking as River walked out of Red Lobster and looked at us. "Can I hit him?" "Nah, don't want to scratch your baby," I laughed. "But it would be nice too." "Got that right," Micah said as she eyed River. "Tell him to stop staring before I kick his ass." I looked out the window and saw River. His eyes held regret. I scoffed. He knew what he was doing. "We should go before I really kick his ass," I said, looking back at Micah. She nodded and pulled out of the parking lot. Why did River do that? Did he have a valid reason? I stopped thinking about it and looked out the window. I just wanted to forget about tonight. Chapter 7. The Big Butler. "Jack? Well, that was a wonderful date," I mumbled as Critter climbed out of my pocket. I grabbed his bowl and put his soft food in it. I chuckled softly as Critter jumped towards his food and happily ate it. Critter and I both jumped as I heard a loud knock on the door. I looked at my phone. 10:37 p.m. "Who the hell is knocking on my door?" I mumbled as I marched over to the door. I opened it and my eyes went wide. This guy is freaking huge. He has to be at least like 7 feet tall or something. He had short black hair and dark green eyes with a black beard and mustache. He also looked older too. Maybe in his 40s? I gulped when I saw the scar on his neck and the giant black tattoos peeking out from under his short-sleeved t-shirt. I asked as I tried not to shrink back in fear. "Hello, Ms. Banks," the man smiled. Holy shit. His voice is as deep as River's. Damn him. I should not be thinking about him. Hi. But how do you know me?" I asked. I placed my hand on my pocket knife that I always keep on my belt. But seriously, what would a pocket knife do to this guy? The pocket knife would probably bend. "My name is Hank," the scary man smiled. "Mr. and Mrs. Banks sent me here." I rolled my eyes. Why am I not surprised? My parents would do this. Of course, I sighed. Come on in, Hank. Thank you, Ms. Banks. Hank smiled as he brought in a duffel bag. So? I asked as I sat down at the island. What did my parents assign you to be? A butler, kind of. Hank laughed. Cook you food, clean, a driver, and they were also worried about your protection, so they assigned me to live here and be a sort of bodyguard, you could say. That caught my attention. Worried? About me? As if they were worried about me? I asked suspiciously. Since when? Hank looked nervous. He slowly gulped. Yes, Ms. Banks. They ordered me to be one. I sighed. That's new. But why did Hank look nervous? It almost looked like he got caught in a lie. They also told me about Critter, Hank said suddenly. Okay, so I guess he was the real thing. A random stranger wouldn't know that. I nodded with a smile. He let out a small breath in relief. That didn't go unnoticed. I'll have to check up on him later. Critter jumped in front of me and let out a loud hiss. Critter, I said sternly. I'm so sorry, Hank. He's not like this with anyone, except River. It's quite all right, Ms. Banks. Maybe he'll like me when I fix his food. Hank laughed. I nodded. That is true. This is a lovely home, Ms. Banks, Hank said, smiling. Thanks, I smiled. It was my parents' house before they moved. Let me show you where you will be staying. And please, call me Jack. Hank smiled but shook his head. I would feel more comfortable calling you Ms. Banks. I shrugged. Sweet yourself. I trust Hank. Even though my parents rarely cared about me, they would always do the biggest background on the person. Even the slightest thing that they didn't like, they would give them the boot. They would also hire private detectives to follow the person for a couple weeks before they hired them. That's why they always did the interviews so early. They need the couple weeks to follow them around and see what they are doing. But they only did it so the person wouldn't steal anything or ruin their reputation. So if my parents hired Hank, then I trust Hank. This is your room, I said as I opened the double doors. Thank you so much, Ms. Banks. Hank smiled as he carried in his bags and set them on the chair. I waved him off. No need to thank me. You're gonna be living here. You have your own bathroom. Then there is your walk-in closet. You have your own TV as well, and a personal little mini fridge. I can't accept all this, Ms. Banks, Hank said, worried. Nonsense, I laughed. You're doing stuff for me, so I'm doing stuff for you. Feel free to decorate the room however you would like. Thank you, Ms. Banks, he said softly. No problem. My room is down the hall. Last door on your left, I said before smiling one last time and leaving. I guess this is nice of my parents, but the last thing that I would expect them to do is send a butler. I walked to my bathroom and grabbed my toothbrush. Damn. Where hell is my toothpaste? I groaned as I realized that I left it in the guest bedroom, more specifically, Hank's room. I walked out of my bathroom and down the hall to Hank's room. I went to knock, but I heard hushed voices, probably on his phone or something. Hey, Hank? I called out as I knocked on the door. Coming, Ms. Banks, Hank said quickly. Okay. What's with the quick response? A little bit later, Hank opened the door. Yes, Ms. Banks? He asked. Hey, I think I left an extra thing of toothpaste in your bathroom. Can you please check for me? I asked shyly. He chuckled. Of course. I waited patiently as he walked to his bathroom. He came back and handed me a tube of toothpaste. Here you are, Ms. Banks. I sighed in relief. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. He laughed and nodded. No problem. I'll see you in the morning, Hank. Good night, Ms. Banks. Hank waved. Good night, I said, waving back. I like him.
River, that was stupid. Nolan laughed. She's gonna hate you. I sighed as I walked back to my Hummer. I know, but I don't feel bad. I just saved my mate from dating an asshole. How do you know he is an asshole? Cooper asked with that stupid little smirk. I don't. But he could have been. I laughed. You are unbelievable. Nolan laughed, shaking his head. I shrugged. Now, I need to get her a bodyguard. Who? Nolan asked. Hank. He's my most trusted guard, and he's really intimidating. I laughed. Plus, He has been learning how to cook and clean from the moms in the pack ever since I found out Jack was my mate. Why does he need to learn that? Cooper asked. Well, her family is rich as hell. I'm having Hank pose as a butler. I laughed. This is going to be interesting. Cooper laughed. I nodded. It will be. How is it, Hank? I asked as I walked up to his window after he opened it. Good, Alpha, he said softly so Jack wouldn't hear. She's really nice. Yes, she is. I smiled lovingly. I'm glad she is my Luna. Hank smiled. My wolf loves her already. Mine too. Nolan laughed. She is pretty cool. You got everything handled? I asked Hank. He nodded. Yes, I do, Alpha. The moms at the pack taught me everything that I need to know. So I know how to cook some things from scratch. And I got the whole cleaning method down. Your mother got a heart attack when I cleaned a table wrong. I laughed. That sounds like my mom. But I'm glad that you got everything under control. I'm sorry for keeping you away from your mate and daughter. Hank waved me off. It's okay. They understand, and I still get to see them a lot with doing this. And I get to be the Luna's guard. That is such an honor, Alpha. I smiled proudly at him. I'm glad he is happy with this. I'm glad. I was a little worried you wouldn't like this, I admitted. Hank looked at me shocked. Why would you think that, Alpha? It's the Luna. I was honored when you asked me to be her guard. I sighed in relief. Thank you, Hank. Hey, Hank? I heard Jack ask from behind his closed door. Coming, Ms. Banks? Hank yelled back quickly. I got to go, Alpha. I'll keep you posted. I nodded. Thank you. And please, Hank, please keep her safe. Hank nodded and smiled. Of course, Alpha. Anything for you and the Luna. I ran back to the forest. You really love her, don't you? Nolan asked as we ran back to the pack house. I nodded. I do. Ever since I saw her in the clinic. She's been on my mind every second of the day.
Chapter 8. Book and Coffee with a Side of River. Jack, Hank! I screamed at the top of my lungs. I heard thunderous footsteps as Hank ran into the kitchen with a worried expression. What's wrong, Luna? Are you hurt? Is someone here? Hank asked as he took a defensive stance in front of me. I stared at him confused. Well, more like his back because that's all I can see. Hank? I asked confused. My name is Jack, not Luna. Who is Luna? Must be his wife or something, I thought as I looked at his gold wedding ring. A couple seconds later, Hank seemed to be satisfied when he realized there was nothing wrong. Oh, I knew that. Hank laughed nervously. What's wrong, Ms. Banks? I sighed as I turned to the empty spot in my cupboard. There are no animal crackers, I said as I pointed to the empty spot. Hank looked at me amused. Animal crackers? I narrowed my eyes at him. Don't you dare diss animal crackers! They are my guilty pleasure. Hank smirked and held his hands up. My bad, Ms. Luna. Shall we go find these crackers that are in animal shapes? We shall. And since it's Sunday, I don't have to work. I smiled. Come along, Critter. Critter nodded and climbed up my arm. I chuckled as I saw Critter eyeing Hank. Critter, I laughed as I hugged him. Hank is a friend. Critter huffed and flipped his tail at Hank. Did he just flip me off with his tail? Hank asked, shocked. I scratched the back of my neck. Yeah. Well, okay then. On that note, let's go. Hank smiled as he opened my front door for me. Thank you. I smiled as Hank locked the door. Of course, Ms. Banks. Hank smiled as he walked up to his car. Holy shit, I said amazed. That is one sexy Hummer. Hank nodded. She's my baby. Damn, hot car. The paint job was white, and everything else was blacked out. Like the window, lights, rims, everything. Hank opened the door for me, and I hopped in excited. I love the interior, I said. The seats were leather and black, and everything else was black as well. Let's just say everything was black except the body paint. I take pride in what I drive. She's got to look good, Hank said smugly. I leaned my head back as I laughed. This is seriously a hot piece of automobile. It's like a freaking tank. I know what I'm going to call you. Hank looked at me strangely because of my sudden excitement. What's that, Ms. Banks? Hank asked, laughing. Hank the Tank, I winked. Hank exploded. He had to rest his hand on his stomach because he was laughing so hard. I like it, Hank said, wiping a tear. Good, I said, nodding to myself. So, tell me about your family. I have a wife named Lauren and a daughter named Carrie. She is going to be 16 next month. Hank smiled. I smiled at him. Is Lauren's nickname Luna? Hank stiffened. What? You called me Luna this morning. I thought you accidentally called me your wife's nickname, I said, confused. Hank nodded stiffly. Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Luna is Lauren's nickname, and I always call her that when I wake up in the morning. That's cute, I smiled. You really love them both. Hank nodded. More than anything in the world. Damn, I wish I had that. I will be waiting by that bookshelf, Hank said seriously. I nodded and went to the science fiction section in Barnes & Noble. I grabbed the first book I saw and sat down on the chair next to the window. I wanted to laugh at Hank. He stood there so seriously and it was hilarious. I don't even think he has blinked yet. He might feel like he will miss something. Snickering to myself, I looked down at the book in my hands. Maximum Ride, I whispered as I opened the first page. Ooh, this book is good. I smiled as I continued to read. About half an hour later, I saw a shadow loom over me. I groaned. Hank, it's just getting River? I asked as I looked up. He smiled and sat down in the chair next to mine as he handed me some coffee. Oh, this is awkward. Hey, Jack, River smiled. Hi? I asked, closing the book and sitting up straight and staring at the coffee that he placed in my hand. I flinched back a little from the sparks as his hand touched mine. What are you reading? He asked, peering down at the book. The first book in the Maximum Ride series, I replied, showing him the book. And what's this? Nice. And I know you like Starbucks coffee, so I got you a vanilla bean coffee. He smiled. Thanks, I said with a forced smile. Welp, this is a little awkward. After a couple seconds without either one of us saying something, I got up. It was nice seeing you, I mumbled as I tried to walk past him. Wait, River said as he grabbed my wrist. I looked over to the bookshelf where Hank said he would be, only to find him gone. Damn it, Hank. Where the hell are you? Critter said, River, and hissed at him. I want to apologize, River said, looking at the ground and releasing my hand. At your date with Ugly and Errol, I said, annoyed. His name is Errol, River said in disgust. I wanted to apologize for that. It's fine, I said. I forgive you. Cool, he said nervously. Tell your boyfriend I'm sorry about his clothes. I didn't miss the way River said boyfriend. Why is he being like this? River? I laughed. He isn't my boyfriend. He's not? River asked as his face lit up. I frowned. Wow. Thanks for being excited that you ruined my chance at love. I shook my head. After you walked away from dumping your drink on him, he left, saying how it's not gonna work out if my ex-boyfriend keeps showing up and ruining dates. I said, putting air quotes on ex-boyfriend. But we never dated, River said, confused. I nodded. I told him that. He didn't believe me. Oh, River nodded. So that means you're single? I rolled my eyes as I saw the hopeful gleam in River's eyes. Yes, it means I'm single, I said. That's nice. You're single. I'm single. What a coincidence. River smiled. Whoa there, Romeo, I laughed. Easy there, River sighed. I really am sorry, Jack. I was jealous. Of what? Of Errol. River admitted, not looking at me. He got a date with a gorgeous girl, and ever since you ran into me at Starbucks, I was dying to ask you out. But when Micah mentioned your date that night, I got mad. I laughed. If you want to date someone, ask them out. Don't dump your drink on their date's head. River laughed as he looked up at me. I know that now. How about this? Why don't I buy you that series and you can tell me all about it over lunch tomorrow? Please? River? I asked in fake astonishment. Are you asking me out on a date? Well, someone did say once that if you want to date a person, that you need to ask them out on a date. River smiled. I thought about it. Should I go with him or not? Screw it. Why not? He did buy me an entire book series. That's a winner right there. Why not? I laughed as River gave me a dazzling smile. Lunch sounds good tomorrow, but I have to be back at work at 1:30. Cool. River smiled as he gave me his phone. I'll text you when I'm on my way to pick you up at noon. I nodded and put my number in his phone. Bye. He smiled as he brought my books up to the cashier. After the lady rang them up, River gave them back to me. I chuckled as he walked away. He looked like a little kid who just walked into a candy store. Who was that? A deep voice asked behind me. I screamed, but immediately slammed my hand over my mouth when I realized where I was. The other customers looked at me confused, but shrugged it off. I turned around and saw Hank trying to hold in his laugh. I hate you, I mumbled. You don't deserve the nickname Hank the Tank anymore. Hank fake cried. But no. I gave him my best glare, but sadly I let a smile slip. Fine, you can have it back. But warn a girl next time. I glared. Sorry, Ms. Banks. He chuckled as we walked out of the store. So, who was that? A boyfriend, perhaps? I shook my head as I flipped him off. No, he's not my boyfriend. Yet. Hank winked as he opened my door. I groaned as he jogged around to his side. He is not my boyfriend, I said sternly. He only invited me out for lunch tomorrow as an apology. What did he do? Hank asked serious. A couple nights ago, I went on a date with this guy that I met at PetSmart. Well, I ran into the guy that you saw at Starbucks. His name is River, I explained. Anywho, he showed up at my date with his two little friends and he dumped his drink on my date. Then my date got up and left. I'm sorry, Hank said. Were you and this guy dating? I shook my head. No, but I was hoping he would ask me that night. But he left because he said that I wasn't worth it if my ex-boyfriend was gonna ruin all of our dates. But you just met River that day? Hank said confused as he pulled in my driveway. I nodded. Exactly. But my date didn't listen, so he left. I'm sorry, Hank said as he slid out to open my door. I waited to talk until he opened my door. It's okay, I shrugged as Hank opened my door. When I placed my feet on the ground, I looked up and into the golden eyes of the familiar brown wolf hiding in the shadows of my house. Hey, Hank, I called out. Yes, Ms. Banks? Hank asked. I'm gonna go fill the bird feeders out back. I'll be right in soon, I said. Hank nodded. Okay, I'm going to go start lunch. Be careful, I laughed and nodded. Critter gave me a look as we walked towards the wolf. I'm pretty sure Hank wouldn't want me seeing an overgrown wolf. I laughed.
River. I started to jump up and down as Jack came over to me. Easy there. Jack laughed as I rubbed up against her. Oh my gosh, Leo. Jack smiled. I ran into the guy that ruined my date that one night. He looked really hot today. His name is River. Cool name, right? That got my attention. I sat down next to her and listened to what she had to say about me. Jack sighed. He apologized and bought me coffee and the book series. I looked at the bag that was full of books. I puffed out my chest. I'm awesome. Nice try, man. Leo laughed. I rolled my eyes and looked back at my beautiful mate. He asked me to go for lunch tomorrow, but I don't know, Jack said, looking out across her backyard. Like I'm confused. He was such an ass that night, but today he was really sweet. Wow. Well, you kinda were, Leo said. I ignored him. I don't know about this lunch thing tomorrow. I feel this weird connection with him, Jack explained as she turned to look at me. I love her thinking face. It's so freaking cute. The way she stinks her tongue out slightly and her eyebrows scrunch together. Every time we touch, I feel little sparks. I've read books before that is similar to this. All of them say that when you touch someone and you feel sparks, you met your soulmate. But how can that be? Jack asked, confused. If so, I'm scared. Every boy that I attract turns out to be an asshole and a cheater. It happens every time. I wanted to shift back and hug her. Jack's face looked so sad. What if River turns out to be just like all the others? Jack whispers. I don't want to go through that again. I whimpered and rubbed my head against her leg. She smiled as she leaned down and rubbed my head. Leo let out a loud purr, and I'm glad I wasn't in my human form, because then my cheeks would be bright red. Jack giggled as she continued to listen to Leo purr. Thanks for listening, Leo. Jack smiled as she got up. I'm not good with talking to people. Only Micah. She was the first friend that I made when I got back from college. Well, besides Emily. So thank you, Leo. I'll see you another time. I licked her cheek, and she laughed before walking back inside her house. I sighed in content as I realized that I have a date with her tomorrow. Damn, not this one has to be extremely special. Mom? I asked through the link. Yes, River dear? I heard my mom asked. We still have a picnic basket, right? Ooh la la. My mom laughed. Taking your maid on a little picnic, are we? I laughed. Yes, Mom, I am. She agreed. And I need it to be special. Leave it to me and the girls. My mom said, determined. I knew I could always count on you, I said, smiling to myself as I ran back to the pack house. It's pretty funny because Jack lives 30 minutes away from the pack house. It only takes that long to run there in wolf form, but it would take an hour to run there in human form. Thank you, wolves. No problem, River. My mom laughed. It's gonna be perfect. I sighed in relief. My mom is amazing.
Chapter 9. The Date with River. Jack, damn girl. Micah laughed as we both cleaned up the table from the last surgery. What? I mumbled as I stared down the table. You must really be thinking, why do you say that? I asked, looking up at her. You've been cleaning that same spot for the last 10 minutes. Micah laughed. I looked down and groaned. She's right. I'm sorry, I mumbled as I cleaned more of the table. I'm just thinking a lot about this date. What's got you overthinking? Micah asked sincerely. I shrugged. I don't know. River seemed really nice when I ran into him at Starbucks. Then he got really weird when he heard that I have a date. And how he ruined my date by dumping his drink on Harold. What if he is like a control freak or something? Micah gave me a look. Really? Jack? You could kick his ass if he tried to control you that much. You know that. And he did say he was jealous. Jealousy makes us do crazy things. And he bought you coffee and an entire book series, girl. I'd say give him a chance. You think? I asked as I set the sponge down in the sink. Micah nodded. He's your type. Tall, tan, and handsome. And he seems rich. I laughed and rolled my eyes at her. You would say that. Micah winked. And when you guys get married, we can go get food and use his card. But what if he turns out to be like Derek? I asked, getting scared. Maybe this lunch isn't a good idea. Jack! Micah smiled. Not all guys are like Derek. All the ones I date are. I scoffed. Micah shook her head. Give him a chance. Maybe he'll really make you happy. Jack? Mrs. Underwood asked as she knocked on the door. Yes? I asked as I opened it up. A young man is asking for your presence. His name is River. I nodded. Tell him I'll be there in a second. She nodded with a knowing smile. I approve. I groaned as she walked away. See? Micah yelled, pointing. I'm not the only one who thinks that you should go out with him. It's just a friendly lunch, I said, rolling my eyes. Micah smirked. You better reel that one in, Jack. Embrace your inner whore and keep him. Not on the first date, I yelled as my face got red. So you admit it's a date, Micah said smugly. Shit, I hate you, I mumbled as I walked out of the room. Watch Critter for me. Hey! River smiled as he saw me walk into the lobby. Hi, I smiled. These are for you, River said as he handed me some flowers. I smiled at the beautiful lilies and I felt my stomach erupt in butterflies. I'll put them in a vase for you, and you can take them home after work. Mrs. Underwood smiled. Thank you so much, I said as I handed them to her. You better treat her right, mister, Mrs. Underwood threatened. I shook my head as she walked to the break room. Ready? He asked, smiling. I nodded. Thank you. I smiled as he opened the door for me. The ride to where we were going was quiet, but it wasn't an awkward quiet at all. We made small talk here and there, and he mainly asked what I liked, like my favorite color, food, movie, and all that. How do you like the books? River asked as we walked to wherever. I really like them, I smiled. Nudge is so cute. And gassy. Who? River asked, laughing. Those are two of the characters. I already found a spot for the books in my library. You have a library in your house? River asked, shocked. I nodded. Ever since I could read, My dad installed one for me. It's really nice. It has a stone fireplace, a couple window seats, and a bunch of books. A couple thousand, actually. And I still have room for more. Wow. River laughed. If I can't think of anything to give you as a present, I'm going for books. I laughed, but stopped once I saw the meadow he walked us to. River, I smiled as I looked at the blanket and picnic basket that was already laid out. It's beautiful, thank you. River blushed. I felt bad for what I've done, and I wanted to make it up to you. It's really nice, I complimented. We both sat down and he opened the basket. So we got some sandwiches, some fruit, sparkling grape juice, and some other things. River mumbled subconsciously as he pulled everything out. Watermelon! I yelled as I grabbed the container. I take it you like watermelon? River asked with a smirk as he saw my blush. Shut up, I mumbled. My eyes went wide as he took out a giant bag of animals crackers. Animal crackers? I said softly as I eyed the bag. River nodded with a sheepish smile. They are my guilty pleasure. No way, I laughed. Same with me. Really? He asked as he opened the bag and handed me one. Oh yeah! I smiled as I popped the animal cracker into my mouth. I know, right? How ladylike. River laughed at my expression and I threw a small grape at him. You did not just do that, he said, as he narrowed his eyes at me. I just did, I said smugly, as I threw another one at him. He smiled before he lunged towards me. I let out a yelp as he tackled me, but right as he touched me, I felt sparks instantly. I ignored the sparks and rolled us over so I was on top and smashed a piece of watermelon on his face. How rude, River gasped in mock hurt. Poor baby, I giggled. Ah! I screamed as River rolled us over. How do you like it? River laughed as he shoved a watermelon on my nose. Ew. I laughed as I wiped my face. You're so mean. River chuckled as he helped me wipe the watermelon away. I should probably do the same. I lifted my hand up and wiped away a drop of watermelon juice as it ran down his chin. Thanks, River whispered as he continued to stare at me. No problem, I said softly as I smiled up at him. River continued to look at me and he tilted his head to the side a little. I looked at him in confusion. Jack? River asked suddenly. Whoa, why so serious? Yes, I replied in confusion. I know this is completely random and going fast, but I want to try something, he said seriously. What's that? I asked. May I kiss you? River asked with a small smile. I looked up at him in shock. I felt my face scrunch up in confusion, but for some random reason, I nodded anyway. It was like I couldn't stop my head from nodding. It just did it on its own. River smiled and leaned down. He ran his thumb over my cheek slightly, and his lips met my lips. I gasped as the sparks intensified, and River deepened the kiss. River tilted his head to the side so he could get a better angle. I felt my hands move by themselves and rested in his hair. He pulled back slightly, but stayed close enough so his forehead could rest against mine. Wow, he said, breathing heavily. I nodded because I was so out of breath to speak. That kiss, I've never anything like it. Not even with Derek. Jack? River asked as he held onto my face. I would really love to do this again. Kiss? I asked, breathless. What the hell, Jack? Really? You ask that? River chuckled and pecked my lips again. I would love to do that again. And I also want to have another date with you, River said, smiling. I would like that too. I smiled. Really? River asked, hopeful. I nodded. River gave me a toothy white smile and lightly kissed my lips again. Damn. I don't think I could ever get tired of this. Underscore. What are you so happy about? Hank asked, laughing as I opened the front door. Oh, nothing, I said, giddy. I sighed and walked outside. Leo, I smiled as I sat down next to him with Critter. Leo licked my face and I laughed. The date went well, really well. I smiled as I remembered the kiss between me and River. Maybe River really is different. Do you think? Leo nodded really fast. It's still weird that Leo can understand me. He kissed me, I admitted suddenly. It was amazing. I felt sparks. You know when you get butterflies in your stomach? Well, I had a zoo inside my stomach. I laughed. He was so nice and gentle. He even asked me. No guy has ever done that before. Derek would never ask. Like, yeah, I like those little random kisses that come out of nowhere. But Derek's kisses? I don't know. They were forced. It didn't feel right, but I ignored it because I loved him. I scoffed at the image in my head when I first saw him in Georgia's bed. I was friends with Georgia. We were best friends, I said as I looked at Leo. She asked me to come over one day, but I got bored, so I went over there early. I heard noises from upstairs, and that's when I saw it. Her and Derek. Leo softly licked the tear that fell down my face. I really loved him. He was the first guy to try and be my friend, not for my money. I didn't give him a chance at first because I thought that was all he wanted, but he kept trying. He would get my gifts and everything. I caved. I smiled down at the memory. He knocked on my door in the morning and he wouldn't leave until I said yes to go on date with him. That's when my love story started. But 8 months later, I saw him with Georgia. She lost her best friend and he lost his girlfriend. Leo cuddled up next to me and Critter licked my cheek. I felt stupid, thinking that a guy would actually love me. I told him everything. Everything about how my parents could care less about me, and everything. I trusted him, but he told Georgia everything, and now she always says something about how her parents love her. I try to not let it bug me anymore, but it does. I don't show it though, but it hurts to know that it still gets to me. I cried. Leo whimpered and rubbed his snout on my cheek. Thank you, Leo, for listening to all of this, I sniffled. I know you are only a wolf, but it's nice talking to someone about it. The only people who know are Micah and Emily, and I want to keep it that way. I don't want anyone else to know, especially River. That would be a nightmare. He would probably think I'm weak and pathetic. I scoffed at the thought. He could be just like the rest of the guys. Well, I'm gonna head in. I'll see you tomorrow, I mumbled as I walked in my house towards the kitchen. Chapter 10. The Mysterious Hank. I groaned as the house phone started to ring. What now? Hello? I asked. Hello, Jack, a voice said through the line. I cringed at the sound of her dull voice. Hi, Mom, I said, bored. I called to let you know that your grandma is coming to visit you, my mom said in her normal monotone voice. She is? I asked, getting excited. Oh my gosh, I love my grandma. If you put my mom, grandma, when she was younger, and I all right next to each other, we look like twins, but with the major age difference. We all have the wavy blonde hair and the one green and one blue eye. But not my grandma. She's got the white hair now. My mom says that the eye things has been passed down from generation to generation. Yes, she is, my mom sighed. She said that she will be arriving tomorrow. I wanted to laugh at my mother's tone. I don't know why, but they don't get along at all. They never told me why. It had something to do with the fact that my mom doesn't agree with something my grandma said, and apparently it was huge. But I never found out what. I'm so excited, I gushed over the phone. Oh, and tell Dad I said thank you for the butler. Butler? My mom asked, confused. What butler? Hank, I said in confusion. He's the butler that Dad sent over. Jack? I heard my dad said over the phone. I never sent a butler. Then who is? I trailed off as I heard Hank get out of his shower. I'll call you guys back. I quickly hung up the phone and snuck over to Hank's room. Who the hell is this guy? I asked Critter. Critter hissed at Hank's door. I heard some ruffling sound and Hank started to talk. Hello, Alpha, Hank said in his normal deep voice. Yes. Jack is doing well. Who is Alpha? Is it a nickname for someone? Yes. She's healthy and happy. No, Alpha. No, she doesn't suspect anything. Yes, Alpha, Hank said seriously. I let out a silent scream and ran to the library. Once I got in, I shut the door and locked it and put Critter on a chair. Thank the Lord my dad made this library soundproof. He told me that he wanted to give me a quiet place to read, so he made it so no one can hear inside and no one can hear outside. He also put a light on top of the door so when someone is standing there, the light will glow red. There is also a hidden camera so I can see who it is on the little monitor by the door. I got my phone out and called Micah. Ring, 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 ree. Hello? Micah asked. Micah! I screamed in fear. Whoa, Micah said, worried. What's wrong? You know Hank? I asked. The butler? Yeah. My parents didn't send him, I said. What do you mean? Then who the hell is he? Micah asked, scared. I don't know, I said, pacing. I asked my dad and they know nothing about him. Did Hank do anything? Micah asked. I overheard him on the phone. He was talking to some guy named Alpha, and they were talking about me. I said, freaking out. What exactly did they say? Micah asked slowly. I thought back to when I heard them. Something about how I was doing. Hank told Alpha that I was doing well and that I was happy. Then he said how I don't suspect anything. That's when I ran out of there. I said, I'm so scared, Micah. Hank is huge. He could kill me. Who is Alpha? Micah asked. I shrugged to myself. I don't know. His leader or something. Okay. Just stay calm. Maybe he doesn't want to hurt you. Because with his size and strength, I'm pretty sure he would have done it already. Maybe he's protecting you? Micah asked to herself. Protecting me from what? I yelled into the phone. If anything, I need protection from him. I have some random guy in my house that is posing as my butler and he is keeping tabs on me. And the fact that he lied about my parents sending him? I'm scared, Micah. I'm really scared. It's gonna be okay, Micah said, trying to stay calm. I'll come and get you. We can talk about this. I went to open my mouth, but the light started to glow. Shit, I said as I walked over to the monitor to see Hank. He's at the door. Wait, did he hear all of this? Micah asked, worried. No, I'm in the library, I said. She sighed in relief. Oh, thank God. The one good thing your dad did was make that soundproof. What do I do? I asked. Act normal. He doesn't know that you know, Micah said. Okay, I nodded to myself. I got this. I'm on my way to come get you. Pack an overnight bag. You and Critter are staying with me, Micah demanded. Bless your heart, I sighed in relief. But we have to get back to my house when my grandma gets here. I can't leave her alone with this guy. Okay, we will save the granny. Micah laughed. I got to go. Please hurry, I mumbled into my phone. Already on my way, babe, Micah said before she ended the call. I breathed in a deep breath. Okay, Critter. We have to act natural. I unlocked the door and opened it. Dinner is ready. Hank smiled. I gave him a forced smile. Thank you, Hank. Are you okay, Ms. Banks? Hank asked, worried. Why does he seem so worried? He's the imposter. Yeah, I'm fine, Hank, I said, giving him a nervous laugh. What? No Hank the Tank? Hank teased as he walked with me to the kitchen. You'll always be Hank the Tank to me. Don't worry. I laughed. Good. Hank nodded with a smile as he got out plates. Oh my gosh. He could kill me any second. Oh, I said as he turned around. My friend Micah is coming to get me. We are having a girls' night at her house. You can tell her that I can drive you there, Hank said quickly. Yeah, right. Never getting into your hot-ass Hummer with you ever again. I shook my head. Nah, she's already on her way. But I'll be back tomorrow when my grandma gets here. Your grandma is coming? Hank asked, surprised. I nodded. You'll know it's her. She has the same eyes as I do. Hank smiled. That's awesome. I didn't know people could have different colored eyes. I laughed. It runs in my family. Mostly everyone on my mom's side has the same eyes. But no one on my dad's side. I know. It's weird. I heard my door open and Hank looked like he was on the defense. Ready, bitch? Micah asked, laughing as she walked into my kitchen. I thought the door was locked, Hank said in confusion as he looked at me. She has a key. I laughed as Micah held it up. Let's skedaddle, Micah whispered in my ear. Aren't you gonna eat first, Ms. Banks? Hank asked as he eyes Micah. I guess. I nodded. Micah, you want some food before we go? I still have to pack. You got here pretty quick. Duh, she laughed. When do I ever turn down free food? I laughed as Hank fixed my plate and handed it to me. I jumped as I felt my phone vibrate. Micah, Is the food poisoned? I mentally laughed at her text. But I do see where she is coming from. Me. No, it's not Micah. Okay, good. He's scary as hell. Me. I know. I wonder who Alpha is, Micah. The world may never know me. Lamau. I'll know. I'm gonna find this out. I looked over at Micah, and she nodded her head in determination. I looked over at Critter, and he was having a stare down with Hank. Tough little guy. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 11. Grandma comes to visit. Jack. Okay, so we have a couple hours before Grandma gets to your house, Micah said as she passed me a cup of coffee. We got to think. Micah and I decided that we would think of a plan this morning before my grandma got here. I don't trust her alone with Hanged, especially since he is some random huge-ass guy that is lying to me every day. I want to know who Alpha is, I said before taking a sip of my coffee. Betsy and Critter were too busy playing with their toys and running around. What if Hank is in the mafia? Micah asked, worried. I groaned. Just great. Some mafia guy is in my house. Should we call the police? Micah asked. Well, if he's in the mafia, probably not. They are way more advanced than the cops. I sighed. I can't just kick him out either. He knows where I live, and he has access to all the codes and keys for my house. This just keeps getting better and better. Micah groaned. We can always just shoot him. I gaped at her as she laughed. I am not killing someone. That is a last resort. I laughed. We can have Critter maul him in his sleep. Betsy can help. Micah shrugged. I looked over at Critter and laughed as he tongue rolled out of his mouth and he hung upside on the couch. That is a good idea, but I don't want Critter and Betsy getting taken away. We can just blame it on a wild animal, Micah suggested. I thought about it. Maybe, I said unsure. But have you seen the size of Hank? I don't think 2 baby animals will do much damage. You'd be surprised. Betsy sent Nicole running for the hills when I found out that she cheated on me. Micah laughed as Betsy hissed at the mention of Nicole's name. I laughed and nodded. I remember that. Her modeling career was over when Betsy scratched her on the face and left those ugly scars. Good times. Micah sighed as she smirked. Which reminds me, I so need to hit up a club sometime. I shook my head. You are such a whore. Micah winked. Duh. My boobs need attention, and besides, you need to embrace your inner whore, Jack. I'll pass. I laughed. Last time you dragged me to your club, I had a girl grab my boobs. It was a compliment. Micah laughed as she remembered it. For you it might be. I laughed as I too remembered it. Poor girl. One hiss from Critter and she screamed, running for the bathrooms. Please, Micah begged. I need a wing woman. I shook my head. I love you, Micah. But not that much. And why do you need a wing woman? Girls practically fall to your feet. Micah smirked and flipped her hair over her shoulder. I know, but you always have to have a plan B. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my phone as it started to ring. Hello? I asked. Ms. Banks, Hank said. I believe your grandmother is here. Shit, I said quickly. I'm on my way. Do you need me to come get you? Hank asked. No thanks. I'll see you in a bit, Hank the Tank. I ended the call and looked at Micah worried. My grandma is there, alone, with him, I said worried. Micah narrowed her eyes at that. Let's go. I grabbed my bag and Critter as Micah grabbed Betsy and her truck keys. The ride there didn't take very long because Micah drives like a maniac. I jumped out of the truck when I saw my grandma's maroon and silver Rolls-Royce Phantom. Micah and I both ran inside and saw my grandma having tea with Hank. Grandma, I smiled. Jack. She smiled as she ran over to me. I smiled as she pulled me into a hug. Almost out of all my family members, my grandma is the one that shows the most kindness. We are literally best friends, Micah dear. My grandma smiled as she pulled Micah in for a hug. Hello, Gma, Micah smiled as she pulled back. I didn't know you got a butler, Jack. My grandma smiles. I like him. Thank you, Mrs. Berger. Hank smiles. I'm new. Her father just hired me a couple days ago. Yeah, hired you my ass. Oh, Jack, my grandma smiled. I have a present for you. I gave her a big smile as I saw her pull out 3 books. Thank you, I said excitedly, as I took the book from her. She laughed. "You're welcome, sweetie. Mermaids, witches, and werewolves," I mumbled as I read over the covers of the 3 books. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Hank's eyes widen a little. "I know how much you like fantasy," my grandma smiled. "And you already have a book on vampires, so why not have a book on one of their greatest enemies?" I laughed and nodded. "Thank you. Should we tell her?" Micah whispered in my ear as she walked up to me. I nodded. "I'll be right back, Hank. I'm going to go show my grandma the new addition to the library," I said. "Of course, Ms. Banks. I'll start lunch for all of us." Hank smiled. "Are you staying for lunch, Ms. Baker?" Micah nodded. Thank you, Hank," my grandma smiled. "How did he know my last name?" Micah asked as we walked to the library. I shrugged. "I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me. He probably did his research on both of us." Once we finally got to the library, I quickly ushered my grandma inside and locked the door. Critter and Betsy hopped over to the chair and laid down. I locked the door and placed the books on the nearest table. "Jack?" my grandma asked. "What's going on?" "You can't trust Hank," I said seriously. "Why not?" my grandma asked, confused. "He must be trustworthy if your parents sent him." "That's the thing," Micah said. "Her parents didn't send him." "What?" my grandma asked, shocked. I nodded. "He came to my house one night and told me about how my parents sent him to be my butler. I believed him because my parents always had butlers. Plus he knew about Critter, and a stranger wouldn't know about him. My mom called me the other morning telling me that you were coming. I thanked them for sending Hank over, and they knew absolutely nothing about him. So I went to his room to talk to him, but I overheard him talking to someone. He was telling them how I was doing and how I didn't suspect anything." "Then who is he?" my grandma asked. Micah and I both shrugged. "I don't know," I sighed, "but all I know is that some random guy is in my house posing as my butler and lying to me about who sent him. He is keeping tabs on me, Grandma. I'm scared." My grandma ran over to me and pulled me into a hug. "It's okay, Jack. We will find out who is doing all of this." "What if he is in the mafia?" I asked, throwing my hands up. "We can't call the cops. They won't be able to do anything. And he knows Micah's last name. I have never once mentioned her last name in front of him. He must be keeping tabs on everyone you associate with," she said, worried. "Do you talk to anyone else?" I froze. "River," I whispered. "Who?" Grandma asked. "A boy that fancies her," Micah smirked. "Hank knows all about him," I said, worried. "What if he goes after River?" "Calm down, dear," Grandma soothed. "We can get through this." "But I'm scared," I said. "What if he goes after you or Micah?" Micah rushed over to me and pulled me into a hug. "We will just have to think of something," my grandma said. "But if he really is involved with something big, then we can't tell anyone. He might do something bad to them, so we just need to act natural." I saw the light turn red and walked over to the monitor. "Hank is here," I said as I gulped. A new wave of fear washed over me. My grandma walked up to me and took a big breath. "It's okay. Act normal," she reminded me. I nodded. I unlocked the door and opened it up to see Hank smiling. "Lunch is ready." Hank smiled softly. I gave him another fake smile and nodded. "Thank you," I said. "How did you like the library, Mrs. Berger?" Hank asked as he walked with us to my kitchen. "It was lovely," my grandma smiled. "I didn't realize Jack had that many books." Hank laughed and nodded. "Her boyfriend bought her a series." "He's not my boyfriend," I groaned. "Yet," Micah and Hank said at the same time. I flipped them both off and sat down at the table. I angrily grabbed my sandwich and took a bite. "Yeah, you show that sandwich." My grandma laughed as she smirked. "Shut up," I mumbled, trying not to laugh. She stuck her tongue out at me and sat down next to me. "So I see where Mrs. Banks gets her eyes." Hank smiled. My grandma nodded. "Almost everyone on my side has these eyes. It makes us unique." "Unique?" I asked, confused. My grandma smiled and nodded. "Yes, we are a very unique family." "Since when?" "Mom always said her side of the family was boring and wouldn't tell me anything because I'll die of boredom." I laughed. My grandma shook her head. "That's because your mom was the problem." "How are we unique?" I asked, putting my sandwich down. I'll tell you about it later, she said as she eyed Hank, who had his back turned to us as he washed the dishes. I nodded in understanding. I'm glad you came here. I smiled. My grandma smiled as well. I was thinking about living here. You were? I asked, excited. Hell yeah, Micah yelled. My grandma laughed. I don't like Kansas. It's all hot and gross. And ever since your grandfather passed away, I don't have any more family there, so why stay there? I found a beautiful house a mile out of the city. Get it? I smiled. In fact, I'll buy it for you. That would be impossible. She laughed. Why? Micah and I asked. My grandma gave us both a smirk. Because I already bought it. Yes! I yelled as Critter and I both did a fist pump in the air. Party in the house! Micah shouted as she jumped around my kitchen. Hank gave her the weirdest look. That's Micah for you. I laughed as Hank busted out laughing at Micah's happy dance. Oh, wow. Hank laughed. Oh, wow, indeed. Chapter 12. Real Men Can't Be Stolen. Jack, I groaned as I heard my phone ding. What the hell, people? I mumbled as I used my hand to feel around my bedside table. I'm trying to sleep here. I finally found my phone and hit the home button. Shit! I yelled as I dropped it and covered my eyes. Stupid bright light. After finally being able to see again, I unlocked my phone and saw that I had a new message from River. River? Hey, wanna go get some breakfast? I smiled as I typed him back. Me? Sure, I would love to. What time? I put my phone down just as it dinged. I hate when that happens. River, we can go now? I can come pick you up? Me, sure. I finally decided and got up to get ready. I groaned as I brushed my hair. I hate morning. Getting ready didn't take very long, and I ran to the front door when I heard the doorbell ring. I stopped running, though, when I saw a note on the table. Dear Miss Banks, you were out of groceries, so I left this morning to go get some. It won't take long, and I will be right back. Have a good day, Hank. Aw, Hank, I laughed to myself. Too bad you're a bad guy. I heard the doorbell ring again. Oh, crap, I yelled as I ran towards the door. Hey, River smiled as he saw me. Hey, I smiled back. You can come in. I need to grab my purse. River nodded and closed the door behind him. Your house is beautiful, River smiled. Thank you. I smiled back. I'm glad you like it. I love the whole country design going on. It reminds me of my house. River smiled as he looked at everything. I was about to answer him, but the doorbell rang again. What the? I muttered, confused as I walked towards my door. River followed me, but stayed off to the side. Damn, River. He was watching me like a hawk. Hello, it's you, I sighed as I saw Derek standing there. Damn, Jack. Don't look too excited to see me, Derek muttered as he looked at me. I sighed. What do you want? I came here for my sweatshirt, Derek says. Sweatshirt? I asked, confused. I gave you that back when I dumped your sorry ass. Derek sighed and looked at the ground. I know. I just wanted an excuse so I could talk to you. Nice try, Derek, I said, getting angry. We are over. We have been over for a long time. That isn't going to change anytime soon. Why not? Derek asked as he turned around and started to pace on my porch. Why can't we just... Wait, did you get a new truck? No, I said as I crossed my arms. Why the hell won't he leave yet? Then whose is it? Derek asked as he looked at me in confusion. Mine, someone said from behind me. Derek froze and clenched his fists. He turned to his left and met a smirking River. Who the hell are you? Derek asked as his knuckles started to turn white. The name is River. River smirked as he held his hand out. Derek didn't move. He continued to glare at River. Well, okay then. River laughed as he retracted his hand. Why are you at Jack's house? We have a date, which you are causing us to be late at, by the way. River shrugged like it's no big deal. I rolled my eyes and grabbed River's hand and pulled him out of my house. Yup, sparks again. And they feel amazing this time instead of feeling weird. I must be getting used to them or something. I locked up the house and turned to see a shaking Derek and a smug-looking River. River was clearly enjoying this way too much. "Oh Lord, please help me." "A date?" Derek spat. River nodded. "That's what boyfriends take their girlfriends out on." "Girlfriend?" Derek and I asked at the same time. River winked and made a rolling action with his fingers quickly so Derek wouldn't see it. I laughed to myself as I got the hint. "Oh, River, I like you, my friend." "Yes, River and I are dating, and you are making us late for our date." I smiled as River grabbed my hand. "But," Derek said, "you miss me." "I know you do." I held up my hands as Derek took a step towards me. "Don't flatter yourself there, boy." "Boy?" Derek scoffed. "I'm not a boy. I'm a man." I laughed. "Real men don't cheat." River smirked and walked up to Derek. I gulped as River towards over him and got in his face. "Please, Lord. I really don't feel like bailing River out of jail." "Listen here, Derek," River said as he narrowed his eyes down at Derek. "You need to stay the hell away from my girlfriend. Don't talk to her, look at her, or even think about her, or else you will need a hospital. Not gonna lie, that was pretty hot." River smirked as Derek gulped in fear and pulled me along to his truck. I said a thank you as River opened my door and shut it once I was inside. His face was priceless. River laughed as we backed out of my driveway. I looked ahead and saw Derek stomping towards his tiny truck. I should have known that he was bad. "He drives a Toyota truck." I shivered in disgust. River nodded. "That is a disgrace to truck kind." I laughed. "That is true." We kept talking, and before we knew it, we were in front of IHOP. "IHOP!" I yelled as I threw my door open. River laughed at me as we walked inside. "Damn, girl, you really do love this place." I nodded. "Yes, if I want to eat, I eat, and I'm proud of it." River placed his hand over his heart. "Where have you been all my life?" I giggled, and the waiter sat us down at a table. "Thanks for the whole Derek thing, by the way," I said once the waiter left to go get us our drinks. River waved me off. "No prob, Jack." "I'm just glad that I could help," I smiled. "I think he might try and leave me alone now." "I think so," River laughed. "Hey, Jack?" I looked at River confused as he turned serious. "What's up?" I asked. "I like you," River said suddenly. "I mean, I like you. A lot, actually. And I really like going on dates with you. The first one was so much fun, and I was hoping we could keep doing them. So, Jack, will you be my girlfriend?" Oh, wow. I did not see that coming. Shit. What do I say? I should probably stop talking to myself and answer the poor guy. I looked up at a nervous River was playing with the edge of the menu. "Yes," I said. "You will? Really?" he asked, smiling. I nodded, laughing. "That's why I said yes." "Oh, right," River blushed. "Thank you, Jack. You won't regret it. Let's hope not." Oh, shit. How am I supposed to protect River from Hank? I need to think of something. Chapter 13, The Naked Man and the Missing Wolf. "Jack," I groaned as my phone started to ring. "Hello?" I asked as I gave River an apologetic smile. He smiled and nodded. "Jack," Emily's worried voice said. "Emily?" I asked, worried. "What's wrong?" "Micah just called me. Another wolf came in the vet today and he's beat up pretty bad. Things aren't looking too good. I can't come in because I just got called on an emergency house call. I know it's you're coming in later tonight, but could you please come in early?" "Of course," I said as I grabbed my purse. "I'm on my way." "Thank you so much, Jack." Emily sighed in relief as she ended the call. "What's wrong?" River asked as he sat back down. "Did you pay the bill?" I asked. He smirked and nodded. "Yup. You were talking, so I slipped away to pay it." I mumbled at him under my breath. "Whatever," I laughed. "But I have to go to the clinic. A wolf showed up and he's not close to making it. Emily went out on an emergency house call, and she needs me to come in early." "Okay," River smiled. "I'll drop you off." "Are you sure?" I asked. He nodded. "Yes, Jack. I'm sure. Come on." The ride there didn't take that long, mainly because River sped the entire way. "Good luck with wolf," River said uneasily. "Thanks," I said, confused. Why did he say it like that? "Do you need me to come get you?" River asked. I shook my head. "Nah, I'll have Micah drop me." "Thank you. You're welcome," he called out after me. I ran through the doors. "Jack!" Zach yelled. "What's going on?" I asked as I ran to the surgery room. "The wolf," Zach said, breathless. "He's really bad. It looks like he's gotten into a fight or something. He flatlined once, but Micah got him back." I sighed. "Prep him for surgery. He's gonna need it if he flatlined. I'll look him over then." Zach nodded and left the surgery room. I washed my hands and I saw the doors pop open. Zach and Troy ran in, pushing the wolf in with Micah and a couple other workers behind them. "Arms out," Micah said quickly as she pulled my cover on. After tying it, she ran around me and got the gloves. "We need to work quickly," Micah said. "I already brought him back once. We can't risk that again." I nodded. "Get him under." Micah nodded and got the mask and happy juice ready. "It's okay, little guy," I said as I walked up to the wolf. "You're gonna be okay." The wolf opened his eyes and I jumped back a little bit as I stared in its red eyes. "Does it have bleeding in his eyes?" I asked, as Micah put the mask over the wolf. I checked the eyes and didn't see any signs of bleeding. Micah shook her head. "Not that I could find." I nodded and saw him watching me carefully. "You're going to be okay," I promised. "I haven't lost a patient, and I'm not about to start." The wolf's eyes finally closed, and I heard his soft snore. "Let's get to work," I said, as I grabbed the razor to get to his cuts. I sighed in relief as Troy and Zach rolled him out. "You did well," Micah smiled. "But it's still weird being here without Critter." I nodded. "I know. I still don't trust Hank being alone with him, so I called my grandma to take care of him. Critter loves her." Micah smiled and nodded. "I'm glad, because I don't want this Hank guy doing anything to him." "Neither do I said just as Troy walked in the room. "The wolf is awake," Troy said, confused. "What?" I asked as I pulled my gloves off. "He shouldn't be awake. He still should be under for another 30 minutes. Troy shrugged. "I don't know. He woke up a couple minutes after Zach and I put him in the cage. I'll go check on him," I mumbled. "Troy and I will clean the room for you," Micah said. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I can always come back." Micah waved me off. "You go. We got this." "Oh, joy," Troy mumbled. I rolled my eyes and laughed as I made my way to the recovery room. "He's in a lot of pain," Zach said as he checked the wolf's IV. "Get some more pain medication and put it through the IV. But amp it up a little bit, but not too much. I don't want him to overdose." Zach nodded and ran out the door. "Poor thing," I mumbled as his red eyes peered up at me. "You'll all better now." "Yeah, after the 3-hour surgery," I thought to myself. I looked over his cuts and watched in shock as one of the smaller ones started to disappear. "What the hell?" I mumbled as I looked down at it. I gasped as it completely vanished. I looked up at the wolf, too, watched the cut disappear. He looked at me in shock. How the hell can an animal look at me in shock? I ran my finger over the spot that the cut was on and felt nothing. No torn skin, no bumps, no indentations, nothing. "That is strange," I mumbled to myself. "Here is the medicine," Zach said as he handed me the syringe. I nodded a thank you and put the needle in the IV. I pushed it in and waited for all the medicine to go in before taking the syringe out. "That should do it," I said as I handed the syringe to Zach. "Thank you." He smiled and nodded before walking out. "I'll be right back. I'll go get you some more water." I smiled as I grabbed his bowl. The wolf continued to watch me and didn't make any sound. "How's he doing?" Micah asked as she followed me to the kitchen part of the clinic. "This is where we hold all the food, water, and the medicine in the locked cabinets and fridges." "Good," I said in relief. "He's not in a lot of pain anymore. It's so weird. And the fact that I watched a cut heal completely right before my eyes." "You what?" Micah asked, shocked. I nodded. I watched a cut completely heal. It didn't leave any kind of scarring behind it. The spot where it was completely smooth. Micah's eyes went wide as she held the door open for me. "That is strange. How is that possible? All those cuts on that wolf were deep. It would take a couple weeks for them to completely heal, and even then they would leave some sort of scar behind." I nodded. "I know. I just didn't know what was happening." Micah opened the door to the recovery room and we both stood staring at the empty cage. "What the hell?" I screamed. Zach and Troy both came running in with shovels. "What's wrong?" they asked, scanning the room. "The wolf is gone!" I yelled. "Why do you guys have shovels?" Micah asked, laughing. "We heard you guys scream," Troy said, still looking around the room. "We thought you guys were hurt or something," Zach said as he lowered his shovel. Micah shook her head and laughed. "No, you idiots. We need to go to the security room. Check the cameras," I said as I made my way there. Everyone followed and we soon walked in the room. "Okay, let's see what happened," I mumbled as I typed on the computer. I rewind the video feed and we all sat back in silence to watch. "Well, there's the wolf," Micah mumbled as we watched the wolf walk out of the recovery room. "What the hell?" I said, amazed. "Is that a naked man?" "Ew!" Micah screamed. I watched shocked as the naked, bald guy ran down the hall. "How the hell did he get in here?" Zach asked as Micah continued to cover her eyes. "Do you think he took the wolf?" Troy asked. "He had to have," I said as I fast-forwarded the video. "The wolf was in critical condition. He couldn't have just walked out." "Can I look now?" Micah asked. I chuckled. "Yes." Micah sighed in relief and removed her hands from her face. "So what do we do now?" Troy asked. "Troy, call animal control and find that wolf. But tell them to be careful. He is badly hurt and is most likely to lash out if he feels threatened," I said and turned to Zach. "Zach, you need to call the cops. Send them a picture of this man. I want him caught and I need to find that wolf." They both nodded and left. "Who the hell takes an injured wolf right out of a vet clinic?" I asked angrily as I stared at the computer monitor. Micah shrugged. "I don't know, but we should find out where he got out. A naked man can't just walk straight out with a wolf." "The back entrance," I said suddenly. "That leads to the garage where the trucks are kept or the other door." Micah and both shot up out of our chairs and ran. Once we got there, I saw the garage door open. Micah screamed. "I hate people," I mumbled. Micah nodded. "You and me both, girl."
Chapter 14. Caught the Rogue. River. After I dropped Jack off at her work, I rushed home. "Dad!" I yelled as I ran in the pack house. "What's wrong?" my dad asked as he walked out of the kitchen with my mom. "What's wrong, man?" Nolan asked. "Has any of our members gotten hurt? Like so bad it's critical?" I asked. "What if Jack is fixing up a rogue? That little jerk better not touch her," Leo growled. "No," my dad said, shaking his head. "Why?" "Jack is at the clinic right now giving a wolf surgery," I mumbled. My mom gasped. "Do you think it could be a rogue? What if it's a regular wolf?" Cooper said. Julia rolled her eyes and smacked the back of his head. "There are no wolves around her dumbass." Nolan snickered and pecked her cheek. "Damn woman," Cooper mumbled, rubbing the back of his head. "It was just a question." "She is fixing up a rogue right now," I growled. "They better not touch her." "Hank," I linked him. "Yes, Alpha?" Hank asked right away. "You need to go to Jack's work and check on her. She is fixing up a rogue. Find him and make sure she is safe." "Yes, Alpha," he said, determined as he cut the link. "Let's talk in my office," I said as everyone else nodded. The past couple of hours we have been going over maps of the area and possible hideouts for rogues. Also mixing up patrol routes just in case. If rogues decided to make an appearance, I want to be ready. "Alpha!" Hank yelled. I jumped, which caused me to drop the map and get weird looks from everyone else. "What did you find?" I asked Hank. "The rogue. I found him leaving the area around the clinic." Hank growled in disgust. "Bring him to the cellar. I will be there shortly," I said, pissed. "Yes, Alpha." "River?" my mom asked. "Hank found the rogue," I mumbled. My dad growled slightly. "Let's go talk to him." I nodded and got up. My dad, Nolan, Cooper and I all walked to the cellar. "Careful," my mom mumbled as Julia nodded. We nodded back and walked down. "Alpha," the two guards said monotone as they nodded their heads in respect. "Did Hank bring the rogue?" I asked. "Yes, he did, Alpha. He just got here," the guard on the left said. "Thank you." I nodded as I walked past them. "Alpha," Hank said as he bowed in respect. "Thank you for bringing him here," I said as I stared at the rogue. The rogue looked up at me and rolled his eyes. Please get him some shorts, I mumbled as I looked away. Not even a second later, Hank came back with some shorts. Thanks, the rogue mumbled as he slid them on. Now, I said as I stepped in front of his cell. Why the hell were you on my land? Having fun. The rogue smirked as he leaned me back. Got in a fight. Had some extremely hot chick sew me up. I let out a small growl. Soft blonde hair and had the most incredible eyes. One blue and one green. The rogue growled as he licked his lips. That's it, Leo growled before he took control.
Leo, that brat did it. The way this worthless piece of shit talked about my mate. My goddess of a mate. Listen here, you little mutt, I growled, shocking everyone. You touch one little hair on her head, and I will personally rip you to shreds. Ah, the rogue cooed. Is the little alpha upset? I growled loudly and ripped the cell door off. The silver bars didn't even affect me, but I'm glad that it was me and not River. They would for sure have hurt River's hand. I marched right up to the piece of shit and grabbed him by the throat. Let me make myself loud and clear, I growled as the rogue clawed at my hand trying to get air. You touch her and you will regret the day you were born. I will personally kill you and enjoy every second of it. So I suggest that you leave her alone or else something will happen. I dropped the rogue and he was gasping for air as he nodded. Pathetic. I spat as he walked out of the cell. You need to calm down, River's dad said, worried. Come on, Leo. You can't walk through the pack house like this. There are children. I know that. I growled as I narrowed my eyes at him. Why the hell would you think that I would hurt someone? Hey, River yelled at him. Please be nice to my dad. Alpha, a guard yelled as he ran in. What? I growled. I mentally smirked as he saw it was me and not River. Scaring people is really fun. Rogues are at territory line A Ralpha. The guard stuttered. I growled and stomped up the stairs and out of the cellar. Who do these rogues think they are? Coming close to my land? What do they want? I asked the guard. Something about an ancient healer, the guard said. They keep saying that you have him and want him. Who's he? I asked. Let me have control back so you don't scare the guy to death, River grumbled. Fine, I said. Damn, River, ruining all my fun.
River. The guard let out a small sigh of relief when he saw that I was back in control. Poor guy. Now what is this about an ancient healer? I asked, confused. Oh, them. I remember them. Elder Edgar smiled. Those were the days. Healers were everywhere. What is an ancient healer? My dad asked. They are special people. They have the ability to heal anyone. Elder Edgar explained. They were everywhere. That was until the rogues go to them. What do you mean? I asked. Ancient healers have a very distinct marking, but because we haven't seen one in a while, no one remembers what that marking is, Elder Edgar stated. But when healers were very common around the world, the rogues would capture them, use them to heal all their injured wolves. Then when the healers were no use to them anymore, they would kill them. Then they would go out and find a new healer. So do these ancient healers know about the supernatural world? Nolan asked. Elder Edgar nodded his head. Healers were created to help the good guys. They knew of all the supernatural creatures. When healers accept their power and begin practicing with it, they can even sense good versus evil. How? I asked, amazed. Damn, that is pretty cool. I don't really know, Elder Edgar said softly. My friend from way back talked about it. He was a healer until he got killed by rogues. He said something about it was a gut feeling. They would get a warm feeling if the person was good, but a feeling of dread if the person was bad. But that's only when they accept their power and begin to practice it. Do you think these healers are still around? I asked. He nodded with a smile. Oh, I know they are, Alpha. They got to be. The rogues did a toll on the population of them, but they didn't quite make them extinct. Some healers survived rogue attacks, so they might be hidden and not use their powers as much. These markings, Cooper said, thinking. What type of marking could it be? I honestly do not know, Elder Edgar said with a sigh. A healer hasn't been spotted in so long since they found out what the rogues do, that no one remembers. It could be anything really. A marking on their skin, their hair color, the way they are built. No one knows. Well, if the rogues are asking for this healer guy, he must be pretty close, I said. My dad nodded. We have to find him. Let him know that there are rogues after him. That's a good idea, Nolan said. I sighed. Great. Just what I needed. Help save a healer from rogues, and also save my beautiful mate from rogues. But mate comes first, Leo growled. I nodded. Most definitely. Jack is always our #1 priority. Can we go see her? Leo asked hopefully. Oh, thank the Lord that you want to see her too. I laughed. Duh. Leo chuckled. Let's go see her. I smiled. Tally-ho, Leo yelled. Damn, I have a strange wolf.
Chapter 15. Talking to Leo. Jack, I'm guessing work wasn't good, Hank said as I slammed the door shut. No, it wasn't, I mumbled as I sat myself down in one of the kitchen island chairs. May I ask what happened, Ms. Banks? Hank asked as he handed me a cup of my favorite coffee. Should I drink it? It could be poisoned. Screw it. I really don't care at the moment. I placed my cup back down after I took a sip. A naked bald guy broke into the clinic today and took an injured wolf, I said as I glared at the table. Hank froze slightly as he looked at me carefully. Did he really? He asked. I looked up at him and studied him. I learned that every time Hank lies, he licks his lips really fast and his fingers twitch. Something that I'm glad he does because it helps me out. I nodded, pretending that I didn't see anything. I mean, seriously, I yelled. Who the hell takes an injured wolf out of a clinic? He went through a 3-hour surgery. He was dying when Troy and Zach brought him in. I hate people. Well, I'm glad he made it, Hank said through gritted teeth. He shook his head and went back to putting the dishes away. Weird. I'm going to my room. I sighed as I brought my coffee mug with. Okay. Good night, Ms. Banks, Hank called since I was already in the hallway. Good night, I called back. I threw my keys and phone on my bed and stripped my clothes. After I got my PJ pants on, my phone started to ring. Hello? I asked as I was looking through my closet for a shirt. What's up? River asked. I immediately smiled. Oh, nothing really. Just standing in my room half naked talking to you. Nothing really. Bought to go to bed. You? I asked as I finally picked out a shirt. Same. River laughed. Well, I wanted to call you and ask what you are doing tomorrow. I hummed, trying to think. Nothing after 5. I have work tomorrow morning, and then I have to help Micah paint her bathroom. She's tired of the blue color. River laughed. Sweet. Do you want to do something after? River said. I could literally hear the smirk in his voice. Of course. I laughed as I put the shirt on. What do I wear? Casual clothes. We'll be outside. Oh, and bring a swimsuit. Aye, aye, Captain. I giggled. Oh, I got some treats for Critter. Maybe he'll like me then. I laughed. He's at my grandma's house right now. I had to work really late, so she offered to keep him overnight. Aw, man, River mumbled. Good night. I laughed at his depressed voice. Good night, beautiful, River said before he hung up. Did he just call me beautiful? I blushed as I laid my phone down on my bed. After finishing my coffee, I walked back out to the kitchen to put it in a sink. I jumped as the back door began to rattle, causing me to drop my mug in the sink. Damn it, I mumbled as I picked it up. It better not be broken. It's an Alice in Wonderland cup. I sighed in relief when it wasn't damaged. I made sure to be quiet and I opened the door a little. Leo, I smiled as I opened it wider and sat down on my back porch. Leo jumped up and began to lick my cheek. I giggled at the tingling feeling and pushed him off. How are you, boy? I asked as I rubbed his head. Leo purred and curled up next to me. So River and I are dating, I said suddenly. It's weird. I feel like I can trust him. Leo's head snapped up to look at me, and I continued talking. He's really sweet, I mumbled, playing with my fingers. But I don't know. Derek was just as sweet as River was when we first started dating. Leo growled softly. I gave him a sad smile. It sucks that a girl could go from trusting anyone to not wanting to trust anybody. That one boy can make such a big change in a girl's life and everything nice thought she had about guys. That one guy can ruin a girl. It sucks. Leo snuggled closer to me and rested his head on my lap. I softly rubbed his head and continued. I know to most people it could seem stupid, like that I just need to shut up and get over it. But it's hard, you know? I used to be able to look at any guy and see something that is worth trusting. But now, all I see is how much they could use me, how much they could hurt me. After Derek and I broke up, I wouldn't even look in a guy's direction. My friend Micah would try to get me to date again, but I wouldn't. I was always scared that I would get too attached and fall hard. That's what happened to me when I first met Derek. I sighed as tears began to gather in my eyes. And it sucks because Micah and Emily are all that I have. My one friend left with my boyfriend. I always wanted my parents here, to play good cop and bad cop, but it never got to happen. My parents could care less about me. I've always wanted my dad to be the bad cop, scare my boyfriend and make sure he treats me right. Then I wanted my mom to be the good cop, where she would make my boyfriend feel welcomed and better when he got done talking to my dad. Like I had Emily, and she met Derek and everything. But it still wasn't the same. Leo whimpered as I hugged him. But River came along, when I spilled my coffee all over his shirt. I chuckled at the memory. Something about him just makes me feel safe, feel loved. He stood up to Derek and protected me. I've never had anyone stick up for me before. Well, besides Micah and Emily. But this time was different. I had a guy stick up for me. It was weird. I was so confused. Never in my life did I have a guy stick up for me. I feel like this is all a game to River, I said just as Leo looked up at me. I feel like once I get too attached, River is gonna laugh and say this was all pretend. Like he is gonna drop me and go on to someone else. Do you think so? Leo shook his head quickly. He even looked kind of sad. I shrugged. I don't know. I really like River. And I didn't want to yes to him just in case something like this would actually happen. I wanted to push him away so far, but he didn't take no as an answer. And he bought me a book series. How could I turn that down? Leo gave me a little laugh. Snort kind of thing. I chuckled. Thanks for listening. I know you can't talk, but in case you can magically talk one day, please don't tell anyone I said this. Promise? Leo nodded his head and gave my cheek a lick. Thanks. Because I don't want anyone finding out about this. Especially River, I mumbled. I looked up and Leo was looking at the ground. He looked really guilty. Oh well, I'm going to go to bed, I said as I kissed the top of Leo's head. Good night, Leo. Now I just need to figure out how to keep River away from Hank. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 16. The Invaders. Jack, I smiled as I leaned against the door and felt my lips. The goodbye kiss from River was amazing. The sparks that I always feel when I touch him are getting more and more intense, almost like they are more noticeable now. Have a good date, Ms. Banks? Hank asked with a smirk. I cleared my throat. Yes. Hank laughed as I stood up straight. Hank's eyes fogged over real quick and his jaw clenched. I need to, go get groceries, Hank said quickly as he grabbed his car keys. I'll be right back. But didn't you just get them the other? I paused myself as Hank slammed the door shut. I shrugged. Oh well. I smiled as I heard my back door rattle. Leo is here. I smiled to Critter. Critter ran in front of the door and let the biggest growl I have ever heard. Critter? I asked confused. He's never done to this Leo. Only a hiss. I looked back up at my door as it continued to rattle even harder. That isn't Leo. I ran to my room and unlocked my gun case. I grabbed my shotgun and a box of shells, stuffing them in my sweatshirt pocket. Okay, I said to myself as I got my gun ready. I opened my back door slowly and saw a brown wolf, but this one had red eyes. I screamed as it growled loudly at me and slammed the door in its face. I laughed as I heard it whimper when the door hit its face. Critter, run! I yelled when my back door got knocked down. As long as you don't run, everything will be fine. A guy smiled as he walked in with another guy and a wolf. I gulped and held my gun tighter. Who the hell are you guys? I asked. And why are you in my house? We are just looking for a guy that we need, the one with blonde hair said. What guy? I asked. That is none of your damn business, he growled. And yes, I do mean growl. Did you just growl? I asked. What human growls? The wolf growled and lunged for me. I screamed and pointed my shotgun at him. I pulled the trigger and watched the wolf slide across the ground. Oh, holy shit! I cannot believe I just did that! You bitch! The one with the black hair yelled as they ran towards me. I screamed and ran for my room. Okay, now I actually wish Hank was here, even if he is evil. I closed my door and ran for my bathroom. I flinched as I heard my bedroom door burst open. Get out here! I heard a guy yell. Shit! I yelled as my bathroom door fell on the ground. How the hell are these guys so strong? And they don't even look like they are tired at all. I quickly looked around for anything that I could use. I smiled as I grabbed my baby powder. I started to swing my arms around and squeeze the bottles. The two men coughed as baby powder filled the air, and they were both covered in white powder. I quickly grabbed my hairdryer and flung it at both men. Ow! They both yelled, as my hairdryer made contact with their heads. I jumped over them both and grabbed my gun. Critter! I yelled. I heard little feet run across the floor. I looked over just in time to see a crazed, red-eyed wolf chase Critter. The wolf jumped for Critter, but Critter dodged at the last second, causing the wolf to land on my cowboy boots. You little mutt! I yelled as the wolf's claws sunk into my boots. Those are my favorite pair of boots! The wolf looked confused before looking down. He realized what he was stepping on and carefully got off my boots. You mutt! I yelled as I grabbed my gun and marched over to him. You do not mess with my boots! The wolf looked scared and slowly dipped away from me. Oh, hell no you don't! I yelled as I shot him in his shoulder. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground. That was for my boots. And this is for trying to kill Critter. I spat as I rested the gun right in between his eyes. Bye-bye, Wolfie. Once I pulled the trigger back, the giant blonde-colored wolf dropped to the ground. Critter jumped up my leg and hid in my sweatshirt pocket. I got you! I jumped as more people and wolves barged into my house. Now we must run, I stated before running outside. Hold on, Critter! I hopped on my crotch rocket and made a beeline for the woods after I put the gun in my lap. I can't really go to the road. Wolves are blocking my exit. So to the woods it is. I looked behind me and saw wolves chasing me. I pushed the throttle in more and quickly dodged the trees. Of course I left my phone inside, I thought to myself as I jumped a log. Thank you, Dirt Hills. I quickly squeezed the brake as I was met with more wolves in a small clearing. I groaned and parked my bike next to some trees. So you're the girl who is messing with my pack, a man said as he glared at me. Okay, one, I don't know who your pack is, I stated. And two, they are the guys who broke into my house and tried to kill me. The man laughed. We are trying to find a boy. We were just searching the area. Okay, that's all nice and dandy. But I'm pretty sure your search doesn't involve breaking into my house and trying to kill me and my pet raccoon, I said, seething. And who is this boy you are looking for? Someone who will be very useful to us, the man said as he narrowed his eyes at me. Okay. Well, as you can tell, I don't really know who this boy you are speaking of, I said. Now, if you could please leave me the hell alone, that would be wonderful. We can't, the man said with a smirk. You already know too much, so we have to get rid of you. I gulped. I really didn't have any plans of dying today. Critter jumped out of my hoodie and stood on his hind legs while growling at the men. Damn! Another guy laughed. He's feisty! I quickly grabbed Critter and put him back in my pocket. I watched carefully as a wolf walked up to the leader. Holy shit! I whispered as the wolf started to shift. I watched frozen as the crack and pop sounds stopped and a naked man was standing there. Werewolf, I whispered as a shiver ran down my spine. The man nodded with a smirk. Yes, we are werewolves. But how? I asked, shaking my head as all the other wolves shifted and stood by the rest of the men. They are only myths. The black-haired guy that broke in my house earlier walked forward with the blonde-haired guy. I had to hold in a laugh as I saw some baby powder still in their hair. "Oh, that's gold! They aren't myths," black-haired guy said, smirking. "Oh, in that case," I smirked. "You a stupid dog. You stupid dog. Did you just do that in the song of You a Stupid Hoe?" the black-haired wolf guy asked. "You listen to music?" I asked, teasing. The guy growled. "Yeah, we have radios." "Oh, though you lived like cavemen," I smirked. "That's it," the guy growled before he started to shift. "Fine, you want to play it that way?" I spat as I loaded up my gun and cocked it. "Let's play." The wolf charged and jumped upward. I waited till he was close enough and then I shot. The wolf howled and came crashing to the ground. I cocked the gun again as the shell casing flew out. "Who's next?" I asked. Everyone else growled and shifted. Wow, I'm facing a giant group of werewolves. You can't say that every day. The wolves charged and I got ready. But right as I was about to shoot, I felt a sharp pain in my foot. Another wolf had managed to bite my ankle and pull me to the ground. I screamed in pain and shot the wolf in the face. I pushed myself backwards on the ground and cocked my gun quickly. But right before I shot the other one, a brown wolf jumped right over me and landed on top of it. I watched in horror as the brown wolf grabbed the other wolf's neck and bit down. "Hard," I gasped as the wolf suddenly dropped dead, and the other wolves stopped in their tracks. The brown wolf turned towards me and stopped right in front of me. "Leo," I mumbled as I looked into its golden glowing eyes. Leo howled, and that's when more wolves poured out from the trees. But these wolves looked different. They looked bigger, healthier, and they didn't have those crazy red eyes that were dull and lifeless. The group of red-eyed wolves quickly turned around and ran out of here. Leo nodded his head towards the wolves, and some of the healthier wolves nodded and chased them. I tried to stand up but fell back down due to the bite on my ankle. Shit. I groaned as I saw blood oozing out of my ankle. I lifted my gaze up and saw Leo with his eyes closed. "Leo?" I asked. Leo sighed and took a step back. "What the hell?" I thought to myself as I heard cracks and pops again. I gulped as Leo started to shift. "River?" I asked in a whisper as Leo fully shifted. You're Leo?" River looked at me sadly and gave me a small nod. Oh, good Lord. That was my last thought as I blacked out. Chapter 17. Jack Finds Out. "Jack!" I groaned as I opened my eyes and rubbed my head. What a strange little dream. After a couple minutes on contemplating if I should get up or not, I decided to. "Come on, Critter," I mumbled as I rubbed my eyes. I stopped rubbing when I didn't hear Critter. "Critter," I said, opening my eyes. "We have to go to where the hell am I?" I looked around the room and studied it. The wall were a dark gray and the floor had black carpet. "This isn't my room," I said to myself as I looked at the giant king-sized bed. I ran to the door and swung it open. After making sure no one was coming down the hall, I ran to the left and found some stairs. "Holy shit," I mumbled as I came face to face with about 20 pairs of eyes that belonged to men. "Who the hell are you people?" A guy with blonde hair and gray eyes cleared his throat as he stood up. Everyone dismissed. I watched as all the men quietly left the room, but bowed their heads to me. "The hell, Jack," the blonde-haired guy said as he carefully walked up to me. "I know you are probably really I cut him off as I punched him in the stomach. "Shit," he groaned as he held on to it. I grabbed his arm and flipped him over my shoulder, causing him to land on his back. "Damn, girl," the black-haired guy said. I kicked my foot out and swept his feet from underneath him, but right before he hit the ground, I lifted my foot up and drove my ankle into his stomach. That caused him to hit the floor with a loud thud. With them both groaning in pain, I ran out of the living room. "Gotta find a phone," I mumbled as I ran into a random room. I almost leaped for joy when I saw a cell phone sitting on the dresser. Can I help you?" a male voice asked from behind me. I squeaked as I was met with a teenage-looking boy. I just need to borrow this real quick, I said as I pushed him out of the room and slammed the door in his face. Sure thing, Luna, he said as I heard his footsteps fade. Luna? That's the same thing Hank called me. I shrugged it off and quickly dialed Hank's number. I know he's a bad guy, but he has to protect me for his leader. So I really don't care if he is bad or not. Ring, 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 ring. Hello? Hank's deep voice asked. Oh, thank God, I said breathlessly. Jack? Hank asked, worried. Are you okay? No, I cried, as I locked myself in the closet and sat down behind some clothes. Where are you? Hank asked frantically. I don't know. I hiccuped as fear started to overtake me. I woke up in some random house, and I got kidnapped by some people. I'm hiding in a closet, and I don't know what to do. And I don't know where Critter is. I cried silently, as I felt the fear and adrenaline course through my body. Do you know what house? Hank asked, worried. Any people you saw? I saw a guy with blonde hair and gray eyes, and another guy with black hair and brown eyes, I said as I tried to picture them. I heard Hank sigh. I'll be there in a second. I nodded to myself and hung up the phone. Wait, how does he know what house? But that thought was cut short when I heard someone open the door to the room. I slammed my fist in my mouth to make sure no noise would come out. Jack? I heard River asked. River! I jumped up and ran out of the closet. River! I yelled happily as I tackled him into a hug. Jack? River asked, worried, as he pulled back to look at me. Are you okay? I shook my head. How did you get here? Did you get kidnapped too? River was about to speak, but another voice cut him off. Did you find her? I screamed and hid behind River. These are the guys that kidnapped me. But we can take them. Then we can leave, I said as I peeked over River's shoulder. I heard River sigh and look at the boys. Hey, Nolan. Hey, Cooper, River said with a wave. They both waved back, and I stood there dumbfounded. You know them? I asked River. He gave me a guilty nod. To heck with this, I said as I stormed past Nolan and Cooper and walked downstairs. I made it to the living room before someone grabbed my shoulder. I screamed and swung my left hand around me. Ouch! River grumbled as he rubbed the side of his head. How the hell do you know them? I asked. There is no easy way to say this, but they are my beta and third, River said. Come again? I asked. Jack, River said as Nolan and Cooper came into view. We are all werewolves. Oh shit, I mumbled. So that wasn't a dream. River nodded. It wasn't. Those things that attacked you with the red eyes were rogues, bad werewolves if you will. The ones that didn't have red eyes belong in my pack. I'm the alpha. Alpha? I asked. River nodded. Wait a second. Flashback, hello, Alpha, Hank said in his normal deep voice. Yes, Jack is doing well. Who is Alpha? Is it a nickname for someone? Yes, she's healthy and happy. No, Alpha. No, she doesn't suspect anything. Yes, Alpha, Hank said seriously. End of flashback. Holy Mother of God. You're Alpha? I screeched. River looked confused. That's what my title is. Yes, I'm the alpha of this pack. Oh my gosh, I said as I held my head and paced around the room. Oh my gosh. What? River asked, worried. My own boyfriend is keeping tabs on me. That's what? I yelled as I looked over at him. River looked at me confused. Huh? You sent Hank, I accused. River gulped. I scoffed. I knew my parents didn't care about me that much. Alpha, I'm here, Hank said as he ran through the door. But he stopped and gulped once he saw me. I glared at him so hard he would be 20 feet under. Ignore him, Jack. He isn't worth your time. Do you want to explain to me why you sent a fake butler over to spy on me? I asked River while I crossed my arms over my chest. Do you believe in soulmates? River asked. I scoffed. Please don't tell me you believe in that fake-ass shit. Yes, I do, River said harshly. Well, with every werewolf comes a mate. A mate is someone that you find when you look in their eyes and you know it's meant to be. I'm gonna throw up, I mumbled with a disgusted face. River rolled his eyes and kept talking. You can also smell them. Us werewolves have a good sense of smell. Our wolves help with finding out mates. And since I'm the alpha, my mate is the Luna. Did you already find your mate? I asked. Not gonna lie, if he did, it's gonna hurt a little bit. River nodded with a warm smile. I did, and she is absolutely stunning. I cleared my throat as I felt my eyes water. Good for you. What? River asked, confused. You ask to date me when you already have a mate? That's real professional. I yell at River. You know what? Who gives a shit? I don't. Jack. River laughed. It's you. Wait, what? I asked, confused. River nodded. You're my mate. You are my Luna, my everything. I have been looking for you for 25 years. When I saw you in the clinic, I was ecstatic. I almost blushed, but stopped when I heard the word clinic. Wait, clinic? I asked, confused. I first met you when I spilled my coffee on your shirt. Shit. River cussed as he squeezed his eyes shut. River? I asked as I studied him. You were one of the wolves, weren't you? River gave me a guilty look, and right then I already knew the answer. Wait. If my dream wasn't really a dream, and all this is real, that means you, the wolf. I paused up and looked at River. I gulped, and my eyes went wide. River is Leo. Chapter 18. Vet Tech meets the Alpha. Jack. I stood in front of River frozen. He is Leo. Leo is him. You're Leo? I asked River with wide eyes, so I wasn't imagining it. And the Vet Tech meets the Alpha, Nolan said, laughing. Now is not the time, idiot, Cooper yelled as he smacked Nolan on the back of the head. I watched as River gave me a guilty look and hung his head as he nodded. All my secrets. That means, I mumbled to myself. You know all my secrets. Jack, River pleaded as he took a step towards me. I'm sorry. I took a step back as he took one forward. I trusted Leo, or you, or whatever, I yelled as tears started to swell up in my eyes. You weren't supposed to know those things. I know, and I'm sorry, River said as he stepped closer. I didn't want it to turn out this way. You jerk! I yelled as I slapped him. You weren't supposed to know any of that. Everything I told you was a secret, and no one was supposed to find out. Jack, River cried as he held his cheek. Please? No! I yelled as tears started to drip and roll down my cheek. No! I told Leo those things in privacy. I thought he was just a normal wolf. That's why I talked. I told you things about yourself. I shut my eyes and I poured my heart out about my parents. And I'm sorry, River said as he walked up to me. I flinched back and shoved his hand away from my arm. I spilled everything about my parents. Everything about Georgia and Derek, I said angrily as I wiped my tears. I know. I didn't mean for you to find out like that. I wanted to be the one to tell you, River said sadly. Even if you were gonna tell me, I said as I glared at him. You shouldn't have heard any of that. River looked down defeated and ran a hand through his hair. But we are dating, River said quickly. You can trust me. We are mates. That has nothing to do with it, I yelled as I threw my hands up in the air. Even if we are dating, I'm not gonna come right out and spill my life story to you. That takes time, River. And you shouldn't have done what you did. I know. River sighed as he dropped on the couch and put his head in his hands. Then why the hell did you do it? I asked, getting angry all over again. And to send Hank to watch over me? I'm not two. That was for your protection, River said as he narrowed his eyes at me. Protection? I laughed humorlessly. You have got to be kidding me. I would never kid about your protection, River growled as he stood up. Don't growl at me, I said as I narrowed my eyes. I don't give a shit if you are an alpha. You do not growl at me. River narrowed his eyes in me and crossed his arms over his chest. Don't cuss at me. I mimicked his stance. Then don't growl at me. River's eyes softened after a couple of minutes. I really am sorry, Jack, River said as he looked at the ground. I didn't mean to listen to all your secrets. I truly didn't, and I regret it. I wanted you to tell me when you were ready, not when you were tricked. I sighed as I ran a hand through my hair. I just need time. River's head snapped up and gave me a hopeful look. Time? Okay. That's okay. Promise. I almost cracked a smile. Almost. I grabbed my bike keys and Critter came running up to, hissing at everyone. You do realize that you cannot come to my house or call me, right? I asked as I opened the front door. I kept my hand on the knob and turned to look at River. He reluctantly nodded. Yes, he said, as his voice cracked. I nodded at his answer and walked out the door. I passed sad-looking wolves along the way to my bike, but I didn't dare look at them. I knew I would break down if I saw their sad eyes. Critter whined as he rubbed against my cheek. I know, I whispered as I got on my bike. I put the key in the ignition and revved my engine, getting it started. I looked back at the pack house and felt my eyes watering. I just need time, I whispered. Critter whined softly as he got into his little basket and put his goggles on. I kicked the kickstand up and pushed on the throttle. I enjoyed the wind running through my hair, and I think Critter did too. A giggle escaped my lips as I looked down at Critter. He had his head back and his hands up in the air. So cute, but the ride was cut short when I made it to my house. Come on, I said quietly, as I took the googles off of Critter and walked up to my freshly restored house. This must be River's doing. Let's call Micah and she can bring Betsy over, I suggested. Critter nodded and ran for the door. I opened it up and looked around my house. Looks like River was true to his word. He told me that he got a bunch of people to work on the damages on my house. Even though I'm mad at him, I was still very thankful that he did that. I locked my door and made my way to the couch. Today has been a long and stressful day. After learning that River was Leo and that Hank is a freaking werewolf who is a babysitter for my protection, it's got me a little stressed out. Critter, I said, getting up. I need ice cream and pizza. Critter nodded and followed me to the kitchen. So they didn't touch you, right? I asked as I looked over Critter's tiny little body. Critter shook his head and bared his teeth at me. Let me guess. I smirked. You bit someone? Critter winked at me and I threw my head back, laughing. That's my little guy. I laughed as I held up my hand. Critter gave me a high five and puffed out his chest. Was it Nolan? I asked. Critter gave me a confused look. Blonde hair with gray eyes. Around River's height. Muscular looking? I asked, trying to think of a way to describe him. Critter looked deep in thought for a second before he nodded his head. Nice one. I winked at him. I took the pizza out of the freezer and preheated the oven. My phone! I yelled as I remembered that I had work today. I probably have a lot of missed calls. Once I got to my room, I picked up my phone, unlocked it. I cringed as I saw I have over 20 missed calls from Micah, along with about 50 texts from her, some missed calls from Emily, and the vet clinic's phone. I walked back in the kitchen and put on a brave face. Time to call the monster back. Critter, I said as I took a deep breath. I'm calling Micah back. Go hide in a safe place until the demon is at rest. Here goes nothing. Jack. I took another deep breath and pressed Micah's name, causing the call to start. Ring Ree, where have you been? Micah screamed. Everyone has been worried sick about you. Do you know what we were thinking when you didn't show up for work this morning? Micah, I asked with a sigh. And to think that you didn't answer your damn phone. Micah? I laughed. Like your parents got you one for a reason. Micah continued to scream. When it rings, you pick it up, slide your finger over the bottom, and answer it. Are you done? I asked. I rolled my eyes at Micah's pause. Yes. She finally answered. Good. I laughed. I will explain everything. So that means you need to get your little butt over here. Hey, my butt is not little, Micah huffed. And on my way, babe. I rolled my eyes and ended the call. What do you want to eat, Cri? I jumped as the doorbell rang. Damn, Micah. That was fast. I ran over to the door and flung it open with a smile. Micah, oh. It's you, I said as I narrowed my eyes at Hank. Luna, Hank said sadly. I just want... Stop, I said with a glare. Right now. Okay, he mumbled as he looked down. I am so disappointed in all of you, I said as hurt laced my voice. I didn't mean for this to happen. Hank said sadly. Funny, I scoffed. That's what River said. Do you know how hurt I was when I realized all these lies? Hank looked up and met my eyes. I can only imagine, he whispered. That's the problem, I said with a glare. All you guys do this shit without thinking. No one knows what I went through. When you came to my door that night saying my parents sent me a butler who also acted as my bodyguard, I had some hope. It was stupid of me, but I had hope. Hope? Hank asked, confused. Yes, I spat. My parents don't give a damn about me. They never have, even when I was younger. They were always too busy to even look in my general direction. So when you came to my door saying that my parents sent you to take care of me, I had hope that maybe, just maybe, they cared about me. Hank looked surprised. I didn't know that. I didn't know you went through that as a kid. No one knows that, because I don't talk about my feelings. It makes you look weak, I said with narrowed eyes, as I remembered what my dad always told me. So when you said that they sent you, I got some hope, but it was false hope. No one gives a damn about me and my family besides my grandma. No one. I knew this was too good to be true. They never gave a damn about me when I left for college, so why start now? And how dare you come to my door and lie to my face about how my parents sent you? Hank stared, but I cut him off when I took a step towards him. So the next time you want to lie to someone and make up some shit story, know the person first, okay? I asked before I slammed the door in his face. Luna, leave me alone! I yelled as I slid down the door and onto the floor. I felt my butt touch the cold floor, and I brought my knees up to my face while resting my elbow on them. Okay, Hank whispered as I heard his footsteps fade. I let out a sob as my head fell into my hands. I can't show my emotion like this to anyone. Flashback, I pushed myself off the ground and ran over crying to my daddy as he sat on the bench with phone in his hand as he looked over a file. Daddy, I sniffed. That boy pushed me on the ground and I hurt my knee. My daddy sighed as he continued to type away on his phone. Jack, what did I tell you? He asked as he didn't even spare me a glance. I don't remember, I said as I sniffed again. Don't show your emotion. You won't make it out there in the future. Emotion is for the weak, he said, still not looking at me. You look weak when you let your emotions out, Jack. How do you think your mother and I became so successful? By not showing emotion? I asked as I tried to get my knee to stop bleeding. Correct. My daddy sighed as he rubbed his forehead. My knee won't stop bleeding, I mumbled as I sat on the ground and picked up a leaf. I used the leaf to wipe away the blood that was trickling down my tiny shin. Let it. It shows that you are strong, my daddy said as his phone started to ring. This is Mr. Banks, I sighed as he walked off, answering whoever it was on the phone. He never paid attention to me. I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned my head to look up at my very best friend. Come on, Jack, Georgia said, as she skipped over so that she was in front of me. You still have me as a friend. I smiled up and took her hand. I know I can always count on you. End of flashback. I scoffed at the memory as more tears streamed down my face. Leaning against the door, I let my head roll back and shut my eyes. I don't know how long I spent like that, but I heard knocking on the door again. What? I asked hoarsely. I cringed at how pathetic my voice sounded, all cracked and soft. It's me, Micah mumbled as she heard my pathetic voice. I stood up and wiped my eyes on my sleeve. I opened the door and saw Micah standing there. She gave me a soft look before stepping in my house. Oh, babe, Micah said sadly as she pulled me into a hug. What happened? Men lie, I cried. And they hurt you and break your trust. Micah pulled back and walked us both to the couch. Tell me what happened, Micah said softly as she sat down next to me. I took a deep breath and told Micah every single little detail and didn't leave anything out. Chapter 20. Meeting a New Girl. Jack, Micah? I asked as I watched her stare at me. Micah, you've been like this for 15 minutes. She ignored me and continued to stare. After I told her everything that happened, she hasn't said anything or moved at all. I don't even think she has blinked yet. Betsy crawled into her lap and licked her cheek. I was about to say her name again, but Micah stood up from the couch and started to pace. "Are you kidding me?" Micah yelled. I sighed. I know. I was shocked to find out they were werewolves too, but— "No! He lied to you. That little mutt!" Micah yelled as she kicked my couch. "That little jerk! Who the hell does he think he is?" "And Hank? Calm down," I said carefully as I stood up too. He knew what he was doing. Micah said as she stared at me. "That is not okay. I know that." I sighed. Believe me, I was mad too. "Mad?" Micah asked, shocked. "I'd be furious. All that stuff that you told Leo or River or whatever, that was all a secret." "I know," I said as I looked down. "Are you okay?" Micah asked as she walked over to me. I shrugged. "I don't know. I'm mad that he did it, but I can't be too mad." "Why?" "You have every right to be mad," Micah admitted as she looked at me. "I guess it's the mate pull," I said harshly. "If we weren't mates, I'm pretty sure I would be even more mad." "Probably," Micah laughed. "But I think that you need to talk to him and fix all of this. It's not good to leave on good terms." "You're right," I agreed. "But I don't know if I can talk to him right now. I'm just hurt that he did that and tricked me. We are going over there right now and I will personally kill him myself." Micah nodded to herself and grabbed her keys. Betsy let out a squeak and followed Micah. "Now wait just a second," I said as Critter hopped on my shoulder. "He is gonna get it," Micah mumbled as she ripped my door open. "Oh, hi?" "Who is it?" I asked Micah. "Some girl," Micah mumbled. "Who, by the way, is gorgeous and I love your hair. Thank you." The girl smiled as I walked up to her. Micah was right. She is stunning. She has fiery orange hair and beautiful brown eyes. She's tall and flawless. What the hell? Why can't I be that pretty? Lucky bitch. Critter leaned forward and studied her. He pulled back and hissed at her. "Critter," I said. "I am so sorry. He's never like this. He loves people. So can we know the beautiful lady's name?" Micah winked. "Oh my gosh, she would do this." "Oh, right," she laughed. "My name is Julia. I'm Jack." "And this is Micah," I said confused. "Oh, trust me. I know who you are, Jack." Julia smiled. "You do?" I asked. "You're River's mate," she said. "I'm Nolan's mate." "Damn it," Micah cursed. "Always the hot ones." I rolled my eyes at her and then looked at Julia. "Not to be rude, but why are you here?" Julia sighed. "I saw what happened. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." "I'm fine," I said as I crossed my arms. Critter mimicked me and hissed at Julia again. "I don't think he likes me," Julia mumbled. "It's weird. He was like that with River and Hank, so I thought it was a guy thing. But he doesn't like you either. And he loves people," I said curiously as I scratched behind his left ear. "Wait a minute," Micah said. "He didn't like River or Hank, or anyone at the house when you were with River." I nodded. "I don't know. What if he can sense if someone is a werewolf?" Micah asked. "It's the only thing that I can think of. He loves people, but everyone that he hissed at ended up being a werewolf. Is that even possible?" I asked as I watched Critter eye Julia. "It could be," Julia said, thinking out loud. "Animals have a way better smell than humans do." "That is awesome," I said. "That also explains a lot." "Looks like you got yourself a smart little raccoon, huh?" Julia smiled. "He is really smart," Micah laughed. "So are you okay, Jack? With everything that happened?" Julia asked, worried. "We can talk about it if you would like." "Oh, don't worry. I got this all covered," Micah said as she walked past Julia. "You girls coming?" "Where is she going?" Julia asked as she walked next to me towards Micah's truck. I shrugged. "I don't know. But trust me, we probably should follow so if need be, we can bail her out of jail." Julia laughed and nodded. "Sounds like a good idea. Where are we going?" I asked once I buckled in Micah's truck. "We are paying River a little visit." Micah smiled evilly as she zoomed out of my driveway. "Oh, great," I mumbled as I rested my head against the window. The ride to the pack house was really quiet. Julia didn't say anything to us, but I could see her trying to steal glances my way. Micah just focused on the road with her tongue sticking out as she followed Julia's directions. This is so not a good idea. I can already tell something is going to happen. Good or bad, I do not know. But Micah is about to yell at an alpha werewolf. This should be fun, not? Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 21. Micah faces the wolves. Jack, Micah, maybe we should rethink this. I yelled to her, and she slammed her door shut. This can't be good, Julie mumbled as she ran after Micah with me. Micah, I called out. You, Micah called out as she pointed to some random guy. Me? He asked as he looked between his friends. Dude, she's hot. Answer her, one guy laughed. I rolled my eyes. She doesn't play for your team, bro. But that thought soon left my head as Micah grabbed the guy's shirt and brought him down to eye level. Where is River? Micah asked in a serious tone. The guy gulped. I don't know. Well, you better get your furry little ass moving and find him, Micah threatened as she released his shirt. Wait, the same guy that thought she was hot said. You know about us? Yes, she does, I said, speaking up. The two guys jumped as bowed their heads. Luna, they said simultaneously. Where is he? Micah asked again. In the pack house, miss, the guy mumbled as he pointed to a big house. Micah smiled and walked towards the giant house. She's scary, he laughed, but hot. I rolled my eyes. She doesn't swing for your team. Damn it, he cursed. I scoffed. Men. I jumped as I heard Micah slam the door open. Oh shit, I said as Julia and I caught up to her. River! Micah screamed. A couple guys jumped up and growled at her. Did you just growl at me? Micah asked as she stared all of them down. Growl at me one more time and see what happens. I will skin you alive and make your pelt into a new rug. How does that sound? So do you want to growl at me again? I watched amazed as the men sat back down quietly and didn't say anything. That's what I thought. So who wants to be a good little boy and get River down here? Micah questioned. Micah, River sighed as he popped up out of nowhere. You little brat, Micah snapped. River sighed again. I'm guessing Jack told you everything. You bet your furry little ass she did, Micah said as she narrowed her eyes at him. We don't have furry asses, Nolan said. Julia, there you are. Hey! Julie smiled as she walked up to him. Ew, Cooper teased. Get a room. Once you find your mate, you'll understand. Nolan laughed. Cooper looked over at Micah and winked at her. Oh boy, Micah sighed as Cooper walked over to her. Looks like my mate just walked in. Cooper winked as he stood in front of Micah. Micah looked at him, then busted out laughing. Oh, that's good, Micah laughed as she wiped a tear from her eye. That was good. What? Cooper asked. Sorry, boy, but you're not my type. Micah laughed. How? I'm everyone's type, Cooper said, confused. Micah shook her head. You don't have the requirements. Requirements? I'm strong, capable, and not exactly lacking in confidence. Cooper smirked. Exactly. You lost me, Cooper said. Oh my gosh, I said out loud. She doesn't swing for your team. Your 2 balls of fat need to be right here, Micah said as she poked Cooper's chest. Oh! Cooper said as he nodded. I get it now, dumbass, Micah chuckled. Anyhow, River, we need to talk. About? River asked. You lying to my best friend. So get your furry little ass outside right now, Micah commanded as she opened the front door. River laughed as he crossed his arms over his chest. You gonna make me? Oh shit, I said. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'm an alpha. She's a human. I'm not scared of her, River said as he stared down Micah. Micah smiled sweetly and walked up to him. Oh damn, I said as I pushed Cooper in front of me. You better get your furry little ass moving and out that door, or else I will castrate you. I am a vet tech just like Jack is. I have the tools and experience to do it. Do you want to test me or do you want to listen to me and walk out that door? Pick one, Micah said calmly. River gulped as he took a step back from Micah. I'll walk. Good. Micah smiled as she grabbed River's ear and dragged him outside. I warned him, I said as Micah shut the door. She scares me. Nolan spoke up as he stood back up from hiding behind Julia. You're hiding behind me? You're bigger than I am. Julia laughed. Have you seen her? Nolan asked as he pointed to the door. She might be small, but she is scary as hell. I would rather face a hunter than her. A hunter? Like a deer hunter? I asked. Nolan shook his head. Werewolf hunter. What the hell? I mumbled. What is that? Ooh, lesson time. Cooper cheered as he sat on the couch and patted the spot next to me. Come on, Jack. I shrugged and sat down next to him. Okay, Cooper said as he placed his hands in his lap. A werewolf hunter is sort of like a deer hunter, except they kill werewolves and have silver bullets, arrows, knives, you name it. Silver? I asked. Silver is very deadly to us, Nolan said as he wrapped his arm around Julia. Aw, how cute, just kidding. Just like wolfsbane is. Wolfsbane is a poison, and with a high enough dosage, it can be lethal, Julia added. Yeah, any poison can kill you with the right dosage, and bullets, arrows, and knives can kill anyone. What's so special about wolfsbane and silver? I asked. Wolfsbane inhibits us from shifting. When it gets in our system, it weakens our wolves, which weakens us, and we can't shift or talk to anyone through the mind link, Cooper explained. And silver burns us. You put the tiniest piece of silver next to our skin and it hurts us. That sucks, I said sadly. It's a bitch to find jewelry too, Julia said. Oh, that's right. I didn't think about that. I laughed as Julia nodded with a smile. Girls, Nolan laughed. I was about to speak up, but River and Micah walked in. Micah was smiling, and River looked like he'd seen a ghost. River? I asked as I walked up to him. Did you break him? No, not yet. Micah smirked. We can leave now. I nodded. 1 second. Okay, I'll be in the truck, Micah said as she walked towards the door. Can I talk to you? I asked River. Of course, River said as he carefully watched Micah walk out the door. Told ya. Should have listened to me, dumbass. River followed me as I walked to the kitchen away from everyone else. Are you okay? River asked. I nodded. Yeah, I've been thinking. And? River asked hopefully. Don't get too excited, I said as I watched his face fall. You're still in a lot of trouble. River nodded as he played with his hands. I know. I just miss you a lot. I miss you too, which is weird, because I don't miss people, I admitted. You miss me? River asked hopefully. Like I said before, don't get too excited. Right, River chuckled. But, I mumbled as River smiled at me, I feel bad for yelling at you, and I wanted to apologize. I accept, River said quickly. Really? That fast? I asked confused. River nodded. What I did was wrong, so I really don't understand why you are apologizing, but you're my mate Jack, and my girlfriend. Well, if we still are dating. I laughed as River gave me the puppy dog face. Yes, I said dramatically. I guess we can still date. But you have to earn the mate part, River. No more lying and keeping secrets from me. I mean it. River nodded frantically. I promise. Good, I smiled. Thank you, thank you, thank you. River squealed and pulled me into a hug. You won't regret it. Where's Hank? I asked. You rang? Hank asked as he popped his head into the kitchen. Should have known, I laughed. So this is the famous Luna. A tall lady with light brown hair smiled. I'm Lauren, Hank's wife. I smiled. And please, call me Jack. Jack? A girl with the same hair as her mom asked. Isn't that a boy's name? Teenagers, Carrie, Lauren yelled. That is your Luna. I know, but I was just asking Mom, Carrie said as she looked at me. I nodded. It is a boy's name. Then why did your parents name you that? Carrie asked in a duh tone. Oh my gosh, Lauren yelled as he put her head on Hank's shoulder. Because they did. Do you need a reason? I asked back. Carrie stared at me wide-eyed, then scoffed. Whatever. Well, that was entertaining, Hank mumbled. I'm really sorry about her. Teenagers. I laughed. Critter will be getting there soon. Critter? Lauren asked. Oh, the little raccoon that scared you? Yes, Hank huffed. Damn. Lauren laughed. Can't believe that I missed that. Scared you? I asked. Lauren nodded. Hank was taking a shower and Critter grabbed honey and drizzled it all over Hank. It scared the crap out of him. Yep, sounds like Critter, I chuckled. And we think that Critter can tell if someone is a werewolf. What? Is that even possible? River asked. Well, it makes sense. Every time Critter hisses at someone, they turn out to be werewolves. He has a good sense of smell, I explained. Makes sense, River mumbled. Well, I'm gonna go. He's at home right now, and he's probably worried, I said. It was nice meeting you. You too, sweetie, Lauren smiled. And good job keeping Hank in line. I laughed and turned to Hank. I am really sorry, Jack, Hank said quietly. It's okay. It's in the past, so let's just move on. But don't you dare lie to me again, I said as I gave him a pointed look. Promise, Hank smiled. So do I still get my nickname? I laughed and nodded. Yes. You'll always be Hank the Tank. Yes. Hank fist bumped the air. I'm married to a weirdo, Lauren mumbled as she walked out of the kitchen. River laughed and then turned to me. Maybe we can go on a date night or something? I nodded. I would like that. Good. River smiled as he pulled me into a hug. Chapter 22. The rogues appear, and bad things happen. Pray for Paris. Jack? It's been a little over a month since the whole lying incident. I shook my head as I continued to walk with River down the sidewalk. What are you thinking about? River asked curiously as he kissed the back of my hand. Just on how we met, I lied with a laugh. River chuckled. I remember that perfectly. You spilled coffee all over my favorite shirt. My mouth fell open as he winked at me and gave me his stupid, but yet very hot smirk. But you ran into me, I whined as he laughed. It's okay. I forgive you. Because I got to talk to you, he said softly at the end. I blushed as he kissed my temple. I guess it was good. Even if I didn't get to drink that coffee, I giggled as River beamed. Are you okay? River asked as I shifted from foot to foot. I nodded. My heels are just making my feet sore. Here, River said suddenly as he took his shoes off and held them out to me. Wear mine. They are probably comfier. I stared at him in shock. But what about you? Won't the rocks from the ground hurt your feet? River laughed and shook his head. Nah, I'll be fine. Are you sure? I asked as I slowly grabbed them. Yes. Now put them on. River laughed as he took my heels from me. Okay, I smiled as I slipped them on. Thank you. Anything for my queen. River smiled as he grabbed my hand again. I can take my heels so you don't have to carry them, I said as I reached for them. River shook his head and moved my heels out of my reach. No, let me carry them. It's okay. I blushed yet again as he pecked my lips. You are so amazing. I smiled as I rested my head on his shoulder. Damn, who knew guys' shoes were so comfy? I know, River teased. River stopped walking and stood still. I was about to ask him what was wrong, but he held up his finger and he listened. What are we supposed to be listening for? I screamed as 3 wolves jumped out of the bushes and in front of us. Holy shit! I yelled as River shoved me behind him. 1 wolf lunged for us and River pushed me away. Sorry about your shoes, Jack, River said quickly. What do you mean? I asked. River didn't answer and shoved my pair of heels into the rogue's mouth so he wouldn't bite River. I groaned. Damn it, those were my favorite pair. Oh well, better than River being bit, I guess. Oh shit, River. I jumped up and ran towards River as I saw him struggling under the other wolf. Hey! I yelled as I grabbed my Swiss Army knife out of my purse. I stabbed the wolf in the front of the neck and he hopped off of River. I quickly looked away as the wolf whimpered and let out its last breath of air. Why do you have a knife in your purse? River asked as he checked me over for any damage. I shrugged. Gotta have protection. River chuckled slightly and rolled his eyes before he faced the wolves. Wait! I called out as I grabbed my knife and pulled it out of the dead wolf's body. I need this! The other wolf growled at me and I jumped from the noise. Jack! River yelled as he pushed me out of the way and took the hit from the wolf. No! I screamed as River slammed his head against the concrete road. I ran over to his body and he started to groan from the pain. Please, no! I said as I grabbed his head with my hands. I heard some pops and I turned around to see one of the rogues shifted. The rogues shifted and I covered my eyes as his junk was out in the open. I guess some things cannot be unseen. Tell us where he is, the rogue growled. Who? I cried as blood started to gush out of River's head. Alpha River knows who! The rogue sneered with an ugly smirk. I don't know. River coughed as he tried to sit up. I cried harder as each cough made blood slip from his mouth. No, I said hoarsely. I might not be a doctor, but blood coming from the mouth is never good. I cradled his head in my lap and held on tightly. My hands started to feel warm and fuzzy, and I quickly looked down at them. The bleeding coming from River's head and mouth stopped slowly, and he opened his eyes. What? River whispered hoarsely as he slowly sat up. What just happened? I looked at him in shock, and then looked down at my hands. While do they feel warm and fuzzy? Okay, this is officially creeping me the hell out. You, the rogue stuttered as he pointed to me. Ancient healer. Ancient healer? I asked, confusion as River looked at me in shock. You're the ancient healer, the rogue shouted as the other wolf stared at me. We have to get back and let them know. I watched in confusion as the two rogues bolted out of the area and ran off. What just happened? I asked as I stared at River. Can you please just tell me? Jack, River asked. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you what? I asked. I am so confused right now. But it was you the whole time? River said as he paced. They were talking about you. Me? Who was talking about me? I asked as River continued to pace. Oh no, that means you're in trouble, River growled. Shit! River! I yelled as I grabbed his face so he would look at me. Why am I in trouble? And that doesn't sound very good now that I think about it. Come on, we need to get you back to the pack house, River said. What is going on? I asked as River ran with me to his truck. Thank the Lord I'm not in my heels anymore, but these shoes are still hard to run in since they are so big. We have to talk to the elders. River mumbled as he fumbled with his truck keys. Elders? I asked as he opened my door. Who are the elders? No time to explain, River told me as he started up his truck. Oh my gosh, I groaned as I sat back in my seat. Mine as well enjoy the silence. River isn't going to be saying anything for a while. But what the hell is an ancient healer? Should I know something about that? Is it important? Looks like I'm going to be getting my answers tonight, whether River likes it or not. Chapter 23, Ancient Healer. Jack, you better start explaining, I said once we got inside the house. Elder Edgar, River said as he walked up to an older gentleman. Thank you for coming here. Of course, Alpha, Edgar smiled. Oh, Luna, it's a pleasure to meet you. You too, I said awkwardly as he shook my hand. Now, tell me what happened, Edgar said as he sat down on the couch. I think Jack is the ancient healer, River said, as everyone gasped in shock. What the hell? I yelled. Why did the rogue call me that? And why are you calling me that? Rogue? River's dad asked, as his mom put her hand over her mouth. River nodded. We got jumped when we were walking. A rogue tackled me, and I bashed my head against the road. The next thing I know, my head started to feel warm and the bleeding stopped. Wait, your head felt warm? I asked as River nodded. Huh, that's weird. My hands felt warm and fuzzy when I touched your head. Interesting, Edgar said as he rubbed his chin. Keep talking. That's really it. Well, besides the fact that the two rogues totally went apeshit and ran out of there like their pants were on fire, but they said something about telling someone. I don't know who, I mumbled. They're Alpha, Cooper said as he put air quotes around Alpha. Luna, Edgar started as he looked at me. When I was younger, we had people that were called ancient healers. They are special. What do you mean special? I asked, getting interested. Edgar smiled. They can heal people. What? I gasped out in shock. Is that even possible? Look at the Alpha, Edgar laughed. It's possible, but I whispered. I don't understand. Luna, you are an ancient healer. Edgar smiled. Ancient healers are rare now that the rogues found out about them. But back then, they were everywhere. They had treaties with werewolves and a bunch of other supernatural creatures. But then the rogues got greedy. When the rogues found out about them, all hell broke loose. What happened? I asked. But I don't think I really want to know. Edgar cited. They killed them off. Healer after healer, dead. The rogues would use them for so long. Then when they found another healer, they would kill the one that they had. What the hell? I yelled as I stood up. That's awful. I know. It's terrible. When the other healers heard what the rogues were doing, they all hid. They stopped using their powers, thinking that if they did, the rogues would find them. Are there others? I asked. Edgar nodded. I know for a fact there are. I need to make a phone call, I mumbled as I excused myself. Ring ring ree? Ello? Micah asked. Micah? You need to get to the pack house now, I started as I leaned against the bathroom door. Why? What happened? Micah asked, worried. I just found out I'm an ancient healer, I said breathlessly. Whoa, this is a lot to take in. A what? Micah asked, laughing. Long story. Just get down here. Bring Critter and Betsy too. Your grandma is here though. Shit, I groaned. Bring her too. We can just tell her that everyone here is River's extended family. Okay, Micah mumbled. On our way, girl. 'Bout time. I laughed as I opened the door for Micah. River, my grandma smiled. Nice to see you again. You too, Juliet. River smiled as he hugged her. Wow, so many wolves in one spot. My grandma smirked as she laughed. Nolan and Cooper both choked on their drinks. What did you just say? River asked. Oh, come on, boys. Drop the act, my grandma laughed. But how? Micah asked. Next time, make sure the speakerphone is off. My grandma winked at Micah. And Jack, it's about time you found out. Wait, you know about the ancient healer? I asked. My grandma nodded. You're looking at one. Holy shit, Julia said. I did not see that coming. How? I asked. It runs in the family, dearie. Your mother is one as well, but she hates it. She never wanted you to be a part of this. That's why she never let me visit you. She was afraid that I would tell you about what you truly are. My grandma explained. Well, this is new. Micah laughed as she looked at me. You're telling me? I laughed out. Edgar hummed as he looked at myself and my grandma. If you're thinking about using Jack because she's a healer, you're wrong. My grandma snapped as she glared at Edgar. One call and I can have all of you dead. Oh, don't worry, Edgar laughed. I'm looking for the markings and I think that I found it. Markings? I asked. Edgar nodded. All ancient healers have a specific marking that they all share, and I know what it is. What is it? I asked as I looked at my grandma. Think Jack. My grandma smiled. What do your mother, you, and myself all have in common? Hair? No, that can't be it. Height? I mean, we are all the same height. Wait, our eyes, I said suddenly as I looked at my grandma's. She nodded. Correct. All ancient healers have one green and one blue eye. This is so cool, River smiled. I'm mates with an ancient healer. I laughed and rolled my eyes. You would say that. Now wait just a minute, River's dad laughed. This also means that she is in great danger. The rogues found out it's a girl and not a guy. But more specifically, they found out it is Jack. She needs to be protected. Oh, don't worry, River said as he nodded. I'm going to protect Jack with my life. My grandma beamed. True love. I know, right? It's sick, Micah said as she shivered. Jack, my grandma said after she laughed at Micah. I need you to do something. What's that? I asked. I want you to look at your pack members and tell me what you feel. Okay? I said as I stared at all of them. Nothing. I feel nothing. I don't feel anything, I mumbled. My grandma laughed. That's because you aren't concentrating, dearie. Really concentrate. I nodded and looked at all of them. I closed my eyes and cleared my mind. I jumped as my gut started to feel warm. What was that? I asked nervously. Did you get a warm feeling in your gut? My grandma asked, smiling while I nodded. That's your sense. Every healer can sense if a supernatural creature is good or evil. If you have a good, warm feeling, then they are good. But if you have this dread feeling or kind of a bad, weird feeling, then they are evil. It's a defense mechanism for healers. How come she didn't feel it before? River's mom asked. Because in order for you to get that, you have to recognize that you are a healer, and it also takes time and practice. For right now, she'll have to focus, but when she gets the hang of it, it will come naturally, and she'll be able to walk anywhere and feel that without having to think about it, my grandma explained. That is so cool, Julia gushed. Well, looks like you'll be training from now on, River winked. I groaned. Fine, but only if Micah trains too. Micah shrugged. I'm fine with that. I needed to start working out anyway, and besides, this pack has a lot of hot girls. I rolled my eyes. You would say, Micah winked at me. You know it. Chapter 24, Training. Jack, I smiled as I ran my fingers over my mark. It's been a couple weeks and I've gotten marked and moved in. Critter is still trying to grasp the idea that the wolves here are nice, but he is continuously hissing at everyone. One guy did think it was funny to poke him when he was sleeping on the couch and, well, it didn't end well. The poor guy ran for his life, but Critter got to him and left a giant scratch across his face. But the good news is that Critter has taken a liking in the little pups around the pack. He always goes outside with them and they play tag. What you looking at, babe? River asked as he walked up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. Nothing. I smiled as I turned around and pecked his lips. It's nice seeing my mark on your neck. River growled as he placed a light feather kiss on it. I bit my lip and playfully shoved him away. Behave, I warned with a giggle. River nodded. Don't worry, baby. I respect your wishes. Leo does too. He doesn't want you to hate us. And neither do I. Thank you. I smiled as I hugged him. River purred and placed his chin on top of my head. Did you just purr? I asked, laughing. River sighed. Leo is really happy right now, and that happens. That is so cute! I gushed as I pulled back to beam up at him. River rolled his eyes. Yeah, come on. Training time. My beaming face dropped. Actually, I think I'm sick, I said, faking 2 coughs. Nice try, babe. Put these on, River said, as he picked up a maroon top and black pants. River? I asked as I lifted the top up. This is a turtleneck, and these are thick pants. I'm gonna die of a heat stroke. Guys won't be looking at you, though, River defended as I walked past him to get to our closet. I threw the 2 pieces of clothing into the closet and grabbed my black Under Armour tank top and black Under Armour yoga pants. These are workout clothes, I laughed as I walked back to the bathroom and changed. When I walked out, River was sulking with his arms crossed. He took one look up and growled. You will not show off what rightfully belongs to me, River growled as he eyed me up and down. I looked down at my body. Actually, they belong to me, thank you very much. Nice try, sugar. Oh yeah? River asked as his eyes darkened and he stalked towards me. I smirked as I saw that I had a straight shot to the door. Oh yeah, now if you excuse me, I got places to be. I winked as I took a small step towards the door, hoping he wouldn't notice. But that stupid smirk he gave me told me otherwise. Go ahead and run. I love a good chase. River winked as he licked his lips. Well shit. That escalated quickly. I let out a yelp as River charged at me, and I booked it out our door. I heard River laughed as he caught me before I could get out the front door. Got ya, River chuckled as he hoisted me up on his shoulder. Damn it, so close. I mumbled as he opened the front door and walked outside, but yet so far. He smirked as he patted my butt. I hate you. Aw, I love you too, babe. Sassy. I laughed. Feisty, River said, matching my laugh. Nice of you to join us. Julia smirked as River set me down. Sorry, but the sass master over here wouldn't let me go. I mumbled as I pointed at River with my thumb. All he did is smile and wave. Jerk. Come on, dearie. My grandma smiled as she hooked her arm around mine. Time to train. Have fun, babe, River whispered as he pecked my forehead. Gah, I'm such a sucker for forehead kisses. I smiled and nodded. You too. Come on, buddy, old pal. You're mine. Nolan laughed as River rolled his eyes. I giggled as Hank, Nolan, and Cooper dragged River away. Ready to train? Micah asked with a wink. I sighed with a slight chuckle. I guess. Dang, girl. I'm surprised River let you out dressed like that. You look good. If you were my type, I would totally try to tap you. Micah laughed as she threw her arm around my shoulder. How can Jack not be your type? She's everyone's type. My grandma laughed. Nah. Micah laughed, shaking her head. I like the slutty, low self-esteem, willing to sleep with anyone kinda type. I rolled my eyes as I threw my arm around her as well. Typical Micah. And this pack has some. Micah smirked as she watched the girls run. How do you know? I asked, laughing. Oh, trust me. My gaydar is on point. I can tell. Micah smiled triumphantly. Quit ya yappin'. My grandma laughed. Time to train. Micah and I looked at each other and both shrugged. Micah, I want you to go hit the obstacle course, and then start to spar with the other wolves. My grandma demanded. Sure thing, Gima, Micah teased as she saluted her and ran off. Jack, come with me. We are going to get your powers down and also that good or evil sense, my grandma stated as I nodded. The walk over to the clearing my grandma picked out wasn't far. I looked confused as there were about 5 wolves lined up. Grandma? I asked, getting nervous, thinking that we walked into an ambush. But then I noticed that some were from my pack. Don't worry, Jack, my grandma laughed. 3 of these wolves are from your pack. The other 2 are rogues that we borrowed from the cellar. I want you to focus and tell me which ones are from your pack. Won't the rogues try to attack? I asked as I stared at them. My grandma shook her head. They have a small dose of wolfsbane in them, so they won't be able to shift or mind link. I nodded, and it only took about 1 second of concentration before I felt a good felling for the first wolf. The first one is from our pack. So is the second one. The third one is a rogue. The fourth one is from our pack. The 5th one is a rogue. I mumbled with my eyes still closed. I shivered at the feeling of dread that I got from the 2 rogues. Damn, that's a strong feeling. No way could someone ignore that. Very good, Jack, my grandma smiled. You are getting better. You barely took any time to concentrate. A couple more practices and you'll be able to use your sense without concentrating. Yes! I yelled as I did a happy dance. My pack members laughed as they watched me dance, but the 2 rogues just scoffed. Big whoop, the rogue said with a shrug. I can heal people. What can you do? Look like a dirty wolf that really needs a lesson in personal hygiene? I shot back. The rogue growled and my pack members hollered. Luna's got game! One of the guards laughed. Boom, bitch. My grandma winked. The rogue made a face and I laughed. I can make that face too, you know, I said as I copied his facial expression. I am the queen at making faces. Don't try to outrank me, peasant. Need some ice water for that burn? The guard asked as he held out a water bottle to the rogue. And that is how we do it. Chapter 25. Rouge Attack. Jack, punch harder, River yelled as he held the punching bag in place. You aren't punching it hard enough. The bag isn't even moving. I groaned in frustration. I am! You, a freaking alpha werewolf, is holding the punching bag. It can't move with a wall of muscle holding it. River smirked as he flexed his arms. Wall of muscle, eh? I punched his shoulder. Ow! He whined as he rubbed the red spot. Pay attention, I said as I got back in my fighting stance. Okay, sorry, River mumbled as he placed his hands back on the bag. Don't hold it as tightly this time, I said as I landed a kick and got back to throw a punch. River loosened his grip slightly, and that's when I struck the bag with my fist. I smirked as the bag moved back a couple inches, and River rolled his eyes. Told you I was punching hard, I said while sticking my tongue out. Told you I was punching hard, River mocked in a high-pitched tone. I do not sound like that, I said as I took a swig of my water bottle. I cursed mentally as I felt some dribble down my chin. I was about to wipe it away, but I saw River staring at the drop of water that is slowly running down my neck. I cleared my throat, and his eyes slowly lifted to mine. "Sorry," River said hoarsely as he coughed. "Back to training." I smirked as he got a little flustered. This could be fun. A plan was made up in my mind. A little revenge won't hurt. He's been hounding my ass lately about training. Kick harder, punch harder. "You're not doing it right, Jack." I narrowed my eyes at his back and followed him to the mat. "Let's see what you can do, little mate." River winked as he got in a fighting stance. "My pleasure," I said seductively with a wink. As Micah always puts it, embrace your inner whore. River's footsteps faltered for a second before he fixed it and charged for me. I did a turning dodge and then faced him. With his back still to me, I ran full speed towards him, but he saw it coming. He pushed me down and landed on top of me. I groaned as my face hit the mat. "You have to be faster," River mumbled next to my ear. I smirked to myself and lifted my backside so it was pressed against his front. "What was that?" I asked innocently, as I pushed and put slight pressure on his friend. River choked on his words and clenched his fists, which were right next to my head. "Gee, Jack," River whispered with a slight growl. "Huh?" I hummed as I did it again. River got distracted quickly, and I used that to flip us over and pin his hands above his head. I heard a deep laugh and saw that River's eyes were pitch black. "Clever little mate." Leo smirked. "Very clever indeed." I did a small bow. "Thank you, Leo. I will say, I am impressed that you improvised. It's nice to know that you are quick to come to a conclusion and that you can think through problems." Leo laughed but then turned serious. "But you better not use that tactic with any other male's little mate." I smirked and lowered my face so my lips were hovering right over his. "Or what?" Leo growled and tightened his grip on my hands. "Then I will slowly rip them to shreds. No one touches what is mine. You are my mate only, not theirs." Damn, I love when he gets all possessive. I smiled and lowered my face down a little bit. Leo smirked and leaned forward to meet my lips. But right as our lips were about to touch, I pulled back a little bit. Leo growled and tried to lean forward again. I did the same thing, but again pulled back right as our lips touched. Leo growled again. "Angry alpha?" I asked, teasing. Leo smirked and flipped us over. "Nah, I can always overpower you." Leo chuckled as he bent down so his lips were right about mine. "And in more way than one." I gasped as Leo said that, and he used that to swipe his tongue in my mouth. He growled and pushed his lips harder to mine. He released my hands, and I immediately put my arms around his neck and pulled him closer. "Damn," Leo growled softly as he kissed my mark. "I would take you right here, right now if I could." "Alpha!" someone yelled. Leo growled and quickly got off of me and stood in front of me protectively. The guard's face turned bright red and I smacked my forehead. Of course someone would walk in on that. Poor Leo. Just got cock-blocked. "What?" River asked as he gained control. "Rogues! South border!" the guard said. River cursed under his breath but nodded. "Go get my men. Tell them to wait outside. And call guards for Jack." The guard nodded and ran off. "Be careful," I mumbled as I hugged him from behind. River turned around and pulled me close to him. "I will. I love you," River said as he placed a kiss on my forehead. "I love you too, dork. You better come back to me," I threatened. "You know a woman truly loves you when she threatens you," River teased. "But yes, I promise that I will come back." I nodded and watched him run off. "Underscore," I sighed, as I looked through the fridge for something to eat. I ended up grabbing an apple, and I walked outside to sit on the porch. I smiled at the quiet air. No one was outside, and the only noise was the wind blowing through the trees. But right as I took a bite of my apple, I felt it. The feeling of dread. I quickly stood up and scanned the area. That's when I saw it. A group of rogue. How did they get past? I dropped the apple and ran back inside. "Everyone get out here now!" I yelled as I ran up the stairs. Every room I ran past, I banged on the door. "Luna, what's wrong?" a guard asked as he ran out of his room when he heard my panicked voice. "Rogues! Outside!" "We are under attack," I mumbled as I stared at them. "Did you say under attacked?" Micah asked as she walked towards me with my grandma. I nodded. I was outside and I felt it. Dread. I looked up and I'm staring at a large group of rogues. But how? Julia asked. Everyone is fighting them at the south border. That was a setup, a guard growled. Everyone get ready. It's about to get messy. Luna, you need to go get safe with Miss Julia, Miss Micah, and your grandmother, another guard said worriedly. Oh, hell no, I said as I stood up straight. I'm in charge. River is gone and I'm the Luna. We are going to attack. What should we do, Luna? A guard asked as he stared down at me proudly. I will admit, that felt nice to have someone look at me like that. We are going to go head on. They already know that they are here, so we don't have the element of surprise. Get everyone who can't fight to safety. Grandma, you should follow them and... My gran laughed and cut me off. Do you know how many times I've escaped from rogues? Bitch, please. I got this. I watched amazed as my grandma pulled out a small machine gun. I shit you not. It was slightly bigger than a handgun. Is that a mini machine gun? Micah asked. My grandma nodded. You'd be surprised at what some werewolves give you when you help them. Let's roll, children. Luna? The same guard asked me. I love your grandma. Me too. I smiled as I watched her run down the hall. Now let's go. We all ran downstairs and out the front door. I stopped dead in my tracks as the rogues were right in front of the porch. 'Bout time. I thought I was gonna have to send someone inside. I thought you got lost, a rogue mocked. What do you want? I asked, getting annoyed by his presence. That feeling of dread is stronger than ever. You. His simple answer was, the great ancient healer. The guards growled, stood in front of me. You want the Luna? You're going to have to get through us. The guard in front of me growled. Damn, I love my pack. Works for me, another rogue growled. Let's win this! I yelled as I grabbed my gun. My pack members growled and shifted. I still think that looks painful. I watched as a rogue jumped over my shifting members and ran into the house. Come on. Micah nodded at me and Julia. We both nodded and darted inside to face the rogue. The rogue stopped and growled at us. Stupid children. A rogue laughed as he stood next to the wolf. I can't believe the tough alpha believed it. Believe what? I asked as I raised my gun. The small rogue group by the south border. The man laughed. I knew that would be a great distraction, but I didn't expect the tiny, worthless human Luna stepping up and leading this attack. Well, think again. I smirked as I saw two of my pack members walk up next to me in their wolf form. And if you think I'm worthless, then why do you want me? The man laughed and my pack members growled. You might be a tiny human and worthless in fighting, but you are the ancient healer. It makes sense now. We heard it was someone named Jack, so we were looking for a guy. But it was you all along. Wait a minute, I mumbled as I stared at the man. You are one of the guys that broke into my house and tried to kill me. Once he smirked. I knew I was right. 'Bout time you recognized me. He chuckled. I should have taken you when I had the chance. I shivered in disgust. Thank the Lord for River showing up. Quit yapping, the man growled. Let's end this. Fine by me, I mumbled as I cocked my gun. More rogues started to pour into the house and I got scared. We are so outnumbered. Oh, hell no, you don't! My grandma yelled as she grabbed her gun. I watched amazed as she pulled the trigger and rogue after rogue went down. After she was done, she blew on the barrel and put a roll of new ammo in the gun. Can I ask you where you got that? Micah asked. Russia helped a pack against rogues, and they gave me a couple of these as payment. It was around the time that the healers went into hiding. It was for my protection, my grandma explained. Always Russia, Julia laughed. Micah laughed, but then screamed as a rogue checked her against the wall. Micah! I yelled. The rogue stood over her and bared his teeth. I was about to shoot, but a girl popped up out of nowhere and growled at the rogue. She had long, wavy brown hair and piercing electric blue eyes. She was tall and built and looked pissed off to no end. I watched as the girl walked right up to the rogue and grabbed him around the neck. She growled and immediately tightened her grip, and the rogue began to whimper. Holy shit, she is strong. Don't touch her, the girl growled as she literally threw it across the room. I watched amazed as the girl stood protectively in front of Micah. "Oh my gosh, can it be? Are you all right?" the girl asked as she grabbed Micah's hand and lifted her up. She pulled Micah into her and sniffed her neck. "Oh my gosh, River does that to me when he is trying to calm down." Yeah," Micah stuttered as she pulled back and quickly ran over to me. The girl frowned slightly, but followed Micah over here. "Are you all right?" I asked as I checked for any injuries. Micah nodded. "Who is that girl? She is smoking hot. And the way she threw that rogue, damn." The girl stood behind Micah and smirked. "You think I'm smoking hot?" the girl asked as she crossed her arms over her chest. I recognized that look in her eyes. "That's the same look that River gives me. Lust." I didn't say that. I was just..." Micah trailed off as the girl laughed. It's weird seeing Micah stutters. She never does. She's always the confident one, and the ones she's trying to get with stutters. "Don't worry, little one. I'm glad that my mate thinks I'm hot." The mysterious girl winked at Micah. "Holy hell," Micah whispered. "Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 26. Micah's Mate. Jack. The girl's eyebrows furrowed. "Are you not happy?" she asked. Slight hurt laced her voice. "No," Micah stuttered. "It's just a lot to take in right now." "Guys!" I shouted as I shot a wolf in the forehead. "Can we please talk about this later?" "Oh, right," Micah shouted as she grabbed her guns. "Be careful," the girl said to Micah before she shifted. Her wolf was huge, a dark brown wolf with striking ice blue eyes. "She's beautiful," Micah mumbled as her mate winked at her and ran after a rogue. "Pay attention there, lover girl," I laughed as Micah's face turned red. "Behind you!" Micah yelled to her mate. Her mate's head shot up and she rolled to the side. The rogue that lunged for her ended up getting a face full of wood and ash. I liked that fireplace. I whined as some bricks fell down on the rogue's head. "I'm sure River will have someone fix it," Micah said, as she stabbed a wolf in the neck and shot another one in the face. I heard a whimper and saw Micah's mate get bit. "No!" Micah yelled as she ran to her. Micah's eyes narrowed as she stared at the rogue biting her mate's neck. "Right where the jugular is! You brat!" Micah screamed as she grabbed her silver knife. "Don't you dare hurt her!" I shivered in disgust as Micah dragged her blade down the wolf's neck slowly. The wolf started to whimper and cough violently. He let go of Micah's mate and fell to the ground dead. "Jack," Micah said as she turned to face me with tears in her eyes. "Please, you got to help her." I nodded in determination and faced some of my guards. "Cover me." They nodded and ran closely behind me as we made our way over to Micah's mate. "Please," Micah cried as her mate's eyes were closing. "She can't die. It's gonna be hard. I don't know if he punctured her jugular or not. I can heal, not bring them back from dead," I explained. "But I'll do my best. Help the guards cover me." Micah nodded and stood behind me with her gun ready. I closed my eyes as I placed my hands on the wound. I cringed as I felt the blood pouring out through my fingers. "Focus, damn it!" I yelled to myself. I squeezed my eyes shut and concentrated hard. But nothing. "It's not working!" I yelled as I tried again and again. I felt a few tears drip from my eyes as I focused really hard. "Jack!" my grandma yelled as she sat next to me. "She's almost gone. That's why. You haven't trained enough to heal something that is damaged this much. Help me, please!" I begged as she looked torn. "She's Micah's mate." "Micah got a mate?" my grandma asked, shocked as I nodded. "I can help, but I can't promise anything." The rogue punctured her jugular. "It's gonna be hard. Please," I begged. "Micah has finally found someone who can make her happy, and I will not let that get ripped away from her. After this, we are upping your training," my grandma said sternly. "I have not lost a supernatural creature or human, and I will not start now." "Neither will I said determined. My grandma grabbed my right hand and placed her left hand on the girl's neck. I copied her motion and squeezed my grandma's hand. I felt the familiar warm and fuzzy feeling in my hand. except this time it was traveling throughout my whole body. "Keep going," my grandma mumbled. I concentrated harder and the warm feeling got stronger. My entire body felt like it was on fire, but it wasn't a bad feeling, more of a good feeling. The girl beneath us took a deep breath and started to cough. "You're okay," Micah yelled as she fell to her mate's side and wrapped her arms around her. I felt my heart racing and I was trying to breath. "The more damage the person, the more energy it takes," my grandma mumbled as she too took deep breaths. "2 ancient healers? Not 1, but 2? A rogue laughed. "Oh, boss will like this! Stay back!" Micah yelled as she got her gun ready and aimed it at the man. I tried to stand up, but my legs were weak. "I have the perfect chance to bring you 2 back to the boss." The rogue smirked as he took a step towards us. "You won't have that chance," River said deadly as he shoved a silver knife in the rogue's chest. The rogue's eyes went wide as he stared down at the blade that is sticking out of his chest. But he laughed. "There are more of me. This is also a small team. The man I work for has many more rogues." The rogue paused as he coughed out blood. "And he will be ready," River growled as he snapped the guy's neck. "Jack," River whispered as he shoved the rogue's body away and scooped me up in his arms. "All the rogues are dead. I'm glad that you are okay," I whispered as I wrapped my arms around his neck. "Dana?" River asked as he walked over to Micah's mate. "I'm so glad that you are okay." "Her name is Dana?" Micah asked as Dana shifted back. Micah blushed as Dana stood there naked. River handed Dana his shirt and she put it on. Since she was shorter than he was, it landed right above her knees. "How do you know her?" I asked carefully. "She's my cousin," River said as he pulled Dana in for a hug. "She was coming here to visit, but then the rogue attack happened and I told her we would have to wait. Looks like she came here anyway." Dana laughed. "I really wanted to see you since I haven't seen you in over a year. I thought I would just wait till you got back." I laughed as Micah's face was still red. Dana smirked and wrapped her arm around Micah's side and pulled her into her. "Am I missing something?" River asked with a smirk as Micah's face turned another shade of red. "No," Micah stuttered. "Aw, come on, mate. I don't even know your name," Dana teased as she kissed behind Micah's ear. Micah gulped and tried to keep it together. I should probably tell Dana that that is Micah's weak spot. "It's Micah!" I laughed as Micah couldn't form any words. "Micah," Dana said slowly as Micah shivered. "I like it. It's cute." "Hey now," Micah yelled. I rolled my eyes. "Here we go. I am not cute." "Cute is for bunnies and puppies," Micah defended. Dana smirked. "Cutie." Micah did her best growl and stomped off down the hall. Dana threw her head back laughing and went to follow her. "Wait," I said as I caught her arm. "I need to talk to you." "What's up, Luna?" Dana asked. I smiled. "Please call me Jack." "Okay," Dana nodded. "And thank you for saving me. I really appreciate it." "No problem," I nodded. "And anyway, I wanted to talk to you about Micah. Is she okay?" Dana asked, worried. I nodded. "She is. It's just, she's not used to this whole dating thing. She has flings. That's just what she does." Dana growled and looked away. "Oh, but you're different." I smiled as Dana's head snapped to me. "How do you know?" she asked suspiciously. I laughed. "Micah is my best friend. I can read her like an open book. With other girls, she has this lust glint her an eye. But when she looks at you, she has this small smile on her lips. Her eyes shine bright and they are fully of happiness. It's weird since she never met you, but it's true. So please be careful. She hasn't dated in a while, because her last girlfriend cheated on her with her former best friend." "My poor Micah," Dana said sadly. "I promise to take good care of her. Thank you. She is going to take some time to get used to this feeling, so please don't push her. She will warm up to you eventually." I smiled, but then turned serious. "And I swear to God that if you hurt her, I hurt you. So you better not force her to do anything, because I can make your death look like an accident." Dana gulped but nodded as she stared at my death glare. I promise," Dana stuttered. I smiled and gave her a hug. "Thank you. Oh, and by the way, when you guys do the dirty, Her weak spot is right behind her ear. Dana smirked and nodded. I laughed as she ran to where Micah stomped off too. I'm glad that they are mates. Dana and Micah both need someone good in their life. Well, besides you, River laughed. Micah needs someone like Dana, caring but yet strong. You're okay with it? I asked River. He chuckled. Hell yeah. Why wouldn't I? Well, some people don't like it. I mentioned, she's family, and who the hell cares? As long as she's happy, I'm happy, and besides, nothing is wrong with it. It's a part of life. River smiled as he pulled me closer. That's good to hear, I said softly as I rested my head on his chest. That was a wonderful, much-needed shower. I laughed as I walked out into the room drying my hair. Are you okay? River jumped and looked at me. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't lie to me, I said sternly. River sighed as I sat next to him. Today just scared me. That's all. I gave him a sad smile as I wrapped my arms around him. You're okay, I said softly as I looked into his eyes. You didn't know. I should have, though. I left you alone to fight for yourself. I'm an awful mate, River said, choking on his own words. I scoffed. Have you seen these guns? River laughed slightly as I flexed my arms. I'm serious, though. So am I said seriously. You had no way of knowing that it was going to turn out that way. I had guards with me and we kicked ass. Micah found her mate and we won. Sure, we might have some more, but it's going to be okay. I can take care of myself. I shot so many rogues today. It was scary, I will admit it, but I got through it. You always know what to say, River whispered as his forehead touched mine. I love you so much. So much that I wouldn't know what to do if I didn't end up on your operation table. I laughed. Sorry about having to re-break your leg. River cringed and pulled me closer. It's okay. I got to see you. I smiled and kissed River's lips softly. River growled and pushed my head closer to his. I laughed as I pulled my head back. You just love teasing me, don't you? River asked in a strained voice, as his eyes flashed color, letting me know that Leo was right at the surface. I nodded. I need to have some fun in my life. River groaned and stood up. I need a shower. I giggled and River groaned again. Shit. River growled as he walked to his closet. It's now or never, Jack. I walked up behind River and turned him around. Jack! I cut him off when I pressed my lips to his. He dropped his clothes and wrapped his arms around my waist. Let's just say, I might have started something. _ I love you. You know that, right? River asked. I do. I smiled as I traced my finger along his naked chest. And I love you too. Good. River smiled as he pulled me closer. I love you, baby. Good night. I yawned and rested my head under chin. Good night, Wolfie. I love you too. Chapter 27. The war is coming. Jack, well, look at you. I smirked as I took a sip of my coffee and watched Micah stroll into the kitchen. I'd recognize that messy hair anywhere. She flipped my off and grabbed a mug. Don't talk to me until I've had my morning coffee. I laughed and placed my mug on the countertop. Is that a bite mark I see? Micah glared at me. Yes, it is. We are fully mated, thank you very much. I chuckled. Was she good? Micah winked. The best I've been with. The last one you'll be with, Dana growled softly as she nuzzled Micah's neck. Ew, love? Cooper laughed. Be nice, Julia scolded. Everyone deserves to be happy, except you. River laughed. Cooper made a face and walked to the living room. Fully mated too, I smell, Dana teased as I stuck my tongue out at her. So what are your plans? River asked. Dana sighed. I don't know. She can't leave, though, because then Micah will leave, I said quickly. She can stay, right? That's not up to me, River said as he kissed my forehead. She would have to talk to her dad. I don't want to leave, Micah said softly. I like it here. My home is here. Dana smiled sweetly and rubbed Micah's back. We can stay here, as long as it's okay with the Alpha and Luna. River laughed at Dana. She can stay, I said quickly. She can now? River asked in a teasing voice with his eyebrow raised. I nodded. Yes, I said so. And even if you would say no, I outrank you. My bad, your majesty, River chuckled as he bowed. I nodded with a smile and patted his head. Good boy. Come on, Jack, my grandma smiled. Time to go train. I groaned but nodded. Come on, Critter, your raccoon is so cute. Dana smiled. Critter glared at her and let out a hiss. I sighed. Critter, she is a good werewolf. Critter looked her up and down and flipped his tail at her. Did I just get flipped off? Dana asked, laughing as Critter climbed up my shoulder. I nodded with a small chuckle. It's not you. Trust me. Critter can smell if someone is a werewolf. He only likes certain ones here. Don't take it personal. He flipped me off too. Hank laughed. Glad I'm not the only one then. Dana smiled at Critter. Critter growled slightly and nuzzled into my neck. I'm going to go talk with the guys while you train. River smiled. Have fun. I laughed as I walked with my grandma outside.
River, what did they say this time? I asked as I sat down at my desk with the 3 letters in front of me. Here it is, Alpha, one of my pack members said as he handed me the new letter. Patrol found it this morning around 7. Why didn't anyone wake me up? I growled as I looked over the letter. We tried, he mumbled. You didn't answer. I sighed heavily and read the letter. It's the same as the others, I said as I stood up. I growled as slammed the letter on the table. They aren't going to touch her. And now they know that her grandma is one. This isn't good, I mumbled. They are going to try even harder now. I am so stressed right now. You and me both. Leo sighed. I just want to be wrapped up with Jack right now. Tonight we will be. I promised. We better, Leo growled. This is getting out of hand, River, Nolan said as Cooper nodded. He's right. They already broke through once and used a trap for us, so we would leave. They are planning now, Cooper added. Since when do rogues plan? I asked, confused. They aren't organized like we are. They just do everything without thinking and hope they get it right. Well, this group of rogues do plan. Cooper sighed as he rubbed his face. We have to step it up. Get more training done with the guards. We need to keep the patrol tight. I want more on the shifts, and we change the guards and the times every other day. I think they are studying them. I don't want anything getting in or out, I commanded. Yes, Alpha. The guards nodded as they left my office. I sighed as I sank back into my chair. You okay, man? Cooper asked as he sat down across from me. No, I said as I looked at him and Nolan. This is getting out of hand. They keep leaving letters and I have to make everyone look like nothing is wrong. I feel bad for keeping this from her. And we don't even know where the rogues are hiding. They are sitting back and watching us, and we can't even find them. You're doing the right thing. She can't know about this, Nolan said softly. I know it sucks keeping it from her, because I have to do the same thing with Julia. But it's for the best. It will protect them, and they won't have to worry about it. I'm just surprised she hasn't found out about it. I mean, the letters get scattered all over the north border. Jack passes it all the time, Cooper said with a shrug. Wait a minute, Nolan said as he stood up. Say the second part again. Jack passes it all the time? Cooper asked. Nolan shook his head. Before that. I'm surprised she hasn't found about it. Nolan groaned. After that, you moron. Oh, Cooper remembered as he stood up. The letters are scattered all over the north border. That's it. Nolan smiled as he pointed to Cooper. All the letters that we have received have been on the north border side. That's where the rogues are hiding. What if it's just their dumping ground? Cooper asked as he looked at Nolan. They could be stationed somewhere else, and they are just dumping the letters there. It's still worth a shot, I spoke up. We need to get trackers there. I can tell them, Cooper said before his eyes fogged over. Once we have enough information, we are attacking. I'm wiping out these rogues once and for all. I'm tired of them messing with my pack, I said, determined.
Chapter 28. We found the camp. Jack, what did you see this time, Dana? I asked as she and Julia shifted. The girls and I have been taking turns about seeing the camp where the rogues have been hiding for the past couple of weeks. Except we couldn't find it. We've only seen clues that we were heading in the right direction. Their base is about 10 miles of the north border. They have patrol out, Dana said as she quickly put on her shirt. Isn't that in the other pack's territory? I asked. Julia shook her head. No, that is Neural Land. The neighboring pack is about 20 miles away. The elders from our pack and their pack agreed that they would use that as neutral land. Something about sharing resources. Great, I sighed. So that means we can't prison them for being on another pack's land. Why do they have patrol? Micah asked. Dana shrugged as she looked at Julia. These rogues are different, Julia mumbled as she thought to herself. What do you mean? I asked. You see, rogues aren't like us. They aren't organized. They don't think things through, and they do everything that they want whenever they want, Julia explained. She's right, Dana agreed. Rogues don't plan, so to see them thinking all their attacks through and being prepared for an attack is weird. They have patrol out, which rogues don't do. Maybe they watched us and saw how well it works that they wanted to try it, Julia suggested. This could be a smart rogue group that we are up against. Could be, I mumbled with a nod. If they are this close to us, then they have to be watching us. Learning our patrol routes. We also passed another note, Julia said sadly. Another one? I asked, shocked. That's 5 letters so far. What did it say? Same thing, Dana said. Except this one they told us to hand you and your grandmother over, or else they are attacking. When? Micah asked. Tomorrow night, Dana and Julia said at the same time. I grunted and crossed my arms. Fine. We are going straight to that meeting that River is in and telling them what we found out. He's gonna be mad that we did this, though. They don't even know that we know anything, Julia said, worried. I shrugged. I don't care anymore. We have known about all of this for a week, ever since you passed his office door and heard all of that. I have laid low because I wanted him to think he was doing the right thing, but now that they are planning to attack, we need to tell them. They haven't found this note yet. She's right, Micah spoke up. We kept quiet for this long and we have actually seen their camp firsthand. River hasn't sent anyone yet. I Cooper talking about how they were going to send the trackers later tonight, but we beat them to it. We should tell them everything we know. Okay, Julia nodded as she looked at all of us. Get ready to be yelled at, I shrugged. That's a risk I'm willing to take. They sighed and we started to walk back to the pack house. Probably should prepare myself to get yelled at. I can understand, though. River is all about my safety, and he's about to hear that I went over the territory line without any guards. Luna, what are you guys doing all the way out here without any guards? A guard asked as he ran over to us with 2 other men and Hank. We were going on an adventure. Micah smiled. Really? That's what you came up with? I whispered to Micah before they got her. That's all I could think of, Micah whispered back. You guys know it's dangerous out here without any guards, Hank said worriedly. I know, I'm sorry. It's just we have been stuck in the house and we all felt like going for a walk. I smiled as I told my lie. Come on, he said softly as he smiled. We can walk you back. All right, I smiled as the 4 men formed a circle around us. Do you know where River is at? Yes, Luna. He is in a meeting with the warrior wolves. The Alpha said he should be done around noon. A guard smiled. Thank you, I said as I looked at the girls. They nodded their understanding. The walk to the pack house only took about 10 minutes, and the guards went back to their patrol routes. Ready to crash River's meeting? I asked, laughing. Let's do this. Dana smiled. Well, let's go, I said as we all ran to the meeting room downstairs. We came up to the door and I could hear River talking about investigating tonight. He was planning on sending a small group so they don't draw any attention to themselves. That's not gonna work, I said as I opened the door and walked in. Jack, River said, surprised as he stood up. Wait, Nolan said, standing up as he looked at us. What did you say? It won't work, Julia spoke up. A small group won't work. They will notice you. What are you talking about? River asked suspiciously. Your mate. You answer, Julia mumbled as she pushed me forward. Gee, thanks for pushing me under the bus, I mumbled while rolling my eyes. Jack, River said sternly. Okay, before I tell you, you have to promise me something, I said quietly. I really hope he doesn't yell at me. What? River asked as he narrowed his eyes at me. You will let me finish, you won't interrupt me, and you won't freak out afterwards, I said. Fine, River growled as he sat back down. Good, I nodded with a smile. So the girls and I crossed the territory line and... You did what? River growled as he stood up. Hey, remember your promise, I said as I pointed to him. River growled and slammed back down in his chair, mumbling some words that I probably should not repeat. Well, shit. His knuckles are turning white. Oh well. Anywho, the girls and I know all about the notes that the rogues are leaving asking you to hand over my grandmother and I admitted. You what? River asked wide-eyed. Julia nodded. I was passing by your office door and I heard you guys talking about it. I listened and told Jack because it involved her, so we started to plan. This past week we have been taking turns crossing the territory line and trying to find the camp. We saw all the notes and they were scattered across the north border, so we started there, Dana explained. We finally found the camp and they have patrol set all around it. They are tight, River, so sending a small group to investigate won't work. They are training their wolves and making a plan, Julia added. We passed another note this morning as well. They are planning on attacking tomorrow night if they don't get Jack and her grandmother. River made a noise that sounded like a growl or a sigh. Fine. I won't freak out as long as you tell us everything you know. I smiled and nodded. Come here, he said as he opened his arms. I chuckled and walked over and sat on his lap. He wrapped his arms around me and dug his nose into my neck and sniffed. He growled as his eyes started to glow. Don't ever do that again, Leo whispered as he narrowed his eyes at me. I rolled my eyes and pecked his nose. I won't, promise. Good, Leo said as he kissed my cheek. I won't be so lenient next time. Actually, there won't be a next time. Ya. I chuckled as Leo gave River control again. Okay, listen up, boys. I'm in charge of this meeting now. Wait, what? River asked, confused, as all the warrior wolves chuckled. I nodded. The girls and I know all the information and you don't. And because I'm Luna, they have to listen to me. So as of right now, I'm in charge of this meeting. Damn. Nolan laughed as he wrapped his arm around Julia. Jack can be scary when she wants to be. Exactly, so don't mess with me. I winked as Nolan laughed. The girls and I told them everything that we knew, and I said what I think the guard and warrior wolves should do with the situation. As the members were talking about what they were gonna do, I felt River lean forward. You know, River paused as he kissed below my ear. It's so sexy seeing you being in charge. I gulped as he continued to kiss down my ear and on my mark. Damn it, River. Chapter 29. Talking to the Parents. Jack, thank you, Grandma, I whispered as she handed me the number to my parents' vacation house. You're welcome, dear, she said with a small smile. I would tell you myself, but I think you should hear it from them. I nodded as she walked away and I looked at Critter. He whimpered and rubbed his head against my cheek. I can do this, I told myself as I picked up my cell phone. Ring, 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 ree, Mr. Banks speaking? I heard my father's stern voice. Dad, I said monotone. There was a small pause. Jack, my dad's voice didn't change. Haven't heard from you in a while. Likewise, I said. Where's Mom? Hold on, he mumbled as I heard some shuffling. Jack, my mother's same monotone voice. I need to talk to you, I said, matching her voice. I hate talking to my parents like this, but I know it's the only way they will listen. You have to talk seriously and like you mean business, or else they will just blow you off. Then talk, she said, sounding bored. No, I said as I gripped the phone tighter. In person. Critter sensed my uneasiness and purred as he rubbed against my cheek again. My mom sighed. Jack, Mom, don't, I said sternly. You and Dad need to fly out here and talk to me face to face, and I will not take no for an answer. Fine, my mom grunted. Your father and I will fly out this afternoon to your house. Another thing. I paused slightly. I'm not at my house. I told her the address of the pack house and we both hung up. You're doing the right thing, Micah said as she rubbed my back. I just want to know why she never told me, I admitted as I sat down in the chair and brought Critter to my lap. Betsy climbed up on my lap and did her best smile. I chuckled slightly and patted her head. It's going to be okay, Micah said as he picked up Betsy and cradled her in her arms. You are finally going to get answers. I nodded. You're right. Come on, let's go downstairs and wait till they get here. I pulled my phone out and texted Hank to bring my parents inside when they get here. They probably took their private jet, so they will be here soon. That thing is so fast. I sat down in the chair and waited nervously until they got here. _wolves. My mom sneered as she stepped into the pack house. Don't be rude to my pack members, I said as I narrowed my eyes at her. Your pack members? My mom asked, shocked. I nodded. That's right. You're mated with one, aren't you? My mom asked. I nodded again and crossed my arms. An alpha, to be exact. River waved awkwardly as my mom just stared at him. May I take your coat, miss? Hank asked. My dad looked up at him and gulped. Hell, I don't blame him. I was scared when I first saw him too. No, my mom said, waving him off. I won't be here long. I have a meeting at noon. I rolled my eyes. Typical. Excuse me? My mom asked as she raised her voice slightly. That's it. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I said typical, I yelled. You want to know why? It's because you two never were around. It was like I didn't even have parents. You and Dad were so into your jobs that you never once even noticed me. You handed me off to nanny after nanny. It was like you didn't even care about me. You need to watch your voice around your mother, my dad said sternly. Hank growled at the disrespect my dad used towards me. My dad flinched slightly and took a step back. It's okay, Hank, I said as I looked at him. You needed to be strong, my mom defended. I gave a humorless laugh and scoffed. Strong? No. I need to be loved, and you didn't give that to me. I didn't have the parents' love that all the other kids had. I had parents that didn't give a damn about me. I have a boy's name, for God's sake. I like it if that makes you feel better, River suggested. I glared at River and he nodded. Not the time. Right. Sorry, River said as he took a step back. You may continue. We didn't have any other names picked out, my dad said. Bullshit, I spat. It's not that hard to pick a girl's name off the top of your head. But whatever. That's not the reason why I called you. Then what is? My mom asked impatiently. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. Tell you what? My mom asked suspiciously. About being an ancient healer. My parents' eyes went wide and they looked shocked. Bingo! How did you find out? My mom asked, speechless. Grandma told me, I said as I crossed my arms. Why did you hide it from me? I can't believe she told you, my mom mumbled. I didn't want you to know because I wanted you to live a normal life. I didn't want you to be in danger about getting kidnapped by rogues because they know what you are. The less you knew, the better. You? Thinking about my safety? That's a first. I laughed as my mom narrowed her eyes at me. When I was younger, rogues found out about it. Your grandma tried to teach me what she knew, but I didn't want to. When I went off to college, I put all that behind me. I didn't care. I acted like it wasn't a part of me. So when you were born and you had the ancient healer trait, I cut you off from seeing your grandma, my mom explained. When your grandma found out that you were an ancient healer, she wanted to teach you what she knew so you would be prepared if the rogues ever found out. I said no. I told her that if she was going to teach you the ways, then she wasn't allowed to see you. I was shocked. I turned to look at my grandmother, and she nodded her head. It was true, dear. She wouldn't let me see you. But I was always watching from a distance. She smiled. I know, my mom said with narrowed eyes. I could sense the wolves that you had watching over us. My grandma smirked. I told you that I would always be watching. Yes, but I didn't think you would have wolves stationed outside our house 24/7, my mom yelled. My grandma shrugged. Oh well, Jack liked them. What? I asked, confused. My grandma smiled. You were playing outside one day when the nanny was making you lunch. The pack that I had helped was a little ways from your old house when you guys lived in Nebraska. They gotten into a war with some rogues and I offered them help on one condition. Which was what? I asked. To keep you safe, my mom finished. I know all about it. I talked with the alpha and he wouldn't back down. He insisted that he owned Grandma this because she saved his life. My grandma nodded. He got badly injured trying to protect his mate. He was ambushed during the war. I saved him and he told me that he needed to find a way to repay him. I told him of you and what you were. He immediately agreed because ancient healers became scarce, and his pack members loved you. The guards loved to play house with you. My mom scoffed while my grandma smiled and laughed. They would take turns watching over you. I remembered when they told me what happened the first time you saw one. You weren't supposed to see them, but one of the guards stepped on a stick and you heard it. You went back in the woods trying to find what made that noise. They wanted to laugh as you brought your wooden sword to protect yourself, but they didn't want to blow their cover. My grandma chuckled at the memory. But you came face to face with one. He was worried what you would do, but that's when you yelled puppy and hugged his face. The other guards walked out and you were so happy to see more puppies. I laughed as my grandma made air quotes when she said puppies. When I found out that you were interacting with them, I talked to the alpha to tell him to leave you alone. My mom spoke up. But he wouldn't. That's when we moved. I wanted you to get away from werewolves. I was trying to protect you. You weren't supposed to know about werewolves and your powers. I smirked. Well, look at me now. Mated to an alpha werewolf, and having Grandma teach me about my powers. My mom narrowed her eyes at me. I was trying to prevent this. Well, you did an excellent job, I said sarcastically as I gave her a clap. My mom scoffed and grabbed my dad's arm. I have a meeting to get to. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I called to her as she opened the front door. She ignored me and walked to my dad's car. Well, that went well. My grandma smiled as she clapped her hands together. Lovely parents, Hank said as he narrowed his eyes as they drove away. Tell me about it, I mumbled as I rubbed my temples. Well, now I know the reason why they kept this from me. It's okay, baby, River said softly as he hugged me. It's okay. I hate how she is so disrespectful, though. It bugs me, I said softly as I buried my face in his chest. I know, River whispered as he rubbed my back. I'm sorry to interrupt, Alpha, a pack member said as he walked up to us. But we are ready. Okay, River said as I looked up at him. Let's get ready, I said as I broke away from him. Wait, what? River asked. Don't even. I laughed as he went to protest. I'm fighting alongside my pack. River sighed. Fine, I smirked, and walked to the weapon room in the basement. I smiled as I took in the sight of all the weapons, and walked over to the wall with the guns that had the silver bullets. We are attacking now, I said as I grabbed my gun and cocking it. I don't care what you have to say. I'm going now. So who's coming with? The wolves nodded. Then let's do this, babe. River smirked. Good, I said, matching his smirk. Tonight is the night that these wolves will pay, thinking they can take my grandma. Chapter 30. We win. Jack, come on, I whispered as the girls and I continued to walk closer to their camp. Wait, why do I feel dread? Well, what do we have here? A voice laughed behind us. Oh, shit! I cringed as we turned around. I came face to face with a rouge. Welp, found the reason. Damn, you smell bad, Dana said as she pretended to puke while Julia giggled. The rogue growled. Whatever, just had me Jack and you guys can be on your way. I don't think so, River growled as he snapped the rogue's neck. The rogue dropped and River stepped over him. Thanks, I smiled as he hugged me. I thought I told you to stay close, River sighed. I know, but we saw a group of rogues walk this way and we wanted to follow them. Then we kinda lost them, I said with a nervous giggle. Stay close, River said sternly. Okas, I groaned. River cracked a smile and rolled his eyes. Always so dramatic. I did a bow. Thank you. Are you guys ready? Nolan asked. Yeah, I am. My grandma smirked as she grabbed her trusty minigun. Grandma, I scolded. Language. Oh, right, sorry, she laughed. Wentz started to walk until we reached the beginning of their camp. No patrol, Cooper said as he looked around. It's getting close to being dark. They might be getting ready to attack, Julia suggested. Look, Micah whispered as he pointed up ahead. There's a rogue. Okay, so we should put our plan in motion, I said while everyone nodded. Or we can just shoot him, Micah said as she cocked her gun and pointed. Micah, no! I said. It will make a loud sound and they will know that we are... I stopped as I watched the rogue drop. Here? I finished confused. Why didn't your gun make a sound? I have a silencer, she said as she showed me. Where the hell did you get a silencer? Nolan asked. Her, Micah said as she pointed to my grandma. I got a couple of those from a pack that I helped in Germany. My grandma smiled. Remind me to make an alliance with Russian and German packs, River said to Nolan and Cooper. Come on, Micah said as she ran over to the base. Damn it, Micah! Dana growled as she ran after her. Let's go! I demanded as I followed them. River motioned for the pack to follow and they shifted. I'm going to shift. You need to stay close, River said seriously as he took his shirt off. I nodded. I will, babe. I love you. And be careful. I love you too, baby, River said as he kissed my lips and shifted. Ready? I asked my grandma. I was born ready, bitch. My grandma winked. You are so my grandma. I laughed as we ran over to the camp. My grandma and I ducked down and we ran alongside the tent that the rogues were in. Okay, we need to have Group A on the north side, and Group B, you guys will attack first on the south side. Throw them off their game, a rogue said as he pointed to a map. But that's cheating, I said as I stood in the entryway. The rogues jumped and turned around to face us. If it isn't the ancient healers, and both of them too, a rogue smirked. This will be so much easier. Actually, I smiled as I brought my gun out. It will be the opposite. What do you mean? The same rogue asked. We aren't alone. I winked as my grandma and ran where my pack members were waiting. And as expected, the rogues followed. See what I mean? I laughed as my pack members growled behind me. I have an army. Well, I do too. And the rogue smirked as the rest of the rogues shifted. Yes, I said, nodding. But mine is cooler. But mine is stronger. Ha! Don't make me laugh, I smirked. Then bring it, Shorty, the rogue said. Oh, don't worry, I winked. I will, he shifted and I cocked my gun. Oh, it's so on. May the best army win, I said. The rogue nodded his head and charged with his members. And attack, I said. My members growled and charged as well. This is totally a Sparta moment. Damn it, Jack. Now is not the time to crack jokes, I yelped as I jumped out of the way of a rogue. I quickly turned around and took a shot. I did a happy dance as the rogue fell to the ground and shifted back into a dead body. Kinda gross, but also good that I killed him. Jack! Micah yelled as she ran over to me. Have you seen Dana? I shook my head. No, I haven't. Well, shit, she groaned. She kept yelling at me today to make sure I stayed by her. River said the same thing, and I lost him, I said, looking around. So we're both in trouble. Angry makeup moments? I can work with that, Micah winked. I quickly cocked my gun again and shot a rogue that was running towards us. You would say that. I laughed as the rogue dropped. Come on, let's go find them, she nodded, and we both ran off trying to find our mates. And of course we were on a killing spree. I found her! Micah yelled over the commotion. She's cornered. I'm gonna go help. Be careful, I told her. She winked. Always. I rolled my eyes as she ran over to Dana, her gun ablazing. Grandma, I whispered as I saw a rogue holding her. I narrowed my eyes at them and booked it over to her. Let her go, I said, as I aimed my gun at the rogue. Why? That would ruin all the fun. The rogue crackled as he held a gun to her head. Because I'll blow your brains out if you don't, I promised. You aren't in the position to do so, because if you even make a move, I blow her brains out. The rogue smirked as he placed the gun on my grandma's temple. But we could make a deal. What? I spat. Drop the gun. Now, the rogue said as he looked at the gun I was holding. I growled, but dropped the gun. Good job. The rogue laughed. If you want her free, you come with us. No! My grandma yelled. Quit, you old hag. The rogue growled as he dug his gun into the side of her head. Deal, I said quickly. Smart choice, the rogue said. He threw my grandma on the ground, and I immediately ran over to her. You need to go get River. Now, I told her. Let's go. The rogue growled as he grabbed my arm. Jack! My grandma yelled as she tried to stand up. Just do it, I yelled back to her as the rogue dragged me away. I told you my army was better. The rogue smirked. I told you my army was better, I mocked in a deep voice. Shut up, he growled as he slapped my face. Ow, I mumbled. That was not necessary. He rolled his eyes and turned to another rogue. Once we get farther away, I want you to call off the fight. They will think that we are retreating. The rogue nodded. Do you still want the grandma? The guy holding me smirked and shook his head. Nah, she's old, so she'll probably croak soon. We got the younger one. Don't talk about her like that, I yelled as I tried to punch him. He caught my fist and threw me on the ground. I thought I told you to shut up, he growled as he kicked my stomach. I groaned in pain and tried to get up. Hey, boss, a rogue said, surprised. What? The rogue that kicked me asked. There is a cute little raccoon right here, he cooed. Aw, it's so cute. I looked up and gasped softly. The raccoon looked at me and winked. Critter, who cares? We gotta go. So grab it if you want it or just leave it alone. The rogue snapped. Yay. The rogue smiled as he went to go pick up Critter. Oh shit! I went to warn the guy, but it was too late. Right as he was about to grab Critter, Critter hissed and lunged towards the guy. Oh well. I sat back and watched as Critter tore at the guy's face. Get this raccoon off me! The guy yelled as he tried to grab Critter. Critter hissed and jumped off the man's face and landed in front of me. Damn it! Should have known that it was her pet raccoon, the guy growled. He doesn't like mean werewolves. Hank smirked as he walked up behind the guy. You brought reinforcements? I asked Critter, laughing. Critter nodded and stood in front of me protectively. How dare you put your filthy paw on our Luna? A guard growled as he stalked up to the rogues. Ah, shit! The rogue that Critter attacked mumbled. See ya, boss! I laughed as the guy booked it out of there, and some of my PEC members followed him. I hope you know that the war has ended, and you are the only one left. Hank smirked as he walked up towards the boss. How? He asked as he took a step back. Easy, I smiled as I stood up. My grandma and I made a plan. A plan? Hank and the rogue asked at the same time. Yes, a plan. I nodded. When we both knew that the war was getting closer to ending and we were winning, she would get herself captured. That way I could come save her, and you would be too distracted with me to know that you guys were losing. But how did you know that they would come save you? The rogue asked as Hank grabbed him. I chuckled. That I didn't know. I just knew that my grandma would get River. Jack, I'm here! My grandma yelled as she ran over to us with River and the rest of my members. I'm good! I laughed. Hank actually showed up. That was the dumbest plan that you have ever thought of. Like, seriously, Jack? What the hell were you thinking? River growled as he pulled me into a hug. She doesn't think. You should know that by now. Micah laughed as she walked up with Dana still in her wolf form. The war is over. That's all that matters. I smiled. And take that rogue to the cells. He might be useful later in the future. Sure thing, Hank said as he and a couple other guards took the rogue away. What do you mean? River asked, confused. Like how he got a bunch of rogues to listen to him. If we ever encounter something like that again in the future, we have an explanation on how it can be done, I explained. Smart, River smiled as he hugged me closer. I'm so glad that you are okay. I smiled as I hugged him back. I'm glad that you are okay too. Let's go home. River smiled. I nodded and we all walked back to the pack house. I looked at Critter and he smiled as he rubbed my cheek with his face. So glad that this is all over. Epilogue. Jack, guys, I whined. I don't know how to say it. Do you want this? Julia asked. I nodded. More than anything. Then you need to tell him, babe. Micah smiled as Dana nodded. I groaned. What if he says no? Cooper and Nolan scoffed. Jack, he wants to. He even talked to us about it. Nolan laughed. He did? I asked, shocked. Cooper nodded. He did. He has been for a while. When we won the war 2 months ago, he has been talking about it. I smiled and got up. Thanks, guys, I yelled. She grew up so fast. I heard Micah laugh. I ran to River's office door and opened it. River looked up and smiled when he saw me. Hey, baby, He smiled as I walked over to him. Hey! I smiled as I straddled his lap and put my arms around his neck. He looked at me weirdly. What? I asked, laughing. You look oddly happy. He chuckled. What? I can't be happy? I smirked. He laughed and pecked my nose. No, you can be, but you just look extremely happy for it being 9 in the morning. You are usually threatening everyone who even looks in your general direction. Oh yeah, I said with an awkward chuckle. But I really needed to talk to you. About what? River asked as he pulled me closer to him. Well, I was wondering, I said as I traced the pattern of his shirt, if we could move into my house that I lived in before I met you. What for? River asked, confused. I thought you liked living here. I nodded. I do, but we are gonna need more room. More room for what? River asked. For when we start a family. I smiled as River's eyes went wide. You want to start a family? He asked while a smile grew on his face. I nodded. I do. I want to start a family. I mean, we got married last week. I want to take the next step, River. I want to start a family. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. River smiled as he jumped out of his chair with me in his arms. Let's do it. We can start right now. I chuckled as River walked out of the room with me in his arms as he placed kisses all over my face. Where are you guys going? Cooper asked as we passed everyone. To start a family, River said happily. Oh my gosh, I groaned into his shoulder. I can't believe you just said that. Ooh, get it, girl, Micah yelled with a wink. Better let your inner whore out. We are gonna start a family, River whispered happily. It's finally happening. I smiled as I heard him talk to himself about the future. It's nice hearing someone being that happy about it. I can't wait either. _ 5 years later. Don't run with those, I scolded. Sorry, Mommy. My 5-year-old son, Sean, said with his head down. I laughed slightly and kneeled down, grabbing the scissors. It's okay, baby. But you can't run with scissors. You can get hurt. He smiled and nodded his head really fast. And that would be bad. Well, at least he has werewolf healing, River chuckled as he closed the door. That's not the point, I said sternly. You're right. He gave me a cheesy smile and kissed my cheek before he bent down. Hello there, little one. I smiled as he pecked my belly and rubbed it. Ooh, I felt her kick, he said with a killer smile. Yeah, I chuckled. She's been kicking a lot. That means she's healthy, River smiled. When is she going to come out? Sean asked as he stared at my big belly. Any time now. I smiled as he placed his hands on it. Ooh, she's moving, Mommy, Sean said happily with a giant smile. I nodded and placed my hands over Sean's hands. She is. She might be hungry. Lunchtime! Sean yelled happily, and he ran to the kitchen. Oh, I forgot! The gang is coming over tonight for supper, River said as he grabbed some plates out of the cupboard. I nodded. Works for me. I can make spaghetti. Yes, please. Sean smiled. Does that mean Alice, Kevin, and Kennedy are coming over? I nodded. Yes, it does. Nolan and Julia ended up having a boy, and Sean and Kevin became best friends. Cooper ended up finding his mate when a new pack moved in next to us, and they have a little girl named Alice. Micah wanted a daughter, and Dana couldn't say no to her, so they went and adopted a little girl named Kennedy. Kevin and Kennedy are 6, while Alice and Sean are both 5. They are all inseparable. They will do anything together. So what are you going to ask Santa for? I asked, smiling at River. River smiled back and took out his phone, ready to type everything that Sean says. I really want a new fire truck and a tank for my G.I. Joe. Sean smiled. And maybe a girl G.I. Joe. Why's that, buddy? I asked, smiling. Because you and Daddy are in love. I want my G.I. Joe to have that too, Sean explained with a small smile. Everyone deserves to be in love, and you and Daddy are always happy. So why can't my G.I. Joe be happy too? That was so cute, Sean, I said as I kissed the top of his head. Will I be in love too someday? Sean asked. Of course, River smiled. You are going to meet someone who is so amazing, and you are just going to know. I blushed as River looked at me. Is that how you found Mommy? Sean asked, smiling. River nodded. I remember when I first laid my eyes on her. She was the most beautiful girl that I have ever laid my eyes on. Her smile, her gorgeous eyes. I couldn't look away. I wanted to talk to her so badly. "Why didn't you?" Sean asked, confused. River chuckled. She didn't know about werewolves at the time. "You didn't?" Sean asked me. I shook my head. "No, I didn't. When I first met your father, I didn't know it was him. I thought he was just a regular wolf who ended up in the vet clinic that I worked at." "You were hurt?" Sean asked, worried. "I was." River smiled as he ruffled Sean's hair. "Not anymore. That's good," Sean sighed in relief. "Because that wouldn't be good. And Mommy would be sad. I don't want to see Mommy sad." "I don't either, buddy." River smiled as he got up and pecked my cheek. "Good. Because Mommy can never be sad. I won't let it," Sean said, determined. "That's good." I laughed at Sean. "And every time you get sad, I will be there with you so it will go away." Sean smiled. "Because no girl needs to be sad." "The words of a true man," River said proudly. "And I won't ever let my baby sister be sad too," Sean said as he nodded to himself. "I will always make her happy. I can chase away her sadness. You will make a great big brother," I smiled. "I can't wait for her to come out." Sean smiled excitedly as he softly kissed my belly. "I can't either, baby." I smiled as I kissed his head. "Same here." River smiled as he pecked my lips. "The future is looking bright."
And that brings us to the end of this story. Thank you for listening all the way through. We hope this audiobook kept you entertained and left you wanting more. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know what kind of stories you'd like to hear next. There are plenty more full audiobooks waiting for you here, so be sure to check out the channel for your next great listen. Until next time, happy listening.